Students are believed to have died in that tragedy that has unfolded early this morning in Rajasthan. This was a very old school building that has collapsed. It was in a very dilapidated condition, but no repairs were done on that school building, which has now given way. It totally collapsed. The roof as well as the walls collapsed. Many students are feared to be trapped inside the rubble, underneath the rubble, and that is, the visuals playing out on your screens of the rescue operations that are underway at the moment. We will keep getting you more details on this. Harsha Kumari Singh joining us on the other side of a very short break. We're slipping it in. The Bihar voter list storm from the Parliament to Patna. This is the last day for voters to submit their enumeration forms to be submitted today. But the Parliament's been stalled and the opposition planning yet another protest on day 5 of the monsoon session. Rahul Gandhi alleging that the poll party is not functioning as the Election Commission of India and is in fact it even allowed cheating in a constituency in Karnataka, something that the Election Commission is completely denying. DK Shivkumar there backing Rahul Gandhi. Fresh revelations in the fake embassy case. Accused has met with the Saudi arms dealer. In fact, they had formed shell companies abroad, including London. 14 people have died due to clashes that have taken place between Cambodia and Thailand. The border issue has escalated. 1 lakh people have been displaced.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defense, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, the Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest. And M&S workers at it again, this time forcibly removing Gujarati signboards of several hotels along the highway between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. This is, a demand that's being made by the M&S workers to change the signage to Marathi instead. My colleague Paras has the details.
There is no stopping this incident which has started few days ago from Mumbai's nearby city Mira Road, and it's been continuing day by day. We had seen many incidents like this there where some non-Marathi speaking people was beaten by this M&S workers, and now one video is doing round from Mumbai and Ahmedabad highway where there are some hotels where signboards was there in Gujarati language where this M&S worker reached, and they are removing the Gujarati signboard and demanding to put the Marathi signboard. I just want to clarify one thing. In Mumbai, there has been notably said by BMC and the government to write the signboard in Marathi also. So you can write whatever language you can write, but Marathi signboards are compulsory. So this doesn't justify the thing which has been done by Maharashtra Nav Nirman Sena, but I'm just trying to clarify there is a rule in Mumbai that you have to write the Marathi signboard. If we talk about the incident which has happened yesterday on the Mumbai-Ahmedabad highway, it's very disappointing and it is continuously happening, and there are many questions which is being raised by several people that why government is not taking proper action on this type of incidents which is happening from last 1 month.
Thank you so much, Paras, for getting us all those details. And staying with you from Maharashtra is the rain that is expected in Mumbai today. A torrential downpour, and there is a warning that has been sounded off by the Met Office. A red alert warning has been issued, and it's the BMC saying that a 4-day alert for high tides expected in the Arabian Sea, which basically means that beaches are off limits, and has asked the public to avoid beaches and strictly follow instructions by the authorities. We are expecting the largest waves that are expected on Saturday, reaching a height of up to 4.67 meters. My colleague Sujata gets us all the details.
Mumbai has been lashed with heavy rainfall since morning, and at present we are here at the Andheri subway where the subway has been shut for traffic because of waterlogging like conditions here inside the subway. And like you see, this is not a new scenario for Mumbaikars who every time the city is lashed with heavy rainfall, we see several such low-lying areas to be completely waterlogged. And here at this place where we are present, this is the Andheri subway, and as usual, as soon as Mumbai receives around 100 mm of rainfall, the traffic, this particular subway is shut for vehicular movement. And like you see, people are facing difficulties. कहाँ से जा रही हैं आप?
बस मैं जा रही हूँ।
दिक्कत हो रही है सबको?
हाँ,
बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है। आप क्या बोलेंगे? आप जा रहे हैं? तो सबवे से जा रहे हैं. So we are hearing people who are talking about the problems that they face, and because it is working hours and they're supposed to rush to their workplace, because of which the people are facing difficulties, and they're of the view that this should be solved. This problem is something that BMC too has been trying to solve for a long time, but the number of pumps and the number of mechanisms that are utilized for this particular area being a low-lying area, this cannot be worked upon. And even with 100 mm of rainfall, we see the Andheri subway being shut for vehicular movement, and at present the IMD has issued an orange alert for the city, asking people to take care of themselves and not leave home unless and until it's very urgent. Only after we know that Mumbai has been facing this rainfall like conditions for a long time, and now it is after which the IMD had to upgrade the yellow alert to orange alert. And also we'll have to wait and watch what are the preparations by the BMC to ensure the safety of citizens in the city.
Right, thank you so much, Sujata. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Let's just switch tracks now. It's been 2 days and 2 racist attacks that took place in Australia, and another shocking attack that took place on an Indian in Ireland. But where are the foreign media headlines? Where is the outrage? 3 incidents have taken place. Firstly, we saw that attack that took place outside a temple in Melbourne that was vandalized with the graffiti "Go Home Brown" that was spray painted on the walls. In fact, also a 23-year-old Indian man, Charanpreet Singh, was brutally assaulted and left unconscious on the streets of Adelaide after a group of men allegedly hurled racist abuse and attacked him over a car parking dispute. While an Indian techie who had only recently moved to Ireland was brutally attacked and was partially stripped in what is being widely condemned as a suspected racist assault as well. Ghazali joining us in order to get us more on this. Ghazali, these are not new or isolated incidents, but hate crimes are on a rise. Take us through the details.
See, certainly these are not isolated incidents. We saw the graffiti there outside the Swaminarayan temple there in Melbourne. Then we also had these Asian-owned restaurants which are damaged as well with the same graffiti. Then we got this techie being assaulted in Melbourne. We got this in Adelaide, Charanpreet Singh. Then we have got this Ireland guy who was beaten up. So certainly these are incidents which show that Indians still face that kind of racist attack, and it now needs to demand from their counterparts from other countries to take strict action. What we have seen in the last 48 hours is routine condemnation, statements of condemnation, but there has been no such action. The perpetrators have not been identified yet. They have not been arrested yet, be it in Australia or be it in Ireland. They all are strong partners. We see the kind of diplomatic engagements not just with their embassies here in Delhi, but our embassies back there in their capital cities have been engaging in multiple activities and also try to show that Indians over there assimilate easily with the society. So these racist attacks in 20th century is not accepted at all, but India should also demand strict action from their counterparts to hold those who are accountable and responsible for these attacks.
Thank you so much, Ghazali, for getting us all the very latest. Let's switch tracks now to sports news and its advantage England in the second test, where Rishabh Pant's heroics have stood out for India. Despite a broken foot, Rishabh Pant walked in to a standing ovation on the second day of Manchester's test. Well, he scored a gutsy half-century, taking India to 358. With his half-century, Pant now holds the most 50-plus scores by a visiting batter in the test. Now, Hollywood star Pedro Pascal is trending again, but this time it's not for being everyone's favorite daddy or the breakout star of The Materialist. Well, this is because he has gone viral for something a lot more touchy. What really made Pedro Pascal go from being the internet sweetheart to a viral hot girl anxiety meme? That is really the big question. My colleague Abira has the details.
It started with this clip from Fantastic Four First Steps, where Pedro is seen holding co-star Vanessa Kirby's hand on the red carpet. Cute, right? Sweet? Gentle? Fans loved it. But some men on Twitter decided this wasn't just warmth. No, this was crippling social anxiety. Then came this Instagram post. With over 60 million views and 100k likes, it kicked off a full-blown meme fest. Male users started quote-tweeting with gems like, "This is a specific type of anxiety where he needs to touch a beautiful woman." Pedro Pascal calming his anxiety. POV, you are a woman and Pedro Pascal has a little anxiety near you. Notice Pedro never has anxiety around his mid-female co-stars, just the hot ones. But here's the twist. Vanessa Kirby actually addressed Pedro's so-called anxiety in an interview. He does have anxiety and he has been open about it. But the way he holds your hand or anchors you, that's him being protective, not anxious. So maybe, just maybe, Pedro Pascal is simply a warm, tactile guy. Not a case study for Twitter's gender-coded mental health commentary. Social anxiety is real, but if it only kicks in around attractive women, maybe it's not anxiety. Maybe it's just you. This is Abhiradhar reporting from Mumbai for NDTV.
And that, of course, is Pedro Pascal there seen holding hands with his co-star. This was at the launch of his latest film, Fantastic Four. And that is something that is drawing people, to jump to conclusions. And this is his anxiety that they're speaking about, something that even the actor has spoken about. But does he need to hold hands with someone while he's anxious? Well, certainly not. That is something that the co-star has definitely come out and, corrected the records and making matters straight. There is Vanessa Kirby saying that this is just the actor being absolutely protective rather than being anxious. Let's get you the latest from the Fashion Week, and this really continues in the national capital with designer Sunit Verma there presenting a line of peppy and elegant evening wear. It was actor Tara Sutaria who walked the runway for label Rose Room, and it's Mayank Chaudhary of NDTV who spoke with the actor. Let's listen into what she had to say.
Tara, now any pre-runway rituals that you have, what do you think about?
Oh gosh, I think I kind of have started to go with the flow. I was just talking to some other people earlier, and this is my 22nd time as showstopper.
Wow.
And it is something I enjoy so much. I've always grown up loving and just adoring fashion, lifestyle, style in general.
Right.
So for me to walk a showstopper still feels surreal. It feels really exciting. I am a little nervous sometimes, but honestly, every time I come back to Delhi, and we're in Delhi now, it feels like a warm embrace because I feel like the people are really warm. And to anyone who's watching this from Delhi, thank you so much for the love.
Your favorite thing about Delhi?
There's not one favorite thing. I have some people that I really love in Delhi, friends and family friends and such. But
what
the
about
food?
Yeah.
I'm going to have dal makhani right after this walk. I just want to tell everybody, so excited for my dinner. But I have some friends, I have family, the food here, the culture here. I've performed here at the Habitat Center many years ago, and I had a wonderful concert. So just amazing memories, music. I think the culture here is fantastic, so I love coming back.
Right, that's wonderful. And you mentioned music.
Yes.
Now, I know that you're very much passionate about music as well as in fashion.
Yes.
Now, how important is a music of a fashion show to you?
It's so important. There have been times that I've really loved the music that I've walked for. There have been times that I wish we could have maybe, changed up the music. I have to say this evening, the track that is going to play for my solo walk is one of my favorite songs growing up. It's something that we always listen to at home. It's a very famous ballad by a great, great singer called Nat King Cole. It's called Love, Love. And it's a beautiful, beautiful song.
I love that too. I love that. And you look beautiful.
Thank you.
Tell me something, how would you describe Rose? Because that's the brand, Rose Room. What does Rose mean to you?
Well, do you mean the word or the brand?
The word.
The word.
The word,
Gosh.
the flower.
I think so many things. I think all of us, especially women, would probably associate the word with love, with adoration, with fun, with flirtiness, with so many wonderful things. And I think it kind of depicts what Isha wants to say with Rose Room as well. And there's also an elegance and a charm to it, and an old world fashion and a sort of elegance to it, which I think really embodies what Isha's always tried to do with Rose Room.
Thank you so much, Sharma, for getting us that special interview with Tara Sutaria. With that, it's a wrap on this edition. News and updates will continue on the other side. But for the latest, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Our voter list storm from the Parliament to Patna. It's the last day for voters to submit enumeration forms. The Parliament stalled. The opposition planning another day of protest. Rahul Gandhi has alleged that the poll body is really not doing its job properly, is not functioning as the Election Commission of India. In fact, it has allowed cheating in a seat in Karnataka, while the Election Commission has gone on to call those allegations absolutely baseless. Fresh revelations in the fake embassy case. The accused had met with Saudi arms dealer and had formed shell companies abroad, particularly in London. Clashes along the border between Thailand and Cambodia has left 14 people dead, 1 lakh people displaced.
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर?
मेरी
आप तो एक Gaikwad is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri couples costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24x7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low observable aircraft, which would be the J-35, in fact, the first ones might even start entering service or coming into the PAF ahead of entering service at some time this year, then India is in trouble.
So
why?
this year? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first could actually start coming in this year. They're really pushing for it. And they've gotten apparently into some agreement with the Chinese to ensure that the funding is done on very loose and terms favorable to Pakistan, as has been in the case in the past. If Pakistan starts acquiring low platforms which are low observable, in other words, stealth platforms, then that's an addition.
It's 10 a.m. on a Friday morning. You are watching NDTV 24x7. I am Parmeshwar Bhava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. In the Rajasthan school collapse, 4 have died. Several children are feared trapped as we speak. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is heading to the Maldives, a major turnaround in ties between the neighbours, something that neither side might have foreseen about 18 months ago. The union government has no plans or intention to remove the words secular and socialist from the preamble to the constitution. This is what Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal has told the Parliament. Meghwal, though, acknowledged that certain groups were seeking the removal of the two words from the preamble. Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanithi Stalin has slammed the AIADMK, accusing it of desperately trying to pave the way for the BJP
to make inroads in the state. He also termed the 2026 assembly election in the state a battle to protect our land, pride and mother tongue. Karnataka Cooperation Minister K.N. Rajana, who had earlier hinted at revolutionary political developments in the state post-September, has reiterated that he stands by his statement. Thailand evacuated more than 1 lakh people along the Cambodian border as the two countries fought for a second day in the bloodiest military clashes between the neighbors in over a decade. Breaking news we're tracking at the moment. At least 4 have died after the building of a government primary school collapsed in Rajasthan's Jhalawar district. Several children are actually feared trapped under the debris as we speak. But the incident occurred at Piplodi Primary School. Rescue teams have reached the site and operations are currently underway. We have a reaction from Rajasthan's Education Minister regarding the school collapse. Listen in.
मुझे काफ़ी दुख है कि विद्यालय की छत गिरने से 3 बच्चे मौके पर ही एक्सपायर हो गए हैं। कुछ बच्चे घायल हो गए, उनका अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा है। मैंने जिला कलेक्टर को शिक्षा अधिकारियों को निर्देश दिए हैं कि सब प्रकार की व्यवस्था की जाए, सब बच्चों का इलाज सरकारी खर्चे पे हो और किसी भी प्रकार की परेशानी नहीं होना चाहिए। और इस दुखद घटना की जांच मैं उच्च स्तरीय जांच कराऊंगा कि वास्तव में ये दुर्घटना क्यों हुई, क्यों छत गिरी।
Tragic news coming in from Rajasthan, where 4 have lost their lives. Harsha Kumari Singh has been sending us the latest details. She joins us live at the moment. Harsha, what's the latest from the rescue site? How many children have been pulled out so far? You've been reporting that 4 have lost their lives, unfortunately.
Yes, in fact, the district administration has confirmed that 4 children have died in this tragedy. And at that, there are 32 children who were in the school who have been taken out. Now, out of these, 11 children have been referred to Jhalawar. Now, how many more children could be there? We don't have a confirmed figure of that because remember, this was early in the morning, about 2 hours ago when this happened. The school had just begun and children were kind of streaming in, taking their place in the class. We are given to understand from local reporters and sources there that even some of the teachers had not come. And at about 8:30 in the morning is when this happened, when there was when the roof collapsed and the wall also collapsed of the building, and it collapsed on the children who were seated there. So 4 children have unfortunately lost their lives. The district administration is now moving in with rescue operations to remove if anyone could be under the debris. That's their first priority, and then only we will come to know exactly, what have been the casualties and what are the figures. As of now, the primary concern of the district administration is to remove the debris. You can see in those visuals, even local people are helping. They are trying their best to, remove those pillars and rescue children who could be trapped. We are not sure how many, but there is a large number of children we fear could be trapped. I don't want to put out an exact figure because we don't have an official figure. So, it would cause a lot of alarm. But 32 children have been pulled out. 11 of these, I beg your pardon, have been referred to a hospital for treatment in Jhalawar. That's the closest district hospital. It's about 2 hours away by road. And 32 children have been pulled out, we are given to understand, safely.
Right. As Harsha is reporting, 32 children have been pulled out safely, but dramatic visuals coming in from Rajasthan's Jhalawar. It is a Friday, a school day for children. Harsha, just as we wrap, do we know how old this Piplodi Primary School building was? Are we aware of any history of structural warnings so far? I know this is a developing story.
Well, yes, I don't think the issue really is how old the school building was. The issue is what is the status of school buildings in Rajasthan, and what is the status of schools in Rajasthan. Someone has to be accountable. In Barmer, we had an issue when a young child died because the wall of a school building collapsed in Chauhatan. It's a very remote area. Then earlier this year in Bikaner, 3 children died when they were playing on a school tank and the concrete of that collapsed. So is it substandard construction? or is it old buildings? There has been a lot of rain, there's a lot of seepage. Just yesterday, we had carried a story about how children in Karoli were studying in a school where you could clearly see that the roof was leaking and there was seepage in the walls. So structurally, there is a problem with school buildings. It's not how old they are, but the quality of construction and how dilapidated they are. That's really what is causing, tragedies like these.
Right. As always, Harsha, thank you so much for joining us with the latest information coming in from Rajasthan's Jhalawar. Could this tragic incident lead to a wider audit of government schools as far as this district is concerned and the state of Rajasthan is concerned? That remains to be seen. We'll, of course, keep tracking the latest for you. For now, let's turn our attention to other breaking news coming in. A man convicted of rape and murder has escaped from the Kannur Central Jail in Kerala earlier this morning. This is what police has informed us. Govindachamy, also known as Charlie Thomas, was serving a life sentence for the rape and murder of a 23-year-old woman. In fact, Govindachamy, a handicapped man from Tamil Nadu, is considered as one of the most notorious figures in Kerala's criminal history, and jail officials have said that they found that he was missing from his cell. A statewide search has been launched to locate him now, and an internal inquiry has also been initiated to determine how this escape took place. Live visuals coming in at the moment from outside the jail premises, but the Soumya murder convict has escaped. Jail officials found that he was missing from his cell, and now, as a result, a statewide search has been launched to locate him. Meanwhile, an internal inquiry has also been initiated to determine how exactly this escape managed to take place. But the breaking news information we're tracking at the moment: a man convicted of rape and murder has escaped from the Kannur Central Jail in Kerala earlier this morning. Govindachamy, also known as Charlie Thomas, was actually serving a life sentence for the rape and murder of a 23-year-old woman. He's actually a handicapped man from Tamil Nadu, and he's considered to be one of the most notorious figures as far as Kerala's criminal history is concerned. Jail officials have informed us that they found that he was missing from his cell earlier this morning. A statewide search has now been launched to locate him, and an internal inquiry has been initiated to determine how exactly this escape managed to take place. Well, let's turn our attention now to the Prime Minister's touchdown in the Maldives. Prime Minister Modi will attend the Maldives' 60th Independence Day celebration in the capital Malé on the 26th of July, as in Saturday, and his presence will mark a major turnaround in ties between the neighbours, something that neither side might have foreseen about 18 months ago. Prime Minister Modi, though, will be in Maldives till the 26th at the invitation of the Maldivian President Mohamed Muizzu. This visit can be termed as quite significant, as it marks the first high-level exchange between the two countries since Mr. Muizzu's election in 2023. Just take a look at how the Indian diaspora is reacting. Right. Before we go across to reactions from the Indian diaspora, as you can see through the visuals coming in, the Prime Minister has in fact touched down in the Maldives. He is expected to be there until tomorrow, as in the 26th of July. You know, many will tell you that what you're seeing on your screens at the moment, the Prime Minister's footprint in the Maldives, it marks a major turnaround in ties between the neighbours. Something that neither side might have foreseen 18 months ago. But as far as this plan of action is concerned, the Prime Minister will be in the Maldives until the 26th of July, as in Saturday. He's there at the invitation of the Maldivian President, Mohamed Muizzu, and this visit is considered quite significant as it marks the first high-level exchange between the two countries since Mr. Muizzu's election in 2023. As far as the agenda is concerned, bilateral talks are on the radar. They are likely to be dominated by strategic cooperation, economic partnership, and maritime security. Now listen in to how the Indian diaspora in the Maldives is reacting to Prime Minister Modi's touchdown.
We are very excited to welcome Modi for this trip, and it's really very excited, just waiting for him to come. so that we can see him.
Actually, I'm feeling so excited to see our Honorable PM Modi ji.
We are very eager to wait to see meet our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. He is a dynamic personality. We never see such a personality in future also.
I feel privileged and honored to meet our Honorable Prime Minister. I'm also happy and excited. Thank you.
Maldives is a quite good place, very friendly. Indo-Maldivian friendship is very good and situation is very well. Today we all gathered here to meet Prime Minister PM Modi and just very enthusiastic and excited to see him.
हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा प्रिविलेज फील कर रहे हैं कि हमें आज ये मौका मिला. शायद ये पहला लास्ट मौका रहेगा इतना करीब से प्राइम मिनिस्टर को देखने के लिए. इतना ऑलमोस्ट इंडिया में तो ये इम्पॉसिबल है मेरे लिए और बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ.
My colleague Mohammad Ghazali has been tracking the Prime Minister's touchdown in the Maldives. He joins us live with an update at the moment. Ghazali, clearly we've come a long way from the India Out campaign. Take us through why Mr. Modi's Maldives visit matters.
It is very significant. The first and foremost and very evident that why it is significant is its geolocation. It lies near the Indian Ocean region. It offers key naval shipping areas and connectivity to India to get energy supplies, to get other supplies till Japan. And we have seen that how Chinese influence was growing in Maldives. China was providing aid to Maldives, and that's kind of a debt aid diplomacy, which we know that how China first provides the aid, monetary aid, then you get into that debt cycle and that you are indebted to China, and then China starts building up infrastructure in your region. But what Maldives has also realized since Mohammad Muizzu came into power on an India Out campaign asking the Indian troops to be removed out of Maldives, but later he realized that since he came to power, India has sent millions of dollars as aid to Maldives, and it has carried out most of the infrastructure projects, be it schools, parks, hospitals, for drinking water, building infrastructure for public. These are some of the projects which were inaugurated earlier as well by our External Affairs Minister, Mr. Dr. Jaishankar, and now Prime Minister Modi is there. This is a very high-profile visit because for the first time in this particular term after coming to power here in India, Prime Minister Modi is in Maldives. He was the one who invited Mr. Muizzu, despite him coming to power on an anti-India campaign. Mr. Muizzu was invited to Prime Minister's swearing-in ceremony last year, and after that he has paid 2 visits to India, one during the swearing-in ceremony and one last year. And in the last 6 months or so, at least in this year, there has been multiple high-profile visits to Maldives as well. We have got multiple joint cooperation meetings, bodies which have been meeting here in Delhi as well as in Male. So from that point of view, it has been a very long turnaround that somebody who came into power on an anti-India campaign was invited to Prime Minister's swearing in here, and then Prime Minister also congratulated him. He was first among the few leaders who had congratulated Mr. Muizzu for assuming power in Male. So from that perspective, it is very significant. Prime Minister has also spoken about that how our entire policy of Mahasagar, that holistic approach of taking everyone along in the Indian Ocean region, be it the Act East policy, neighborhood first policy, Maldives fits in all these policies, and that is why the relations between the two countries is very significant. And India has never left Maldives or abandoned Maldives despite the hostilities shown by Mr. Muizzu or even his cabinet ministers, and it seems like that everything is moving towards a positive direction. All those rhetoric, all those ugly comments have subsided, and Maldives have realized that be it Pakistan or China or anybody in the neighborhood, it is India as a big brother who will always pull them out of the crisis. And their own former ministers, their own cabinet ministers have realized it, that in the last 1 year since Mr. Muizzu has come to power, India has always stood for Maldives, be it for their economic crisis, be pulling them out of any other calamity, natural crisis, anything of that sort. India has always stood with Maldives without demanding anything.
Right. Meanwhile, tourists from India are down 50% since 2024, Ghazali. We are given to understand that Maldives is pinning their hopes on Prime Minister Modi's trip to bring the tourists back. But what do we know about the tangible steps Prime Minister Modi will take in order to reset ties with Maldives? There's something about the trade pact. There's also some whispers about UPI and more.
Remember earlier this year when Prime Minister was in Mauritius, he spoke about there were MOUs which were signed about how to sort of track and monitor the naval waters or the water bodies, let's say the Indian Ocean region in this particular region between the two countries. A similar kind of steps and negotiations will happen when the Prime Minister will meet with other officials, with Mr. Moizu and other counterparts in Maldives. And you rightly pointed out, tourism became one of those issues which led to the entire dispute between India and Maldives. Indians started boycotting Maldives when it when it mattered to visit Maldives. Their ratings went down. They suffered losses as well, economic losses as well. This is something, this bid from Maldives is also to revive those ties, to sort of insulate itself from all those losses, get back the relations on track, and perhaps this visit is a big shift, is a big signal when Prime Minister himself is visiting Maldives, that too, that he has been invited as guest of honor for their Independence Day today. So that shows that both sides have reset their ties and lot has gone into it. Our own diplomatic team, be it the External Affairs Ministry, our embassy in Male, they have all worked towards it. So in the last 1 year, if you see, our External Affairs Minister has been there, and their External Affairs Minister have visited at least twice to India. They have been part of multiple multilateral engagements as well. So from that perspective, it is now from here onwards, perhaps both India and Maldives are looking for a positive tilt in their diplomacy, relations, and also when it comes to trade ties, maritime security, and how India, being a big brother, it always provided Maldives all that assistance, be it was the vaccine Matri during the COVID times or even later.
Right. In fact, these are live visuals coming in from Male at the moment as the Prime Minister touches down in the Maldives on a short visit. He's only expected to be there until tomorrow, the 26th. Meanwhile, Ghazali, our Prime Minister is also set to inaugurate some infrastructure projects that are India assisted.
See, this is also a part of our diplomacy that we have learnt it from Bangladesh as well, that we are not friends with one particular ruler or government. That is why we carry out these public infrastructure projects, because the people-to-people exchange is something which is part of our soft diplomacy, but a very important part of our diplomacy. That is why you will see, be it parks, school, drinking water facilities, drainage facilities, these are all public related infrastructure which India has been contributing to, and this is why we saw that happening in Mauritius, one of our key neighborhood partners. This is why even that will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister in Mauritius, in Maldives today. Sorry, not Mauritius. So yes, and that shows the kind of attachment India puts through when it comes to public infrastructure project. That we are not just friends with the government. We are carrying out this public infrastructure project. We are contributing to all those projects in order for the welfare, in order to ensure the welfare of Maldivian public there. That builds a goodwill which goes in the long run for India, because you remember what happened in Bangladesh when Sheikh Hasina was ousted. There was an anti-India campaign on their streets as well, on the streets of Dhaka. People, without realizing, started blaming India for what happened to Sheikh Hasina or what she was doing there. So learning from that aspect, we are carrying out these public projects. We are contributing monetarily to millions of dollars have been sent to Maldives in the last 1 year itself. So keeping that in view, the changing landscape, political landscape, we had seen that thing happening in Sri Lanka, an uprising there. We saw that in Bangladesh. We saw Mr. Moizu coming to power on an anti-India campaign in Maldives. Yet our public infrastructure projects, yet our contribution to the state of Maldives has always been consistent, and we have always stood for Maldives in that regard.
Yes, indeed. In fact, as Ghazali is reporting, multiple MOUs are also expected to be signed during this trip, which is seen as significant, as Mohammad Ghazali is emphasizing, in resetting ties that had strained after Mr. Moizu, known for his pro-China leanings, took office in November 2023. Ghazali, in terms of the plan of action today for our Prime Minister, can you take our viewers through what's lined up for him today and tomorrow?
The Prime Minister is expected to he has already arrived, and from here he will be meeting Mr. Moizu maybe in the afternoon at around 2 or 3 p.m. Then there will be delegation level talks where the Prime Minister with his cabinet, some of the cabinet ministers or officials from different ministries will be there from both sides, and that is where the MOUs will be signed. After that, after the delegation level talks, we have the exchange of MOUs on different sectors, and then there will be virtual inauguration of projects as well. The inauguration, the exchange of MOUs is something which is very important, as you were pointing out, that DPI, the digital or DIP, digital infrastructure project, or be it about what we call the UPI payment thing, UPI gateway. This is something on these two issues India has always been stressing upon, and that has become a key feature of our diplomacy, that we extend these kind of facilities to these governments. These governments sort of apply and sort of adopt these technologies in their own banking sectors, which helps our citizens when they go over there in multiple transactions. So this is one issue, or we'll say one topic of exchange when it comes to MOU, or one project of MOU. But very key projects which I think our MOU will be signed about, which could be about financial fugitives, which could be about digital piracy, which could be about how the investigative agencies of both countries will collaborate together to ensure that there are no piracy, you have these maritime attacks happening over there. So that is checked, piracy is checked, supply of drugs is checked, because all this maritime link and connectivity is misused for supplying drugs and all. So that could also be one of the issues of MOU. And also how India has been extending this kind of support to our young countries there by opening up institutions, colleges, training their public servant officers. This is all what India has been assisting Maldives in the last a couple of years, that their civil servant officers, their public officers are brought in here, either trained here, or our embassy in Maldives are training their officers. So these kind of exchanges will be highlighted, and much more whenever Prime Minister visits a country, there are multiple sectors, be it green energy, clean energy, biofuel alliance. These kind of exchanges and alliances may be announced when it comes to energy sector, when it comes to emerging technology, because Prime Minister has been talking a lot about artificial intelligence, emerging technologies. So these will be the issues perhaps on which both the leaders will talk about.
In fact, I must inform our viewers, Ghazali, that New Delhi has seen nearly half a dozen ministerial level visits from the Maldives in the first 6 months of this year, and now our Prime Minister has touched down in Male. Ghazali, as you were reporting, the two sides are also likely to agree on the terms of reference for the free trade agreement that is currently under negotiation?
This is under negotiations, Parma. So maybe we will have a brief announcement either from the Prime Minister's office of either side, or we'll have our Foreign Secretary briefing there. Sorry. So we will have certain kind of announcements in that regard also. But the focus of this meeting or the MOUs exchange will be certainly on the maritime security. That is one, because Mauritius, as I earlier pointed out, that it has its own geolocation is something which is very strategic, and India will not like to have a country in our neighborhood in the Indian Ocean region being dominated or being under the influence of any other country. We have seen hostilities happening in our neighborhood, be it Bangladesh or be it China, we have in Pakistan. So we don't want unsettled neighbors, and that is why we want stability in the region. Prime Minister has always spoken about it, that peace and stability in the region is more important than fostering relations. Before you have stability in the region, in the neighborhood, then only you can extend your hands of friendship, then only you can extend your hands for assistance. Afghanistan being one of the example, we don't recognize the government of Taliban on record like that, but we have been assisting people in Afghanistan with multiple projects happening there in a similar way. Here we have our diplomatic relations, here our relations are changing in the last 1 year. So the focus is to build it more strong. So in every sector where India can assist Maldives, India will be there to assist them, and that is what India has been doing for many, many years. And the result is that just last year when Mr. Moizu came to power, the experts and the critics had started calling it off that Mr. Moizu or Maldives is now getting into Chinese lap. But you see there, Prime Minister Modi is the guest of honor for the Maldivian Independence Day celebrations there. So that is something that shows that how diplomacy works with no noises. Back channel talks keep happening. Our monetary assistance keeps getting to Maldives. We keep assisting Maldives in different sectors, and this is the result today that their government have invited Prime Minister Modi as guest of honor.
Indeed, in fact, through the visuals coming in, that hug that Prime Minister Modi and President Muizu have shared, that's playing out on our screens. Take a look at the difference in body language as well. We have come a long way from the India Out campaign, as these visuals clearly show. But prior to Prime Minister Modi, former Sri Lankan President Mr. Sirisena and former Prime Minister of Pakistan Nawaz Sharif have participated as guests of honor in the Maldives Independence Day events back in 2015 and 2017 respectively. Ghazali, a busy schedule for our Prime Minister tomorrow as he graces the occasion in Malé as a chief guest?
Yes, even for the Independence Day celebrations, what I can see in the list of events which is happening is that the national flag raising ceremony will be held at Republic Square. Then at 4:15 p.m. in the evening time, at around 5 p.m. here in India, sports and cultural activities will be taking place at the same square. And the official ceremony to mark the Independence Day will start at around 8:30 p.m. So besides these MOUs exchange program, or besides the press conference, besides the meeting with Mr. Muizu when he will be hosting Prime Minister for a dinner at Banquet Hall, all these events will be there where the Prime Minister may show his presence. But before that, before the MOUs are exchanged, Prime Minister will also be inaugurating those public infrastructure projects we discussed about virtually, because there are hospitals, parks, schools and multiple other projects which are at different locations in the country. It's a short trip by the Prime Minister because he will be leaving tomorrow. So after during the course of the day, he will be inaugurating those projects virtually and will be meeting Mr. Muizu. The talks will have to see that what new announcements are made, because these infrastructure projects, be it about the digital payment initiative DPI or the maritime security. This is well known that the talks will largely focus around these areas, but we are also expecting that there could be something related to tourism, because that was one issue which had led to a kind of, which sort of hit our relations between India and Maldives, which took the relations, it got hit earlier this year or last year before the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, came to power here in India. So all those ties have to be reset. So all these sectors will also come in focus. And besides maritime security, trade and investment will also be one major point of discussion when the two sides meet today.
Ghazali, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest information, contextualizing the key takeaways for us. As my colleague Mohammed Ghazali is reporting, the two sides are likely to agree on the terms of reference for the free trade agreement that is currently under negotiation. Further, agreements in new areas of cooperation, including renewable energy, fisheries, digital infrastructure, are to be firmed up. For tomorrow, our Prime Minister has an action-packed schedule. He is going to be the chief guest for the Maldives Independence Day celebrations. Besides that, in terms of business, multiple MOUs are expected to be signed during this trip, which is seen as significant in resetting ties that had strained after Mohammad Muizu, known for his pro-China leanings, took office in November 2023. But as you can see through the visuals playing out on your screens, live from Malé, we have come a long way from the India Out campaign. Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment. As you know, the Election Commission of India is under scrutiny regarding the special intensive revision of voter lists in Bihar. Responding to concerns from opposition parties, the EC had reiterated that there is a 1-month period starting 1st of August for any aggrieved voters or political parties to address anomalies. Now we have a reaction from Priyanka Gandhi Vadra on the Bihar voter row. Priyanka Gandhi has clearly said that there should be transparency, and she has further asserted that all political parties should have access to the data provided by the Election Commission of India. So why hasn't it been provided? Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has posed this question as far as the poll body is concerned. She has reacted saying that political parties do not have access to EC data and that there is a lack of transparency. The issue, as you know, has drawn significant attention, with questions being raised in Parliament and a case pending before the Supreme Court. But listen in to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's latest remarks.
Provide us with what we're asking for. Why are they not providing voters lists? It should be a transparent, it's a democracy. All political parties should have access to that information. So why is it not being provided?
As you know, India bloc leaders have accused the Election Commission of conducting a large-scale voter purge ahead of the assembly polls, claiming it disproportionately impacts migrants, it disproportionately impacts minorities as well as the poor. And despite walkouts and street protests, as we've been covering, the centre has refused to allow a discussion, stating the matter lies solely with the Election Commission. Just for the clarity and benefit for our viewers, listen in to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's latest remarks slamming the Election Commission of India again.
Provide us with what we're asking for. Why are they not providing voters lists? It should be a transparent, it's a democracy. All political parties should have access to that information. So why is it not being provided?
My colleague Aishwarya Jain has been tracking all the finer developments. He joins us at the moment. Aishwarya, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, they're reacting and saying that political parties don't have access to EC data and that there is a lack of transparency.
Well, reacting to both Bihar, SIR Rao and what Rahul Gandhi had claimed yesterday regarding one of the constituency in Karnataka, where he stated that he has got proof that the voter list revision was rigged. It is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, senior Congress leader, who had reacted to it and stated that if there is no rigging, then why not Election Commission give the entire data to the political parties, which they have all the right to access. It is the Congress party who had hit out at the Election Commission of India, stating that it's a vote chori which is happening just not in the state of Bihar but also in other states as well, which include Maharashtra, Karnataka and others. Election Commission of India has stated that they have not received any single petition on the part of the Congress party. If such claims are being made, that these are baseless claims is something that the Election Commission of India has stated. Currently, we are inside the parliament, and let me tell you, it is the India bloc today, which is protesting at the Gandhi statue at Prerna Sthal in the parliament against the SIR Rao, and they would be marching towards the parliament.
Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with that crucial update. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's latest remarks as the opposition hits back, and these are live visuals coming in from outside the parliament premises. As you know, the Bihar voter revision row has intensified. For 4 days, there has been a deadlock in Parliament. You've also heard from the RJD's Tejashwi Yadav regarding not ruling out a poll boycott. But now Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has reacted, saying that political parties do not have access to the Election Commission's data and that there is a lack of transparency. So far, you must note that the Election Commission has deleted 61.1 lakh electoral names, as today actually marks the deadline for all existing electors to submit their enumeration forms in order to remain on the draft electoral roll that is to be published on the 1st of August. Live visuals coming in on your screens at the moment. The Bihar voter list row, though, has intensified over the past 4 days as well. You've seen. Meanwhile, the Election Commission of India remains under scrutiny regarding the special intensive revision of voter lists in Bihar. Responding to concerns from opposition parties, the EC has reiterated that there is a 1-month period from the 1st of August until the 1st of September for any aggrieved voters or political parties to address anomalies or inconsistencies in the electoral rolls. The issue, though, has drawn significant attention, with questions being raised in Parliament, protests outside Parliament, and a case pending before the Supreme Court. But India bloc leaders have accused the EC of conducting a large-scale voter purge ahead of the assembly polls, claiming it disproportionately impacts migrants, minorities, and the poor. Slipping into a quick break. Back in a moment with the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned. The Union government has no plans or intention to remove the words secular and socialist from the preamble to the Constitution, Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal has told Parliament. Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanithi Stalin has slammed the AIADMK, accusing it of desperately trying to pave the way for the BJP to make inroads in the state. Karnataka Cooperation Minister K.N. Rajana, who had earlier hinted at revolutionary political developments, reiterated that he stands by his statement. Fresh EC versus opposition front in Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi's vote theft jibe at the EC. The EC rebuts that these are baseless allegations.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defense, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, the Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
a 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense says at no point of time on this 36-hour journey was there any reason to believe that they were either detected or reacted to.
Well, they weren't detected, because if they were, then they'd be in some serious trouble. It's one of the most unbelievable missions, one of the most historic long-range strike missions. There were 7 B-2s, which by B-2 standards is a fair number of them. There was deception in the very beginning. There was a sense that some of them were flying west across the Pacific. In fact, they weren't. And even if a few planes were positioned in one area, they were not going to be flying the Pacific route.
That was the big distraction.
On social media said, you see the bombers, they're now flying west. So you
Well, the opposition is keeping up with the protest against the SIR. As you know, Parliament has been adjourned repeatedly. In fact, Union Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal has questioned the opposition for not allowing the discussion. But amid persistent protests from the opposition against the special intensive revision of electoral rolls in Bihar, we are expecting a stormy session today as well. Himanshu has been tracking the opposition protests as the opposition accuses the Election Commission, and the Election Commission has rebutted. Himanshu, tell us what's going on at Parliament right now.
Well, the political stalemate on the special intensive revision exercise in Bihar is clearly deepening now, and we have seen India Bloc party leaders marching to the Gandhi statue, raising questions on the SIR issue. Today is the 4th consecutive day when the opposition is insisting that the scheduled business of both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha should be suspended and an immediate discussion must be initiated on the SIR issue. But the government on the other side is not willing to actually accept the opposition demand. And the outcome is out in the Parliament campus, and as you can see, opposition MPs raising slogans with placards questioning the EC's SIR initiative, and clearly the political stalemate on this electoral revision in Bihar ahead of the assembly election seems to be deepening. And it is very clear that on 4th consecutive day, no business is likely in either Lok Sabha or Raj Sabha because of the opposition protest that we can see now. Parmeshwar.
So the monsoon session of the Parliament has already seen a rocky start, as Himanshu is reporting, over the past 4 days, but the week flying by with little to no business conducted in the two houses. The session so far has been marked by repeated disruptions, with opposition MPs demanding a discussion on the Election Commission's special intensive role revision exercise in the port-bound state of Bihar. But with the Modi government remaining non-committal on the issue, opposition protests like the one that's playing out right now outside Parliament have rocked Parliament proceedings, leading to repeated adjournments. With the week now coming to an end, it remains to be seen whether any business is conducted today. Let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking, the big international headline. Thai and Cambodian soldiers have clashed along the border between their countries in a major escalation that left at least 14 people dead, mostly civilians. The two sides have said to have fired small arms, artillery and rockets, and Thailand also launched airstrikes, is what we're picking up on. But for further clarity, let's go across to Nop Shrimau, journalist from Cambodia, who joins us with a quick update on what exactly is happening and what led to this dispute. Shrimau, thanks so much for making time for us on NDTV. Take us through what's led to this dispute. We're given to understand that this has been the bloodiest clash in over a decade.
Well, the gunfire exchanges is continuing along the border between Thailand and Cambodia, even though it has been informed to contain less tension compared to the very beginning. In Cambodia's Udomintry province, we are witnessing the massive evacuation of residents near the district area. Cambodia confirmed that one civilian had been killed and 5 others injured in the artillery attacks by Thai forces. The victim was the chef monk of the Tamon Senchai pagoda who was killed by a bomb dropped from the Thai fire jet. And after yesterday's airstrike completely destroyed the pagoda, monks and residents fled overnight to Siem Reap province and other places for safety. The attack have also destroyed many homes, and shocking evidence has emerged that Thailand has bombed and damaged the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Prabhupada Temple. This is a serious crime against World Heritage Site and violation of international law regarding protection of cultural heritage. It's constituting a crime against the common heritage of humanity, and it has been strongly condemned by Cambodia. In response to the continued escalating tension at the border between these two nations, this morning the Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a meeting with all
Shrema, I'm so sorry to trouble you. We are cutting across to breaking news coming in at the moment. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. But breaking news coming in from Parliament at the moment, where the opposition protests have intensified. As you know, the monsoon session of Parliament has seen a rocky start, with the week flying by with little to no business conducted in both the houses. We are, of course, expecting another stormy session today. As you can see on your screens, opposition MPs are protesting. They have demanded a discussion on the Election Commission's special intensive role revision exercise in the poll-bound state of Bihar. But with the Modi government remaining non-committal on the issue, opposition protests have rocked the Parliament. For 4 days, we have seen repeated adjournments in Parliament. Today is a Friday. With the week now coming to an end, it remains to be seen whether any business is conducted today. Aishwarya Jain reports from Parliament.
Well, after repeated Parliament logjam and disruption, adjournments that we have witnessed in the Parliament over the issue of Bihar SIR, today it is a different style of protest that we are witnessing in the Parliament. It is these India Bloc MPs who are marching from Prerna Sthal, from the Gandhi statue towards the Parliament. It is the opposition MPs under the banner SIR Loktantra Parvar. The entire protest is being led by leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, Gaurav Gogoi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and others are also protesting along with the India Bloc MPs. It is the face-off that we are witnessing between the government and the opposition over the entire issue. The opposition wants that there should be discussion in the Parliament over the entire issue, but the government has been stating that the Election Commission of India is working under their constitutional rights. They have all the right to conduct such a process in the state of Bihar. Yesterday, it was leader of opposition who is leading the protest also claimed that it is in one particular constituency in Karnataka, the election and voter list had been completely rigged. He has proof for that, and he also stated that we are coming after the Election Commission of India. The ECI maintains that these are baseless claims made by the leader of opposition. Why not? They have reached to the courts, and why not? The petition had been filed at that point of stage, but the protest intensifies, and we are witnessing another round of face-off happening between the government and the opposition. This is Aishwarya Jain from the Parliament for NDTV.
Speaking of the logjam and the face-off between the opposition and the government, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has just reacted, saying that political parties do not have access to the Election Commission's data and that there is a lack of transparency. So far, the Election Commission has deleted 61.1 lakh electoral names, as today marks the deadline for all existing electors to submit enumeration forms in order to remain on the draft electoral roll to be published on the 1st of August. But the monsoon session of Parliament has seen a very rocky start, with the week actually flying by with actually little to no business conducted in the two houses. This session has been marked by repeated disruptions, repeated adjournments, with opposition MPs Actually, listen in to what Mr. Kharge has to say currently.
वोटिंग से निकाल देना और वो खुद ये चाहते हैं कि इलाइट लोग ही वोट देना। जब अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज इस देश में लाया गया, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी, डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर, इन्होंने कहा कि अडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज इस देश के लिए ज़रूरी है क्योंकि इस देश में पढ़े लिखे लोग कम हैं, खेती बाड़ी के लोग भी कम हैं और बिजनेस करने वाले कम हैं और एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी गरीबों के पास नहीं है। इसीलिए हमको किसी को डिनाई न करते हुए हम लोग उन सभी को पावर देना चाहिए। एक झाड़ू मारने वाला भी हो या इस देश में टाटा, बिरला या अदानी, अंबानी जैसे लोग भी हो, सबको बराबरी का वोटिंग होना चाहिए। लेकिन ये लोग डर के मारे आज ये रिवाइज करने की जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत बुरी बात है। इससे देश का भी नुकसान होता है और लोकतंत्र का नुकसान होता है और संविधान कहता है।
Right, in fact, we have another report from Aishwarya, who's been reporting from outside Parliament. We are, of course, lining that up for you. But as you can see, opposition MPs demanding a discussion on the Election Commission's special intensive role revision exercise in the poll-bound state of Bihar. They have a problem that the Modi government remains non-committal on the issue, but visuals coming in from outside Parliament with opposition MPs protesting there. As you can see, protests outside Parliament, the opposition protesting against the SIR. We are expecting another stormy session in Parliament. Here are some reports. Listen in.
Trinamool Congress MP Kirti Azad is with me. Sir, are you fearing that what is happening in Bihar will continue in the state of West Bengal as well, the entire SIR process which you are opposing?
This is going to happen in the entire country, not only in Bihar or West Bengal. But yes, this government is vindictive, so is the Prime Minister. And they have not been able to form a government on their own in Bihar. And they'll never be able to do that in West Bengal. Hence, they're trying by hook or by crook, as I always say, that BJP knows how to form the government by hook or by crook, by blackmailing, by putting ED or CBI and others. Forms a government but doesn't know how to run it. That's the unfortunate part for the nation. And they obviously are again using this election commission as they have always done in the past, vis-a-vis the ED, the CBI, income tax and others.
So you are a learned MP, and what the response from the government had come out till now. Please explain to us as to what the process is, because the government has been stating that the Election Commission of India does not represent themselves in the Parliament. How can anyone open or close the debate on the behalf of Election Commission working?
Then why do BJP members of Parliament and ministers act as spokesperson to the Election Commission? Whenever we are asking questions to the Election Commission, the BJP members of Parliament and their functionaries are giving replies on behalf of the Election Commission. So we all know that the Election Commission is his master's voice. HMB, if you remember, there used to be a small dog in front of a gramophone, and he would be his master's voice. And that is what Election Commission is to the BJP.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Kirti Azad, Trinamool Congress MP, speaking to NDTV.
Well, in this monsoon session, Parliament has barely seen any discussion so far, as proceedings in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha were repeatedly adjourned following protests over the special intensive revision of electoral rolls in Bihar. Opposition leaders have been protesting, demanding that this revision exercise be halted. We'll continue to track the latest from Parliament for you and all the insider details as well. Let's turn our attention to breaking news for now. This is regarding the Soumya murder convict Rao. Well, the Soumya murder convict has now been found. He was reportedly missing from the jail cell earlier this morning. This is what police officials had said. But the rape murder convict has now been caught. This was after an intense chase. The accused has actually escaped from Kannur jail in the early hours this morning. But the accused was actually found hiding in a house, in an abandoned house. the convict was spotted. The 49-year-old was actually serving a life sentence, but now the accused has been caught hours after his escape. Uma's been tracking the story for us. She joins us live. Uma, we're given to understand that the rape and murder convict has now been found. But how exactly did he escape? Where was he found? What do we know so far?
This is highly dramatic and very, very concerning as well, because a person who was put on life sentence in the Kannur Central Prison, which is a high security prison, from there this convict in fact escapes in the early hours of today. What we understand is that his escape may have happened about 1:15 a.m. in the morning, and how a man with just one arm and using certain bed sheets and blankets and also clothes which they found tied up in the form of a rope, he has managed to escape the prison. Subsequently, when some locals had seen a person with one arm, we were told that he was in fact hiding his left arm inside his pocket to not reveal the fact that he had lost one arm. And then when media channels started showing that this man has escaped and he's someone who is wanted by the police, that's when locals reported saying that we have seen him in this place, and that's how the police got wind of it. And high drama as they actually found this Govinda Chami, who is someone who was convicted for the rape and murder of a 23-year-old girl, Soumya, in 2011. He was given the death sentence. The Supreme Court had subsequently commuted that to a life sentence. He was found inside an abandoned building. What I'm told is an old hospital in which he was found, and there is dramatic footage on the local channels as well, which is showing him in fact being chased by many of the people, and some reports suggesting that he had in fact jumped into a well in order to hide, and that's where the police found him and are now taking him back. But as you mentioned, several unanswered questions.
Thanks so much, Uma, for joining us with those details. The accused has now been found hiding in a house. He was spotted in an abandoned house. We'll continue to track the latest for you. For now, slipping into a very quick break.
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर? मेरी आप तो एक गायकवाड is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24x7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the Stealth. There is a good reason why a Stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low observable aircraft, which would be the J-35, in fact, the first ones might even start entering service or coming into the PAF ahead of entering service at some time this year, that India is in trouble.
So
why?
This year? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first could actually start coming in this year. They're really pushing for it. And they've gotten apparently into some agreement with the Chinese to ensure.
In the Bihar voter list storm from Parliament to Patna is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra saying that the poll body is not transparent. You do remember that yesterday she'd gone on to say that the opposition is not allowed to even speak. Now, it is the Election Commission there saying that some want bogus voting in a hit back at Priyanka Gandhi. In the murder convict that has now been caught after a jailbreak, we're talking about the Soumya rape and murder case of 2011. The murder convict who was serving a life sentence had managed to escape from the prison in Kannur, raising a lot of questions in regard to the security.
நிறுவப்பெற்றதான இந்திய அரசியல் சட்டத்தின் மீது உண்மையான பற்றார்வமும் பற்றுறுதியும் கொண்டிருப்பேன் என்றும் இந்தியாவின் இறையாண்மையையும் ஒருமைப்பாட்டையும் உறுதியாக பற்றி நிற்பேன் என்றும் நான் இப்போது ஏற்கவிருக்கும் கடமையினை நேர்மையாக நிறைவேற்றுவேன் என்றும் விழுமிய முறைமையுடன் உறுதி கூறுகிறேன். வணக்கம்.
Kamal Hassan making his parliament debut, taking oath as Rajya Sabha MP there, signing there. Of course, Kamal Hassan spoke with NDTV just before this and said that there are a lot of expectations from him and that he really hopes to live up to those expectations and that he really will be putting forward the voices of the people of Tamil Nadu, and that is what he really wants to do here. He's gone on to say that he will be fulfilling his duties with honor given to him as an Indian. So this really marks a significant political milestone for the 69-year-old actor turned politician who launched his party MNM. This was in 2018 with a focus on fighting corruption, rural development and environmental sustainability. So this is just ahead of the elections in the state of Tamil Nadu, and the MNM chief there who did not contest in the Lok Sabha elections, instead has campaigned for the DMK-led India bloc in the state. In return, the DMK had promised him a seat of the Rajya Sabha, and there Kamal Hassan making his debut, his parliament debut, and Sam Daniel joining us to get us a very later. Sam, of course, let's first listen in to Kamal Hassan taking oath as a Rajya Sabha MP.
மாநிலங்கள் அவையின் உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் கமல் ஹாசன் எனும் நான் சட்டத்தினால் நிறுவப்பெற்றதான இந்திய அரசியல் சட்டத்தின் மீது உண்மையான பற்றார்வமும் பற்றுறுதியும் கொண்டிருப்பேன் என்றும் இந்தியாவின் இறையாண்மையையும் ஒருமைப்பாட்டையும் உறுதியாக பற்றி நிற்பேன் என்றும் நான் இப்போது ஏற்கவிருக்கும் கடமையினை நேர்மையாக நிறைவேற்றுவேன் என்றும் விழுமிய முறைமையுடன் உறுதி கூறுகிறேன். வணக்கம்.
Sam Daniel joining us to get us very later. Sam, pictures on our screen of, Kamal Hassan, the actor turned politician, making his parliament debut there, and of course saying that he wants to fulfill his duties with honor as an Indian citizen. Also, talking about the expectations surrounding him, he's also gone on to say that he is going to be bringing forward the voices of the people of Tamil Nadu.
That's right. Divya, speaking to us yesterday as he took off to Delhi, Kamal Hassan said he will try to work as honestly as possible and as earnestly as possible to fulfill the expectations people have on him to speak for Tamil Nadu and for India. Kamal Hassan brings to the Rajya Sabha a kind of a star power from Tamil Nadu after a long time. And Kamal Hassan began his political journey in 2017. He launched his Makkal Needhi Mayam, trying to give an alternative form of governance and politics to the Dravidian ideology-dominated Tamil Nadu. His party contested in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections and the 2021 Assembly elections. They could not win, but they secured a vote share of around 4%. Kamal Hassan in the 2021 Assembly elections lost elections in a whisker to BJP's Vanadi Srinivasan in Coimbatore. But in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the party did not fight. They allied with the ruling DMK. They had been critical of the party once, saying that that's the need of the hour to take on the BJP in a united way. And then the party has now rewarded Kamal Hassan with a berth in the upper house to be the voice of Tamil Nadu in that sense. And Kamal Hassan is known for his reformist ideas, passion to eliminate corruption, and also to develop rural India in a big way. And in fact, it was his party, his idea that the ruling DMK has adopted, which has become a flagship program in terms of its popular 1,000 rupees monthly assistance for women given across the state. That was originally mooted by Kamal Hassan. And Kamal Hassan had said yesterday, we'll be able to see what's going to be his style, what's going to be his focus as he performs in the upper house.
Absolutely. How does this really also play out? Because this is coming ahead of the elections, and from what we do know is that, of course, he is going to be contesting as well. And, this really comes at a time when we have another actor turned politician. We're talking about actor Vijay there also. Sam, take us through what all has been said by Kamal Hassan, in regard to becoming the Rajya Sabha MP, visuals playing out of him taking the oath. And, he's really gone on to say that he really wants to earnestly, with all kind of dedication, with, really wants to fulfill his duties with honor given to him as an Indian.
That's right. Kamal Hassan has made it very clear that people expect something of me, and I hope to live up to those expectations, and that he will try to be honest, earnest, and speak for Tamil Nadu and India. Divya, with respect to the upcoming assembly elections in Tamil Nadu, now we can expect that Kamal Hassan's M&M to be fighting as part of the DMK alliance, expanding their prospects to make a debut in the Tamil Nadu Assembly in the upcoming 2026 Assembly elections. How many seats, that nitty-gritty would be worked out later. But we can expect Kamal Hassan to take a strong stand with respect to the three-language policy, what's being seen as Hindi imposition in Tamil Nadu, being the voice of the state in the Rajya Sabha, and also on issues like financial discrimination, the state being denied or the centre withholding funds to the extent of 2,152 crore rupees for not implementing the three-language policy, and also a strong stand on the delimitation issue, particularly a big worry for southern states because they have implemented the population control measures effectively and they stand to lose their present proportion of seats in the parliament if the centre decides to go by on the basis of the population. So it will be interesting to watch what kind of a stand Kamal Hassan would take and what kind of a space he would get to voice the concerns of Tamil Nadu and larger issues that challenge or that are of concern for the whole of India.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details. The M&M chief there who did not really contest the Lok Sabha elections, and therefore he was promised a seat as far as the Rajya Sabha is concerned, and that is what is playing out here. Of course, aligning with the DMK, Kamal Hassan there makes his parliament debut. Let's just get you latest as far as the Parliament is concerned. It's day 5 of the monsoon session, and this is the Lok Sabha adjourned after ruckus, adjourned after the chaos as far as the Bihar row is concerned. The opposition there protesting outside the Parliament, and this is the Bihar voter list division in focus. So instead of discussions or debates, disruptions continue as far as the first week of the parliament session of the monsoon session is concerned. Do remember that protests have been taking place since day 2 and today is day 5. Repeated protests by the opposition with disruptions that continue, and of course the demand that is being made by the opposition standing united in its stand against the SIR, and chants were heard, sloganeering was heard, and of course Priyanka Gandhi Vadra there seen as well, all of them protesting, and that protest that continues, debates that have been replaced by disruptions, and the protest march that is carrying on outside the parliament.
Provide us with what we're asking for. Why are they not providing voters lists? It should be a transparent, it's a democracy. All political parties should have access to that information. So why is it not being provided?
It's been a rocky start with the week flying by with little or no business at all that's been conducted in two houses. The session so far has been marked by repeated disruptions playing out today as well, with the opposition MPs demanding a discussion on the Election Commission's special intensive role, or the SIR revision exercise in the poll-bound state of Bihar, with the Modi government remaining non-committal on the issue, and opposition protests have rocked the parliament, leading to repeat adjustments. With the week now coming to an end, it remains, of course, as we are seeing Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also reacting, saying that the political parties do not have access to data. First, before we go ahead with all of this, let's listen to what Rabri Devi has to say.
चाहिए सरकार को, राज्य सरकार का जिम्मेवारी नहीं बनता है, राज्य सरकार का जिम्मेवारी बनता है, जवाब नहीं दे रही है ना सरकार, राज्य सरकार का जिम्मेवारी बनता है, इसलिए गरीब वोट देता है उनको। अगर आप पिछड़ा सब कोई वोट देता है तो उनको तो पर जवाब देना चाहिए मुख्यमंत्री को कि हम लोग विरोध करते हैं। मुख्यमंत्री बोला कि हम विरोध करते हैं, ये गलत काम हुआ है, क्यों नहीं बोलते हैं, जवाब क्यों नहीं सदन में देते हैं? अब आएंगे ना आएंगे, जनता बताएगी। मैडम माइक खोल लिए तो भाजपा के विधायक को मारने की प्रयास किया गया था, तेजस्वी यादव को तो 4 बार मारने की कोशिश किया गया था, रास्ता में ट्रक से ट्रक से, क्या करिएगा? फिर यहाँ भी मारने की कोशिश हो रहा है। हम लोग जानते हैं कौन कौन आदमी लगा हुआ है। आप कह रहे हैं तेजस्वी के जान को खतरा है? जान के खतरा है, हम लोग तो सिफारिश किए हैं, और साजिश कौन करेगा? बीजेपी जदयू का छोड़ के कौन करेगा साजिश? यहाँ बिहार में कौन है साजिश करने वाला? दबाव देता है, जनता के जबान बंद करेगा। हाँ, संस्कारी नहीं ना है, संस्कारहीन है, उस सब नाला के कीड़ा है उस सब।
Rabri Devi speaking outside the Bihar Assembly session, and of course they're saying that the Chief Minister should be answerable and the BJP is behind the conspiracy. This is something, of course, we're hearing Rabri Devi take up the issue after we heard Tejasvi Yadav yesterday do the same, and of course Nitish Kumar not really addressing the issue at hand, literally skirting the issue, and of course to know more outside, this is something that is carrying out in the parliament, outside the parliament, literally in the national capital as well. Rabri Devi there speaking in Bihar, and here we have, let's get you details of what the opposition really is demanding on the issue.
Well, after the protest that took place in the parliament by the India Bloc MPs, now what we are witnessing just outside the Makar Dwar, there has been this dustbin which had been placed. This is a disposal bin which has been placed just outside the Makar Dwar, and several of the MPs which were holding the placard of SIR return over it, they are tearing it down and throwing it in this disposal bin. This is a messaging that the India Bloc MPs want to give out, that the SIR should be thrown in the disposal bin as being done by the Election Commission of India. The entire process should be thrown in such a disposal bin. This is not acceptable at all by the opposition MPs, and therefore they want discussion in the House. It's a vote chori, vote bandi, something that the opposition MPs have called in, and this disposal bin had been kept by the opposition MPs right outside the Makar Dwar. A significant messaging that the India Bloc MPs want to give while there is a continuous parliament log jam, adjournments which we are witnessing on a daily basis on the SIR issue.
Opposition MPs, uniting together. We can see, whether it's Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi protesting, raising slogans against the SIR being carried out in Bihar, and of course the opposition leaders there standing together and now, marching from that Mahatma Gandhi statue in the Parliament complex, carrying posters with SIR written on them. Several MPs in the Rajya Sabha have also moved suspension of business notices today, urging a discussion on the SIR or voter lists in Bihar during the ongoing monsoon session. To remember, it's day 5 business that there's been just little or absolutely no business at all. All of them literally, throwing that poster that they're carrying of SIR into that little bin, so to say. And let's just. Of course, the monsoon session there should be transparency. That is what, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has been asking for. The opposition parties have accused the Election Commission at the centre for deliberately timing the voter list revision to disenfranchise specific voter groups ahead of the upcoming assembly polls in Bihar. This really comes at a time when 61 lakh voters have been excluded from the list. However, the Election Commission saying there is enough time from the 1st of August to the 1st of September. Revisions can be made, changes can be made, something that the opposition, of course, has really been raising as a huge concern. Switching tracks now to Govinda Chami, the convict in the Soumya rape and murder case has been caught after he escaped from the Kannur Central Prison early this morning. So it was at about 1:15 at night when the incident took place that he managed to escape from that very high secure block of the prison in Kerala. The prison break has raised serious questions and serious concerns. The victim, a 23-year-old woman, a saleswoman who was traveling by train, she had been raped and murdered on that train. The train that had, in fact, she was attacked on that train. She was raped, she was murdered. And following a police investigation, he was apprehended and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. So he is serving life imprisonment at that jail in Kannur in Kerala. He managed to escape, but the authorities have managed to get him back to the confines of jail. They managed to locate him. They managed to find that convict who has been serving life imprisonment. Do remember, this is a case that dates back to 2011, February of 2011, when Soumya was attacked on that train in which she was assaulted, she was raped, she was murdered. We have Uma joining us in order to get us more on this. Uma, a lot of questions are being flagged in regard to the safety, security concerns here when it comes to people who. This is a very high security block of the jail in Kannur in Kerala. How did this manage? How did this man manage to get out of jail, get away for so many hours? We're talking about something that happened in the dead of the night at about 1:15, and here we have, it's about 11 o'clock in the morning now when the man has been located.
So extremely dramatic story that we are talking about. Filmy is perhaps an understatement, because this is a convict for life sentence for the rape and murder of 23-year-old Soumya, and he has only one arm, and despite that he manages to scale the wall of a high security Kannur Central Prison. And what we understand is that one of the iron bars of the prison has also been broken, which means he has managed to remove the iron grill and actually get out. And this happened around 1:15 in the morning is what certain CCTV footage and locals seem to suggest, though the jail authorities seem to suggest that this happened around 4 a.m. But anyways, during the morning protocol of trying to find or naming or taking the attendance of all the people, regular check that happens, routine check that happens, they found this man missing, and it is only around 7 o'clock that the police is reported about this, the missing man, Govinda Chari, and subsequently huge hunt is launched, search operations are launched, and that's when the very alert people in the Kannur town itself, they reported that they had seen a man with one arm only, and in fact his left arm he tried to put inside his pant pocket in order to hide it. Very interestingly, he was not in jail clothes. That also is something that people are pointing to. If he escaped in the middle of the night or early hours of today, he would not have had the chance to buy any clothes from outside. So how come he was not in jail clothes, but but in some other clothes. And subsequently, because of the efforts of the local people who are alert and vigilant and informed, gave their information to the police. Police teams also acting in coordination with them, and they managed to locate an abandoned building which they believe was an old hospital where everything which is abandoned had been thrown there. There is also some information suggesting that may have tried to go to the Kannur railway station and escape from there. But once he saw huge numbers of not just the public, the police and also media teams coming in full live telecast or of all that which was happening inside and trying to find him, he jumps inside a well and then he is dramatically pulled out of the well by the police personnel. All of this time the cameras are rolling. So this notorious criminal is recaptured within less than 10 hours if we were to go with the version that he escaped around 1:50 a.m. in the morning, and before 11 a.m. he has been recaptured by the police. He has now been taken to the local hospital where we are told that his health is okay, parameters are okay despite falling into the well and being pulled out. He has not suffered any serious injuries, and now we are told he is being taken back to the Kannur Central Jail. But several questions that need to be answered. How did a man with just one arm manage to escape from that place? How was that iron grill broken? How did he manage to scale a wall using some blankets and some clothes which we are told was found almost in a rope-like manner there? And how was he in other clothes other than the jail clothes? Of course, whether there was any help from outside the jail, that theory is being dismissed, because if he had some help outside the jail, he would not have been found within the within the region itself or within the locality or within the area itself, and some other kind of means of him escaping from that place would have been found. So it does not appear as of now that there was help from outside, but so there certainly seems to have been some help from inside the prison, without which this escape perhaps would not have happened. Back to you.
Right, wouldn't have been possible given the fact that he is handicapped, that he had managed to change his clothes as well, managed to scale that wall, managed to be out of circulation for the subsequent 10 hours. Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us those details. We have breaking news coming in up. Well, in the wall collapse and the roof collapse of that school building, the government school in Jhalawar in Rajasthan, now the death toll has gone up. 6 students have died. Do remember, 4 students were reportedly, they had died, and now 2 more deaths have been confirmed by the authorities there, undertaking rescue operations in that area. This is a very old school building that collapsed early this morning at about 8:30. There were about 60 students there. There were also teachers and staffers at the this is a government school in Jhalawar. A lot of concern was raised because it was a very old building in a dilapidated state, that complaints were made. There were red flags that were flagged off, but to no avail. And here we have a tragedy that has occurred. 60 students there at the time. Of course, many fear to be under rubble at the moment, and rescue operations are continuing in order to get all the students out. From what we hear right now at the moment is that 6 students have lost their lives. This tragedy has claimed 6 lives so far. The fear is that that death toll could rise even further, given the fact that those children have been under rubble for hours now. This tragedy that took place literally 3 hours ago in Rajasthan, when the roof collapsed, the walls collapsed, and literally came, as you can see, visuals playing out of rescue operations that are underway. Locals as well as teachers tried to rescue the students, but of course the worry is, the students that continue to be trapped under rubble, under the debris, in order to get those students out. JCBs are being used in order to take those students out, and a lot of caution needs to be considered at a time like this, because this could result in more fatalities and the death toll that could go up, because rescue operations could in fact come in the way of those children who are trapped inside. Look at the mass destruction that has been created because of the collapse of that school building. Harsha joining us in order to get us the very latest on this. Harsha, when we're talking about this very old building, a very dilapidated building, there were concerns and complaints that were raised in this regard, but to no avail. Had there been timely repair work that would have been done, it would have not, these little children would not have to have paid the price. And we're talking about 6 little children who have died because the school was only up to class 8.
Well, the update that we have as of now, like you said, 6 children have died. I've spoken to the Education Secretary who's on his way to Jhalawar right now. Apart from that, there were about 60 children in the school at that time. They have all been pulled out, is what the Education Secretary has told me. The enrollment in this school was 70 children overall. 6 children have died. 2 are actually very, very critical, and 8 others are in hospital in Jhalawar. Now, as far as the school buildings are concerned, the state of schools in Rajasthan is something that NDTV has regularly reported. In fact, earlier this year, in Badmer, in Chauhatan, there was a mishap where a school wall fell on a very young 4 or 5-year-old child who died. Apart from that, in Bikaner district also, children were playing on a tank that was in a school, and the water tank, the cover of that water tank collapsed. Of course, this building of this school is very old. It's almost about 3 decades old. But there are 2 questions that the government needs to answer. First of all, the status of school buildings in Rajasthan, the need for repairs after the rains, the kind of seepage that we have seen in some places. The roofs are leaking, there's seepage in the walls. And if the quality of construction is not good, then these buildings can collapse. Recently, the government had issued an order saying that school principals need to flag to the department which are the buildings which need urgent repairs. But as you know, the government is the flagging to the building, putting it on record, and then the government reacting and responding. This is a very tedious process, and we know the red tapeism that exists in the bureaucracy in Rajasthan. Now, unfortunately, something like this, like we said, there were warnings earlier. Two such incidents had happened where schools and the status of schools was something that, had been flagged. There had been 2 mishaps, and now you have a case where 6 children have died because the school building has collapsed. There were 60 children present at that time. It could have been very, very, not that this is not serious, but it could have been far, far worse for those children. And this is a school with enrollment of 70 children. So if an entire school building can collapse, then it's just something that, the government has to be accountable for, and we will be asking those tough questions from the government as the day progresses.
Right, of course, reactions coming about, of course, from the Education Minister of the state, and then we also have Ashok Gehlot, the former Chief Minister, also reacting. We have Prime Minister Modi also reacting to this. Do remember, Prime Minister Modi is not in town, he is in Maldives, but of course, the Prime Minister also there putting out a message saying that the affected students and their families in this difficult hour, and that he's with them and he's praying for their speedy recovery. That is the message that Prime Minister Modi has also put out. But Arjay Kumari, get us details of, this is not the first incident. We had one in which the wall of the toilet collapsed that resulted in the death of a student. We had 3 little girls who in fact died because the wall of the water tank collapsed. Take us through these multiple incidents that have been reported this very year itself.
Well, yes, absolutely. Like we're saying, the status of schools and the status of school buildings is something perhaps that the government needs to do a close audit of. Because here you're talking about young children. And how safe are our schools in Rajasthan, especially in remote areas? Now in Bikaner, for example, where in February, those 3 children who died, like you mentioned, because the roof of the school tank collapsed. The children were playing on a roof, on a school tank, which has a concrete roof. And suddenly that gave way and they fell into a water tank and they died. In Chauhatan, a very remote district in Badmer, the side of a building, the wall of a building, school building, collapsed on a child who was sitting there and studying. Now, these are primary school children. This is a secondary school up to class 8. So from class 1 to class 8, you have children 5, 6, 7, 8 years old in a school like this. They are not capable of taking care of themselves. The environment is responsible for them. The teachers are responsible for them. And there's all the more need that these school buildings should be made safe. Just recently, NDTV had reported out of a school in Karoli, where there is a defining image of children sitting in the classroom. You can see the seepage in the walls behind, and the roof is leaking, and there is a bucket there where to collect the water. So there has to be an audit of school buildings, because this is about the safety of our children.
Right, thank you so much. Harsha, we will keep coming back to you for more. This is a very tragic situation, and of course rescue operations are underway. For now, we are moving on to some breaking news coming in. And now let's get you news in regard to the process for the new Vice President's election that is underway. The Election Commission has appointed poll officers. This is the returning officers appointed for the poll. This is the Rajya Sabha Secretary General appointed returning officer as well. And do remember that this announcement was expected in 2 to 3 days' time, and that is what was said by the Election Commission. And here we have that the process has begun. It is underway. Akhilesh joining us. Akhilesh, of course, we do know that the new Vice President will be taking charge, and that is going to take place in a month's time from now, and that will be the last week of August. But the process takes time, and that has started. Get us details of what you know so far and the probable names that are doing the rounds.
Well, it's a big step which has been taken by the Election Commission today. They have appointed a returning officer for the Vice Presidential election. Remember, in the last Vice President election, the Secretary General of the Lok Sabha was appointed the returning officer. So this time, Secretary General of the Rajasthan, Mr. P.C. Modi, he has been appointed as the returning officer for the Vice President election. And apart from him, 2 other assistant returning officers are also appointed by the Election Commissioner. Garima Jain, she is Joint Secretary, Rajya Sabha Secretariat, and Mr. Vijay Kumar, who is Director in Rajya Sabha. They are appointed as assistant returning officer for the Vice Presidential election. So this is the second big step which the Election Commission has taken. Now the voters list will be finalized, and that will be frozen. And after that, the schedule for the election of the Vice President will be announced by the Election Commission.
Right, Akhilesh, thank you so much for getting us all the very latest in this regard. Let's just get you the latest when it comes to the rummy scandal in Maharashtra that has rocked the state, and sources are indicating that the minister who was caught red-handed may lose his agricultural portfolio. Remember, the video showing the minister playing rummy in the assembly had caused a political storm in the state, with the opposition calling for his ouster, for his resignation. And if that he wouldn't be resigning, then the government needs to really take action against the man. And that is the demand of the opposition. Do remember, in his defense, he had gone on to say that it wasn't rummy, it was solitaire, that he was basically watching the proceedings in the Lower House, for which he had, in fact, opened YouTube. And this was an ad that popped, and that is what he said in his defense. Of course, he has been refuting all kind of allegations that are being made in regard to the man, the agriculture minister, who is playing rummy at a time when, of course, the farmers, particularly in the state of Maharashtra, have been suffering.
मैं उनके साथ बात करूंगा मंडे को या ट्यूसडे को. मैं अगर मंडे रहूंगा तो मंडे को, ट्यूसडे रहूंगा तो ट्यूसडे को, और उसके बारे में फिर मैं उनका जो भी कहना है वो सुनूंगा. फिर चीफ मिनिस्टर के साथ बात करके आगे का दूसरा.
Of course, this was something that happened, of course, in the assembly session, where this man, the agriculture minister, playing rummy, can be seen playing rummy. And of course, this was flagged, this video was flagged. And of course, he went on to say, it was Rohit Pawar who, took to that clip and then, questioned the man. But of course, he, in his defense, in fact, went on to point fingers at Rohit Pawar, saying that it's Rohit Pawar who perhaps is addicted to rummy. In fact, the agriculture minister said he doesn't even know how to play rummy. He went on to say there was perhaps someone in his team who had downloaded the game on his phone. He then went on to say that he was in fact wanting to know the proceedings in the Lower House, which is why he had opened his phone, and he had in fact taken to YouTube. He had opened YouTube in order to know the proceedings, but this is an ad that popped up. So this is, of course, Ajit Pawar there saying that action will be taken. He has, in fact, now reacted and said that this will only happen after, later, in the presence of Devinder Fadnavis. A meeting is also has been planned next week, and that is something that Ajit Pawar has gone on to say. In order to know more on this, in fact, let's just get in my colleague Ram Shinde, who is joining us. Ram Raje Shinde, political editor of NDTV Marathi, with us. सर ये बताइए कि एक्शन कब लिया जाएगा, बिकॉज अभी तक उसने बोला है, जो ये एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर है, उन्होंने बोला है कि वो रम्मी नहीं खेल रहे थे, वो कुछ और खेल रहे थे, वो कुछ और ट्राई कर रहे थे अपने फ़ोन पे.
बिल्कुल उन्होंने एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया है, लेकिन एक्सप्लेनेशन पे सेटिस्फाई नहीं है. उनकी पार्टी भी इस एक्सप्लेनेशन पे सेटिस्फाई नहीं है. इसलिए अब पार्टी के जो प्रेसिडेंट है अजीत पवार, उन्होंने तय किया है कि उनका जो एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्ट्री जो है वो निकाला जाएगा और उनको दूसरी मिनिस्ट्री दी जाएगी। मतलब कि वो कैबिनेट मिनिस्ट्री से नहीं निकाले जाएंगे, लेकिन डिपार्टमेंट उनकी मिनिस्ट्री जो है वो चेंज की जाएगी। उसका रीजन ये है क्योंकि ये किसानों से जुड़ी हुई मिनिस्ट्री है और इसलिए गवर्नमेंट जो है वो बदनाम हो रही है और किसान का एक नेता है, किसान का मिनिस्टर है, वो रमी खेलते हुए पकड़ा गया है। तो इसलिए गवर्नमेंट की इमेज जो है वो डैमेज हो रही है। और दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट बात ये है कि कल ही मुंबई में एक महत्वपूर्ण मीटिंग होने वाली है। वो अजीत पवार और वहाँ के जो पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट है सुनील तटकरे एनसीपी के, उनमें ये मीटिंग होगी। इंटरनल ये मीटिंग है, क्लोज डोर में ये मीटिंग होगी और उसमें तय होगा कि एक्शन क्या लेना जरूरी है। जबकि कल देवेंद्र फडणवीस जो सीएम है और सुनील तटकरे जो कि एनसीपी के पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट है, उनकी भी मीटिंग हुई और उसमें से लगभग ये तय माना जा रहा है कि एक्शन लिया जाएगा, लेकिन उनका डिपार्टमेंट चेंज किया जाएगा, उनकी मिनिस्ट्री जो है वो निकाली जाएगी और ये मिनिस्ट्री दूसरे किसी मिनिस्टर को या अकोमोडेट वहां पे किया जाएगा। इसलिए कल सैटरडे का ये इंपॉर्टेंट डे है क्योंकि कल ही ये तय होगा कि माणिकराव कोकाटी के ऊपर क्या एक्शन लिया जाएगा।
बिल्कुल, इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो शुरू करी गई है। दिस इज ऑफ कोर्स समथिंग that the opposition really demanding action be taken. In fact, they are in fact demanding that the agriculture minister step down from his position. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. Switching tracks now to Tamil Nadu, and it is the Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin who has hit out at EPS. In fact, he has gone on to say that this is basically he's gone on to slam the party, the AIADMK, accusing it of desperately really trying to pave the way for the BJP to make inroads into the state of Tamil Nadu. He's gone on to say that the battle is basically to protect their land, their pride and their mother tongue. That is what has really been said. And, going on to really say that it is, EPS who has switched sides. He has, gone into hiding. He secretly struck a deal. And this is a betrayal that must be uprooted. Listen in.
அப்படிப்பட்ட தமிழர்களோட பாஜகவோடு எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி மறுபடியும் கூட்டணி வச்சிருக்கிறார். அது எப்படிப்பட்ட கூட்டணி? சென்ற தேர்தல் பொறுத்தவரை என்ன சொன்னாரு திரு எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி அவர்கள்? இந்த தேர்தல் கிடையாது, 2035 நாங்க என்னைக்கும் பாஜகவோட கூட்டணி வைக்க மாட்டோம்னு சொன்னாரா இல்லையா? ஆனா இப்ப என்ன பண்ணாரு? 2 மாசத்துக்கு முன்னாடி 4 கார் மாறி போய் முக்காடு போட்டுலாம். முக்காடு மட்டும் தான் போடல, முக்காடு போடுற முறையா ஒளிஞ்சு மறைஞ்சு போய் கூட்டணி வச்சுட்டு பண்ணிருக்கிறாரு. இந்த துரோக கூட்டணியை வீழ்த்த வேண்டிய பொறுப்பு தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு குடும்பத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு வாக்காளர்களுக்கு இருக்கு. ஏன்னா நம்ம தேர்தலுக்காகவோ எண்ணிக்கைக்காகவோ உறுப்பினர்களை சேர்க்கல, வாக்காளர்களாக உறுப்பினர்கள் சேர்க்கல. தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய மண், மொழி, மானம் காக்க ஓரணியில் தமிழ்நாடு என்ற கழகத்தின் கீழ்க்கு கழகத்துடைய குடும்பங்களை, தமிழக குடும்பங்களை நாம் செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிறோம். சென்ற கல்வியாண்டுல தமிழ்நாட்டு கல்விக்காக ₹1 கூட ஒதுக்கல ஒன்றிய பாஜக அரசு. ஆனா பாஜக மற்றும் அதோட கூட்டணி கட்சிகள் பாதிக்கின்ற மாநிலங்களுக்கு கல்விக்காக மட்டும் அள்ளி கொடுத்திருக்கிறாங்க. உதாரணத்திற்கு உத்தரப்பிரதேசம் தெரியும், உத்தரப்பிரதேச மாநிலம். அந்த மாநிலத்திற்கு ₹6,264 ஒதுக்கியிருக்காங்க வெறும் பள்ளி கல்வித்துறைக்கு ஒன்றிய அரசு. அசாம் மாநிலத்துக்கு ₹2,025 ஒதுக்கியிருக்கு ஒன்றிய பாஜக அரசு.
Sam Daniel joining us to get us very latest. Of course, we just heard Udayanidhi Stalin, slamming EPS and also, slamming the centre, saying not a single rupee was allocated to Tamil Nadu for education, unlike what was done in Uttar Pradesh or Assam.
That's right, Divya. The ruling DMK is taking on the AIADMK, which has revived ties with the BJP on 3 major issues. One on Tamil language, the heritage and financial discrimination. And here, Udayanidhi Stalin slamming EPS for having aligned with the BJP, which in a sense has withheld to the funds to the tune of 2,152 crore rupees for Tamil Nadu for not implementing the 3-language policy, and also for having allied with the BJP after saying that he would never shake hands with the BJP. In fact, for the ruling DMK, the liability factor of the AIADMK aligning with the BJP has worked well. They've lost 2 elections in the past when they forged hands with the BJP, be it the 2019 Lok Sabha elections or the 2021 Assembly elections. Although they fought alone in 2024, they could not win a seat because the DMK swept the elections. And now, having joined hands again with the BJP, the ruling DMK hopes it will be able to capitalize on that factor And on the other side, you have AIADMK chief EPS hitting out on the ruling DMK on issues of corruption, on issues of unable to fulfill the expectations in terms of school education, not able to get the funds from the central government, and more importantly, he calls it begging door to door, criticizing the DMK's ongoing Stalin with You program, which is in a sense taking the government services to the doorsteps of the people. Elections are still 8 months away, but already the election heat has gained momentum in this Dravidian heartland in that sense. Divya.
Right, thank you so much, Sam, for joining us with those details. Now, after Rahul Gandhi has made allegations against the Election Commission for not doing its job properly, accusing it of cheating, he accused the Election Commission of India of indulging in cheating during voter list division process in Karnataka's constituency. Now, it is the ECI there saying that, all electoral rolls are prepared transparently and copies were shared with recognized political parties, and, really wondering as to why such baseless and threatening allegations are being made against the CEC, and that too now, in fact, it is the BJP there saying, asking and literally demanding proof from Rahul Gandhi, in fact saying that the leader of opposition should act responsibly and bogus voters have to be weeded out, and the Election Commission exercise is totally legitimate, is what the BJP has gone on to say. Let's get you the reactions coming in.
Bharatiya Janata Party Rajasthan. Bharatiya Janata Party Rajya Sabha MP from Karnataka, Lahar Singh is with me. Sir, repeated adjournments because of the SIR row. There are complete parliament log jam. Working is not being done because of these protests which are happening. Yesterday, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi gave a remark that he had substantial proof that in one of the constituency in Karnataka there has been rigging, and the opposition parties are behind the Election Commission of India. How do you see these claims?
देखिए, आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी बड़ी जिम्मेदार पद पर विराजमान है। उनसे मेरा आग्रह भी है और रिक्वेस्ट भी है कि जो भी सबूत उनके पास में है वो इलेक्शन कमीशन को दे, जनता के सामने रखें। और मैं समझता हूं कि उनको चाहिए कि प्रधानमंत्री से मिलकर के अगर कोई संदेह है उनको दूर किया जा सके, क्योंकि वो अपोजिशन लीडर पे जिस पर कई बड़े बड़े नेता विराजमान रहे हैं, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जैसे लोग कई बड़े नेता रहे हैं, तो उस पद पर वो विराजमान है। तो सरकार के साथ मिलकर के अगर कोई संदेह है तो जनता के हित में उनको दूर करना चाहिए। और ये सबका आग्रह होना चाहिए कि इलेक्ट्रोल जो है उसमें जाली मतदाता नहीं होने चाहिए। और मैं समझता हूँ कांग्रेस नेतृत्व भी इस बात को समझता होगा, और ये वोट बैंकिंग पॉलिटिक्स के चलते ये जो कर रहे हैं ये सही नहीं है।
सर, आपको लगता है बेफिटिंग रिप्लाई इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया ने इन एलिगेशंस को बेसलेस बताया? उन्होंने कहा है कि आप उस समय क्यों नहीं आए, पिटीशन क्यों नहीं फाइल करी?
देखिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन पर मैं कुछ टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता। मेरा ये आग्रह है सम्मान राहुल गांधी से भी और इलेक्शन कमीशन से भी कि जाली वोटों को तो समाप्त किया ही जाना चाहिए, और इसमें जो भी उचित कदम उठाएंगे, मैं समझता हूँ कि हम सबको इलेक्शन कमीशन पर विश्वास रखना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
बीजेपी राज्यसभा एमपी लहर सिंह speaking to NDTV.
BJP asking for proof, and it's the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi there saying that his party, the Congress, has 100% proof of alleged voter manipulation in Karnataka and has warned the poll body that they will not remain silent. Listen in to Rahul Gandhi.
Election Commission is not functioning as the Election Commission of India. Today they've made some statement. This is complete nonsense, right? The fact of the matter is that Election Commission is not doing its job. Now we have concrete 100% proof of Election Commission allowing cheating in a seat in Karnataka. Voter deletion, voter addition, new voters who are 18, who are way above 18. So we have caught them. Okay, and I want to send a message to Election Commission. Yes, sir. If you think you're going to get away with this, if your officers think you're going to get away with this, you're mistaken. You're not going to get away with it, because we are going to come for you.
Yes, it's going to be interesting, this 100% evidence that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is talking about, whether that will be presented in Parliament or before the media today, because these are some startling allegations. It's been a couple of years since the elections concluded, but the apprehensions, of course, are being raised. Now, this Bengaluru rural constituency, of course, is an important one, considering the fact that in 2019, that was the sole constituency that the Congress managed to win. In 2024, they won a few more, but not this particular constituency. Whether Mr. Rahul Gandhi is referring to this one, because that's what Mr. D.K. Shivkumar tried to hint at, saying he was very surprised at what had happened there, and internally the Congress had decided to investigate. As far as the Election Commission is concerned, they are saying, well, over 9 lakh claims and objections came in, and there was no appeal at all as far as the electoral roll after it was released is concerned. So why is this now being raised is a pertinent question that's being asked, whether there will be a rebuttal to this and a response to this, and whether the BJP will also wade into this controversy now is something that we await.
Right, let's just stay with news from Karnataka. And when it comes to the change of guard, that is something that the Cooperation Minister Rajana has said earlier as well, hinting at that revolutionary political development in the state post-September is something he's gone on to talk about yet again. In fact, he has spoken about cabinet reshuffle later this year. Let's listen in to what Rajana has reiterated, talking about whether it will be a change of leadership between, of course, D.K. Shivkumar there taking charge as opposed to Siddharamaiah. That is something he said. Listen in.
ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹೌದಲ್ಲ, ಇದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ತಪ್ಪು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಆ ಥರ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾನ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನಡೀರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ.
Well, it's quite surprising that this happens time and again. Whenever you have, the Congress top brass in Karnataka, or when you have, the state leadership in Delhi, you have one or the other controversial statements that do keep coming in, either from the legislators, either from the ministers themselves. And this time, Mr. K. N. Rajana, who's been in the habit of making some controversial statements, he was the one who had stoked a huge row and he said there's going to be a huge political revolution. Now reiterating that statement in front of the media after the cabinet yesterday, and then he's going on to say that has he ever made a statement that has been proved wrong? So he says, wait in anticipation, I don't want to spoil the surprise, it is going to happen. He's raked this issue at a time when Mr. Siddharamaiah has tried to put an end to it, saying that the High Command has decided that he's going to continue for 5 years. So what is the revolution that he's really referring to? He says, let's wait and watch.
Thank you so much, Deepak, for getting us all those details. And let's just switch tracks now to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is in Maldives. He had received quite a welcome at the airport. It wasn't just, Mohammad Muizu there to receive him, but also the Indian diaspora out in large number. Chants of, Indian chants were heard by that Indian diaspora there to welcome the Prime Minister in the capital, Male. This also is an occasion that is being marked with the 60th, Independence Day that is now going to be celebrated tomorrow. In fact, it is the Prime Minister who is the chief guest at that celebration event. He was, there were Indian dancers as well as soon as the Prime Minister arrived in Maldives. A very significant visit there because this is a visit that is going to improve relationships between the two nations. And do remember, this wasn't something that was seeming possible at least 18 months ago. But of course, after that visit of Mohammad Muizu just last year, this is Prime Minister Modi there. And right after a very significant visit that he has wrapped up in the United Kingdom, this is Prime Minister Modi there arriving in Maldives for that 2-day visit. He will be attending the nation's 60th Independence Day celebrations. He is the chief guest there. He was welcomed by Muizu at the airport itself. The visit marks the first time Muizu has hosted a head of government since taking office in November of 2023.
We are very excited to welcome Modi for this trip, and it's really very excited, just waiting for him to come so that we can see him.
Actually, I'm feeling so excited to see our Honorable PM Modi ji.
We are very eager to wait to see meet our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. He is a dynamic personality. We never see such a personality in future also.
I feel privileged.
Ghazali joining us to get us the latest of Prime Minister Modi's visit. Ghazali, coming on the heels of that very crucial, that landmark visit of Prime Minister Modi in UK, take us to the significance of this visit of his in the Maldives.
It is a very significant visit to Maldives. Maldives happens to be our key partner when it comes to maritime security in the Indian Ocean region. Also because for the last many years, India has been carrying out many infrastructure projects in Maldives, which is public infrastructure projects, which is one of the focus of our diplomacy to encourage people-to-people exchanges. So that is why you will see that how Prime Minister will be inaugurating some of the virtual inauguration of projects which is related to schools, parks and hospitals. And the other significance being that we have seen it being a turnaround in diplomacy, that somebody who was chosen to power in Maldives, Mr. Moizu, on an anti-India plank, who spoke about that how Indian troops should be moved out of Maldives. The ministers in his government last year were issuing insulting comments towards India, which also led to our people from Indian nationals boycotting Maldives as a tourist destination. But all that has been reset in the third term of Prime Minister Modi. Mr. Moizu was invited for the swearing-in ceremony. He has already paid 2 visits. Many high-profile visits have happened from his cabinet to India, and our External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar has also been to Maldives. So that shows that both the countries are now looking forward and moving towards positive diplomacy and positive relationship.
Right, of course, Ghazali, a very, very significant visit there, and of course this really marks the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between the two nations. And also the importance of this visit is not only just to strengthen the bilateral cooperation, but it also reaffirms India's commitment to its neighbourhood first policy in the Indian Ocean region. Thank you, Ghazali, for all of that. Now, Prime Minister Modi is breaking records. Today, he's completed 4,078 days in office, surpassing former Prime Minister, the late Indira Gandhi, who had recorded 4,077 consecutive days as the Prime Minister of India. With this milestone, the Prime Minister becomes the second longest consecutively serving Prime Minister in India's history, behind only the country's first, that's Prime Minister Jhalawar Nehru. Prime Minister Modi is the first and only Prime Minister born after independence, the longest serving non-Congress Prime Minister, and the longest serving Prime Minister from a non-Hindi speaking state. So milestones galore as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned, the second longest serving Prime Minister, breaking the record set by the late Indira Gandhi, the Prime Minister of India. Now, this is from local to global. The Prime Minister there, really breaking records and several feats for this non-Congress leader, the longest serving Prime Minister from a non-Hindi speaking state. Akhilesh, my colleague, joining us to take us through. Akhilesh, this is a very significant feat of the Prime Minister, breaking records set earlier, particularly by Indira Gandhi, and making him the second longest serving Prime Minister. And from the looks of it, he's going to be breaking Jawaharlal Nehru's record as well.
Yes, correct. In fact, he's going to complete his third term in 2029, and there is going to be a big achievement as far as the first non-Congress Prime Minister is concerned. Today, being the 25th of July, he has completed and he's overtaken Indira Gandhi's record of the longest serving Prime Minister in continuity after Jawaharlal Nehru. And in fact, he is the only leader in India who has been in the office for the past 24 years. First as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and now as the Prime Minister of the country. And in fact, in his leadership, under his leadership, the party has won 6 elections, 3 elections in the 3 assembly elections in Gujarat and 3 Lok Sabha elections in center. And that's why he has emerged as the most popular leader as far as India's politics is concerned. And in the coming days also we can see him making many records. As you mentioned, that he is the first non-Congress Prime Minister under whose leadership the party has won absolute majority in Parliament. He has completed his full term, and apart from that, there are several distinctions as far as Mr. Modi is concerned. So in the future also we'll see him breaking many records.
Absolutely, Akhilesh. Thank you so much for, of course, getting us details of Prime Minister Modi there becoming the second longest serving Prime Minister. He's broken the record that was set by Indira Gandhi, and this is a milestone as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned. He is the first Prime Minister from a non-Hindi speaking state. This is quite a feat as well, and he has broken records by now becoming the second longest serving Prime Minister. This is after Independence Day, the longest serving non-Congress Prime Minister as well. So a milestone that has been etched and set by Prime Minister Modi, and many more such milestones that are in fact in the making Well, let's just also now get you more news coming in. Switching tracks now to a shocking incident that's come to light. And this is an incident that has been reported from Uttar Pradesh's Ghaziabad. Two men disguised as food delivery agents, Blinkit and Swiggy agents, robbed a jewelry shop in a matter of 5 to 6 minutes. How did all this happen? My colleague Anushka has the details.
Move straight out of some movie scene. This heist has in fact taken place in Ghaziabad's Brij Vihar area. It is a local residential area where the jewelry store was. The name of the store is Mansi Jewelers, where the incident happened, where two armed assailants wearing the costume of a delivery boy was in fact went inside the jewelry store, and not just that, they in fact threatened and intimidated the staff who were working there at the time. And after that, they looted 25 kilograms of silver and 125 grams of gold from that particular store. At that time, when the assailants were inside the store, the owner of the store was in the loo, and the staff there in fact started screaming and raising alarms as to two people have in fact came inside and in fact started to loot the whole shop, and that is when they called the police. The police arrived after 15 to 20 minutes of getting the call. They have secured the CCTV footage. They are in fact right now, as we are speaking, because this is a developing story, we do know that the police have in fact raised a manhunt for the both of the assailants that had in fact went on inside the Mansi Jewelers to in fact complete the loot. And after that, what we do know by now is that both the assailants are right now on the run, and the police is in fact right now looking for them, searching for them at different various locations. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Anushka Garg, getting us details of a very shocking incident that's come to light from Ghaziabad. And the entire incident has been captured on CCTV visuals that you saw of men address, that they were delivery agents from Blinkit and Swiggy. With that, sipping a short break, back with the whole lot more on the other side. Just stay with us. And Rajasthan school building that has collapsed has now resulted in the death of 6 poor students, little children who have died in a tragedy. This was a very old building, dilapidated in its condition. Many concerns and complaints were flagged in this direction to no avail. No plan to modify the preamble is what the Law Minister has gone on to say. Clarification made remove words such as socialism and secularism. That is being called, but the top Modi government minister backing RSS leaders called. Udayanidhi Salan hits out at EPS, says that the AIADMK is trying to pave way for the BJP's entry into the state of Tamil Nadu, and EPS switch sides. That kind of betrayal must be uprooted. Karnataka minister opens a fresh front against its own government. It is Rajana who had earlier also said that there will be a change in guard, and that's expected after September, reiterating the same, hinting at Siddaramaiah taking charge as the chief minister.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palaniswamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defense, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, that's Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Its fire from Bihar to Karnataka. It's Rahul Gandhi. They're saying the election commission is not doing its job properly. BJP is asking Rahul Gandhi to present proof in regard to the cheating claims that are being made by Rahul Gandhi. New political role for actor turned politician Kamal Hassan. He makes his parliament debut. He takes charge, takes oath as a Rajya Sabha MP. Murder convict who managed to escape from jail for 10 hours has been caught. This is the convict who was serving life imprisonment in the Kannur jail in Kerala. Managed to escape at 1:15. He managed to change his clothes. He is handicapped. He managed to scale the wall and was finally nabbed and caught by the police 10 hours later. Rajasthan school tragedy that erupted early this morning at 8:30 when the little school children were at school. 6 children so far have died in a tragedy. The death toll could go up even further. There are many feared to be trapped under rubble. No plan to modify a preamble is what the law minister has gone on to say. Clarifications are made. Remove socialist and secular calls. This is the top Modi government minister backing RSS leaders' call. Prime Minister Modi has reached Maldives. He was welcomed by Mohammad Muizzu at the airport. He met with the Indian diaspora, heard chants of Jai Shri Ram and Bharat Maa Ki Jai and that Indian dance. Of course, a lot lined up over between today and tomorrow. He will be the chief guest at the 60th Independence Day in Maldives. Let's get you our top story. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vatwa. Well, a lot lined up at 12 o'clock this afternoon. The row over Bihar voter list has escalated to a full-blown confrontation between the opposition and the Election Commission, with protests that have been played out from the Parliament to Patna. We can see visuals playing out of the opposition, whether it's Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, all tearing up copies of SIR right outside the Parliament. Do remember both the houses were adjourned. Rajya Sabha, however, has resumed at the moment, but the protest march that has been carried out by the opposition resulted in that symbolic SIR copies being torn and thrown in a bin. The Election Commission has hit out in full force, calling the allegations that have been made by Rahul Gandhi, really demanding proof and saying that all the allegations are baseless. So this is after Rahul Gandhi has gone on to claim, cheating as far as the Karnataka seat is concerned, saying that there was cheating that was conducted in one particular constituency in Karnataka, saying that the Congress party has 100% proof. The Election Commission also hasn't been, carrying out its business properly. They haven't been working properly, is the allegation that's been made by Rahul Gandhi. Of course, the Election Commission calling those allegations completely baseless. The BJP asking for proof in the matter. And this really is the opposition leaders that have been protesting, demanding the revision exercise be halted. As far as Bihar is concerned, the protest that has entered its fourth day. Do remember, this is the fifth day of the monsoon session of the parliament. For 4 days of continuous protests that we are seeing outside the parliament. These are visuals that are playing out of that march that took place just outside the parliament. Let's listen into the reactions coming about.
Well, after the protest that took place in the parliament by the India Bloc MPs, now what we are witnessing just outside the Makar Dwar, there has been this dustbin which had been placed. This is a disposal bin which has been placed just outside the Makar Dwar, and several of the MPs which were holding the placard of SIR written over it, they are tearing it down and throwing it in this disposal bin. This is a messaging that the India Bloc MPs want to give out, that the SIR should be thrown in the disposal bin as being done by the Election Commission of India. The entire process should be thrown in such a disposal bin. This is not acceptable at all by the opposition MPs, and therefore they want discussion in the House. It's a vote chori, vote bandi, something that the opposition MPs have called in, and this disposal bin had been kept by the opposition MPs right outside the Makar Dwar. A significant messaging that the India Bloc MPs want to give while there is a continuous parliament log jam, adjournments which we are witnessing on a daily basis on the SIR issue.
Provide us with what we're asking for. Why are they not providing voters lists? It should be a transparent, it's a democracy. All political parties should have access to that information. So why is it not being provided?
विरोध करेंगे। बिहार के जनता का सवाल है, गरीबों का सवाल है, गरीबों का नाम कट रहा है सबको। जो बाहर गया 4 करोड़ लोग, उसको क्या होगा? उसको तो वोटर आई कार्ड नहीं मिलेगा, वो वोट से वंचित हो जाएगा। पहले जवाब तो देना चाहिए सरकार को। राज्य सरकार की जिम्मेदारी नहीं बनता है, राज्य सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनता है।
Bharatiya Janata Party Rajya Sabha MP from Karnataka, Lahar Singh is with me. Sir, repeated adjournments because of the SIR row. There are complete parliament log jam. Working is not being done because of these protests which are happening. Yesterday, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi gave a remark that he had substantial proof that in one of the constituency in Karnataka there has been rigging, and the opposition parties are behind the Election Commission of India. How do you see these claims?
देखिए, आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी बड़े जिम्मेदार पद पर विराजमान हैं। उनसे मेरा आग्रह भी है और रिक्वेस्ट भी है कि जो भी सबूत उनके पास में है वो इलेक्शन कमीशन को दें, जनता के सामने रखें। और मैं समझता हूँ कि उनको चाहिए कि प्रधानमंत्री से मिलकर के अगर कोई संदेह है उनको दूर किया जा सके, क्योंकि वो अपोजिशन लीडर पे जिस पर कई बड़े बड़े नेता विराजमान रहे हैं, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जैसे लोग कई बड़े नेता रहे हैं, तो उस पद पर वो विराजमान है। तो सरकार के साथ मिलकर के अगर कोई संदेह है तो जनता के हित में उनको दूर करना चाहिए। और ये सबका आग्रह होना चाहिए कि इलेक्ट्रोल जो है उसमें जाली मतदाता नहीं होने चाहिए। और मैं समझता हूँ कांग्रेस नेतृत्व भी इस बात को समझता होगा, और ये वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के चलते ये जो कर रहे हैं ये सही नहीं है।
माननीय सदस्यगण, मैंने हमेशा सदन में ये प्रयास किया है कि सदन चले, और विशेष रूप से प्रश्नकाल के समय मेरा हमेशा प्रयास रहता है कि प्रश्नकाल माननीय सदस्यों का समय होता है और उस पर व्यापक चर्चा होनी चाहिए, और चर्चा में सरकार की जवाबदेही होती है। लेकिन पिछले मैं कुछ दिनों से देख रहा हूं कि सदन को नियोजित तरीके से बाधा करी जाती है, तख्तियां नारेबाजी की जा रही है। माननीय सदस्यगण, अगर आपको कोई मुद्दों पर चर्चा करनी है, कोई विषय पर चर्चा करनी है, तो आप आए। मैं हर मुद्दे पर सरकार से बात कर और चर्चा का रास्ता निकाला जा सकता है। लेकिन हम केवल आते ही सदन के अंदर या सदन के बाहर तख्तियां नारेबाजी करें, ये उचित नहीं है। आपको लगता है आप आइए, मैं सरकार के प्रतिनिधियों को बुलाता हूं, आपको बुलाता हूं, मुद्दों पर चर्चा करें, विषयों पर चर्चा करें, लेकिन ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र है, हमारे पीछे 20-20 लाख लोग बड़ी अपेक्षाओं से सदन को देखते हैं। लोग देखते हैं हमारे मुद्दों पर, हमारे विषयों पर, हमारी आकांक्षाओं, हमारी चिंता पर सदन पे चर्चा होगी। आप तख्तियां लेकर नारेबाजी करते हैं, ये उचित नहीं है।
Lok Sabha Speaker there saying planned disruption is not a good idea. In fact, Lok Sabha adjourned till 2 o'clock this afternoon, and Rajya Sabha has been adjourned. In fact, will resume only on Monday the 28th. And do remember, on Monday the 28th is when the Prime Minister is expected to make a statement between Monday and Tuesday. So Monday will be the lower house, and it will be Tuesday the upper house, and that discussion, that debate, that 16-hour debate on Operation Sindoor is expected to take place. So will that be also will go as planned or not is the big question. For now, disruptions continue. We've seen Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi protesting, and other members, opposition uniting in its stand, carrying out posters, in fact tearing up copies of SIR and throwing it in a bin. In fact, it's Priyanka Gandhi Vadra who was heard saying that there should be, the process needs to be transparent, and that is something that she is demanding. And of course, Rahul Gandhi there claiming that the Election Commission is not doing its job properly. While staying with news from the parliament, it was actor turned politician M&M chief Kamal Haasan who made his parliament debut, taking oath as a Rajya Sabha MP today. He took oath in Tamil, drawing a rousing reception. And this is, of course, the DMK marking that significant shift from his initial goal for M&M to be an alternative to the AIA-DMK and DMK. When asked about his Rajya Sabha candidature, Kamal Haasan has said that he hoped that he could really live up to the expectations as far as people of Tamil Nadu are concerned, raise their voices in the parliament also, and also talking about conducting his duty with honor, and that is something that he plans on doing. Listen.
மாநிலங்கள் அவையின் உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் கமல் ஹாசன் எனும் நான் சட்டத்தினால் நிறுவப்பெற்றதான இந்திய அரசியல் சட்டத்தின் மீது உண்மையான பற்றார்வமும் பற்றுறுதியும் கொண்டிருப்பேன் என்றும் இந்தியாவின் இறையாண்மையையும் ஒருமைப்பாட்டையும் உறுதியாக பற்றி நிற்பேன் என்றும் நான் இப்போது ஏற்கவிருக்கும் கடமையினை நேர்மையாக நிறைவேற்றுவேன் என்றும் விழுமிய முறைமையுடன் உறுதி கூறுகிறேன். வணக்கம்.
Well, let's get you the latest break news coming in, and this is in regard to the school collapse that took place in Jhalawar. Many students fear to be trapped. So far, from what we do know, is that 6 students have died because of that roof and wall collapse that took place at 8:30 this morning while the school was on and in session. 60 students are believed to be inside, along with teachers and staffers of a very old school. This was a building that was very, very old. It was in a dilapidated state, and that is a complaint that was flagged for a very long time but went to no avail, and that has resulted in this tragedy that occurred early this morning at 8:30. Rescue operations are underway. Many other children are feared to be trapped under rubble. That death toll is feared to could perhaps go up is what one is fearing at this particular point in time. The locals, the teachers, all assisting in rescue operations that are underway. The Prime Minister also, who is currently in the Maldives, has also in fact put out a message, condoling the attack. This is, the collapse of the building. And this really is at a time raising questions from the opposition as well. And also people in Rajasthan, because it's a third such incident that has been flagged this very year as well. We're talking about another incident in Rajasthan where the wall of a toilet collapsed, in which a girl died. There were 3 other girls who died because of the roof collapse of a water tank, again at a school in Rajasthan. Harsha, my colleague, joining us to get us the very latest. Harsha, take us through, of course, reactions pouring in from the Prime Minister there to, of course, Ashok Gehlot, the former Chief Minister, reacting as well. The Education Minister also reacting. But why is it that nothing was done about this old building, which was in a dilapidated condition? Concerns were raised to no avail, and it's little children who have paid the price today, and the concern really being for those who continue to be feared, trapped inside.
Well, yes, we have accessed, in fact, a letter written by the Education Secretary just 10 days ago, where he's asked all school principals to make the school grounds safe, to make the schools safe. And he's also said that, given the monsoon, the Vidyalaya Parisar and staff, there should be proper safety taken for the staff and the students. He's also said that wherever there is water leakage and seepage, then children should not be asked or allowed to sit in those school buildings. Now, the Education Secretary, Mr. Krishna Kunal, has told NDTV in an exclusive chat, he's told us he's on his way to Jhalawar, that the government has asked all school principals immediately, in fact just 10 days ago, to be very careful and not let children sit in buildings which could possibly collapse. As far as this school building is concerned, there is an old part of the school building and there is a new part of the school building. The new part of the school building is safe. There is RCC there. But this two old classrooms where the class 7 children were sitting, those classrooms were old, and that part has collapsed. That's why if you see the age group of the 6 children who've died, they are between 8 and 14 years old. So it was class 7, classroom where this accident happened. And a letter was written just 10 days ago that that the children should be made safe in their classrooms. Like we mentioned earlier, 2 such incidents had happened in Rajasthan, one in Barmer's Chauhatan and one in Bikaner. And after that, in fact, they've even written a letter about exposed wiring and also about open tanks. So these kind of precautions were sent out, but obviously somewhere the system did not react, or the administration did not react, which led to a tragic incident like this. As of now, as far as rescue operations are concerned, all the children have been taken out. 6 children are dead and 2 are in a critical state. They are in Jhalawar hospital.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for getting us details. And of course, this is raising a lot of concern, a lot of red flags that are now being raised all over again. But, this really comes about at a time, Harsha, where you're highlighting that complaints were, in fact, made in the past regarding this particular school building itself. "60 kids inside that school building." This is a government school in Jhalawar in Rajasthan. Was a school building. In fact, as you can see, it's now in ruins, and that is because of the roof and the walls that collapsed early this morning while the school was in session. Rescue operations are continuing. They are underway. It is very tragic there, Harsha, heartbreaking at that. These are little children, because the school was only up till class 8. And here we have, complaints that were made in the past, flagging concerns about the condition of the school, the condition of the building, that it was in ruins, and that there was help that was required in order to make sure that, the school could continue functioning, and that, but to no avail, nothing was done about it. Was anyone even there to take stock of the situation? How is the Education Minister now reacting to this tragedy?
Well, the Education Minister has been rushed there by the Chief Minister. Obviously, they've said they're going to fix inquiry at the highest level, but that is after 6 children have died. And earlier this year also we had reported deaths where we've had 4 children who've died inside school premises because of, buildings that are either dilapidated or not strong enough, or perhaps the construction was low quality. The point is, the government needs to do an inquiry. As of now, what we have understood is that part of the school building was relatively new. It had an RCC structure, but part of it was old, and that's the bit which collapsed, leading to these deaths. But the point is that the education department is sending a circular. I have that circular in front of me. Perhaps we can even show it on the school, on our screens. It was just issued 10 days ago, where the education department is clearly telling all principals and district administration, please make schools safe. I mean, there's a lot of rain that's happening. If there's any kind of seepage that is there in schools, children should not be sitting in those classrooms. And still, till 3 days ago in Karoli, there was a picture that we have of children sitting and studying with the school roof leaking. There are clear instructions about this. Secondly, there was also clear instructions regarding wiring, and also that open tanks, etc., should be made safe. So somewhere in the system, I think accountability needs to be fixed, and the government needs to ask those questions as to why that did not happen. As far as complaints are concerned, of course, I mean, you've had an incident like this in February this year. You've had a similar incident in March that year when there were no rains, and still you have portions of school buildings collapsing. You have a water tank that's made for children where the roof collapses. So obviously it's either bad quality construction, so that needs to be looked at, and in cases of rain, obviously the situation is worse.
And incidents that have been reported in February of this year when it wasn't the rainy season, really raising questions in regard to, and it's not just the school building, but also the water tanks collapsing, the toilets collapsing. Harsha, a very important issue that needs to be raised. What is the opposition really saying on this?
Well, the opposition, of course, is also under fire because a lot of these schools were made during their tenure. So we know how the government system works, and we know that time again, people have flagged bad quality constructions, not just in school buildings, but in roads that have separated into two, in potholes that you can see across most of Rajasthan and perhaps across this country, roads that have been laid out that suddenly develop potholes in just one rain. So the quality of construction is something that the citizens of have always been flagging. The opposition is, of course, quick to take the lead in this. But what the ruling BJP in Rajasthan is also saying is that these constructions also happened during your tenure. So what are we doing to ensure that the quality of construction is solid, safe, and there is no corruption in that? That, I think, is the larger question. And of course, secondly, when the rains come in, then immediately the district administration needs to look at wiring, they need to look at safety of buildings, and they need to look at safety of roads. I mean, it's not as tragic as this was, but recently in Jaipur, a boy lost his phone because he went into a khad in the middle of Jaipur in a big pothole which was covered by rainwater. So that's the kind of daily challenges that the citizens face when they step out of their homes. Now, these are very basic things. And I think, like I said, the larger issue is who is responsible in this big, gigantic mammoth of a system. Where do you fix responsibility? And where does the buck stop?
Where does the buck stop? And who's really paying the price for all of this? Little children. 6 children have died in this tragedy. The fear is that death toll could increase because there are many children who are believed to be stuck, trapped under rubble. Harsha, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Let's just get you the latest, and this is in regard to a convict who was serving life imprisonment. He managed to escape from the Kannur Central Prison in Kerala at about 1 o'clock at night. And he, managed to escape from prison. He stayed out for about 10 hours before he was nabbed by the police and brought back to prison. To remember, he is the convict in the Soumya rape and murder case, a 23-year-old woman who was traveling by train, and she was assaulted. She was attacked by this man. She was raped and murdered. And following a police investigation, he was apprehended and sentenced to life imprisonment. The man managed to escape jail. He is said to be handicapped. He scaled the wall. He, in fact, managed to change his clothes as well, and finally was found by the police and brought back to jail, but raising a lot of concern and a lot of questions in regard to the security of this very high secure jail in Kannur. My colleague Let's get you breaking news coming in, and this breaking news is in regard to the judge impeachment case. Now, top ministers are meeting with Congress chief Rahul Gandhi. We're talking about a very crucial meeting coming up, a meeting over Justice Varma's impeachment. The aim is to bring the opposition on board as well in the Justice Varma impeachment case. To remember, this is a judge at his residence. There was a lot of money that was recovered, and this was on the occasion of Holi. While he wasn't at his residence, he wasn't even in town, but there was a fire that broke out, and which resulted in the fire department reaching there in order to douse out that fire. When they recovered, a lot of cash that was recovered from this room inside the residence of Yashwant Verma, which has resulted in a lot of, the opposition up in arms asking for action to be taken against the judge. Aishwarya joining us to get us the very latest. Aishwarya, what is this meeting all about?
On one page, it is Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and Arjuna Meghwal, who has now went to meet Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, and Mallikarjun Kharge, leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, to be on a single page as far as the impeachment against Justice Verma is concerned. Remember, in the Rajya Sabha earlier, it was 63 MPs from the opposition who submitted the impeachment motion, and then Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar announced it from the chair. It was the government at that point in time. It was not being informed, and the government wanted the same, the same thing to happen. What has been done in the Lok Sabha with 145 MPs signing the impeachment motion and submitting to the Lok Sabha Speaker from both the government and from the opposition. And therefore, the reason perhaps to bring the opposition and government on the same page, an important meeting is still underway to bring the consensus between the ruling dispensation and the opposition for submitting the impeachment. And there is also a process simultaneously which is going on to take back that particular impeachment that was received by Jagdeep Dhankar at that point in time by only and only opposition MPs.
Right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us the very latest. Let's get you breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to Parliament disruption. The Lok Sabha Speaker calling for a meeting, calling for an all-party meeting due to repeated disruptions in the Parliament. It is Om Birla that was heard that these planned disruptions aren't right, and that isn't good. A Parliament that has been stalled over voter list row now for the fifth consecutive day. Do remember, this was the first week of the monsoon session of the Parliament, and day 5 of very little business that has been carried out, and a lot of taxpayers' money that has been wasted because of no business in the ongoing monsoon session. So there have been disruptions rather than debates, and that has also led to protests that have been carried out consecutively for the last 4 days of the 5 days of the monsoon session. So the Lok Sabha Speaker there asking for an all-party meeting in order to raise this issue of disruptions, these repeated disruptions in the Parliament. So Om Birla there talking about how there have been planned disruptions, and that is not good. That is something that has been brought up. Do remember that the Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Rajya Sabha has been adjourned and will only resume next week on Monday, the 28th of July. So both houses have seen disruptions as opposed to debates. Aishwarya joining us to get us the very latest. Aishwarya, take us through this call for a meeting by the Lok Sabha Speaker.
Well, that's right. It is government who has been continuously urging the opposition parties to have a healthy discussion inside the parliament. But we have seen for the last 5 days repeated adjournments being seen as far as the entire Bihar SIR now. There has been minimal work that has been done because of these adjournments and a complete parliamentary logjam. And therefore, the reason perhaps Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has called an all-party meeting at 12:30, and all the floor leaders would be invited as to how to end this logjam in the parliament. Because remember, it is the BAC of the Lok Sabha which has decided that from Monday onwards, 16 hours of duration had been allotted for the discussion on Operation Sindoor, and government does not want any such disruptions during this debate and to pan out smoothly. And for the upcoming next week working, it is the Lok Sabha Speaker who had called an all-important all-party meeting at his chambers.
Right. Well, Shwarya, stay with us for our next story as well. And this is in regard to, of course, coming about after, the stepping down of the Rajya Sabha's, Speaker and the Vice President. We're talking about the new Vice President election process that is underway. That is what has been confirmed. And we are talking about the Election Commission has gone on to say that it has begun that process and that it's holding the Vice Presidential election and has started constituting the Electoral College comprising the MPs of both houses of the parliament. The poll panel said that it will also be finalizing returning officers for the vice presidential election. This is something, Aishwarya, on expected lines, that announcement that we were expecting before the end of the week. And of course, it's going to be a month's time from now when the new vice president will be taking charge. But of course, the big question will be who will be succeeding Jagdeep Dhankar. Aishwarya. So, of course, that process has begun and that is what we've heard, and this is in regard to the new vice president, and that will take some time. It's a process that takes time, but a month's deadline has been given, which basically means by the end of August, we will have that new vice president taking charge. For now, of course, we do know that Jagdeep Dhankar, resigned from his position. It was a very abrupt, a very sudden exit there on health reasons, on health grounds. But of course, the opposition and many questioning that decision that's been taken by Jagdeep Dhankar. Let's get you the latest when it comes to the Maharashtra rummy scandal that has rocked the state, and sources indicating that the minister who was caught red-handed may lose his agriculture portfolio. Remember, the video showing the minister playing rummy in the assembly has caused a political storm in the state, with the opposition calling for his ouster. Do remember it was Rohit Pawar who had flagged that clip, raised questions as well. But on the other side, the agriculture minister first pointed fingers at Rohit Pawar, saying he's the one who's addicted to rummy, claiming that the agriculture minister didn't even know how to play rummy and that it wasn't rummy but it was solitaire, which popped up on his phone while he was trying to look at the proceedings in the lower house. He had opened YouTube, but this was an ad that popped out. That is the justification that was made. But it is Ajit Pawar there saying that there will be a meeting that's coming up next week in the presence of the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and that there will be questioning of the agriculture minister. Will action be taken? Let's listen in to Ajit Pawar.
मैं उनके साथ बात करूंगा मंडे को या ट्यूसडे को. मैं अगर मंडे रहूंगा तो मंडे को, ट्यूसडे रहूंगा तो ट्यूसडे को, और उसके बारे में फिर मैं उनका जो भी कहना है वो सुनूंगा, फिर चीफ मिनिस्टर के साथ बात करके आगे का दूसरा.
Well, hints being dropped by Ajit Pawar of action perhaps that will be taken in this regard, something that is being demanded. In fact, the opposition there asking for the removal, in fact, that he should have resigned in the first place. And if he hasn't resigned, why is action not being taken against him? Let's just switch tracks now to Odisha in the cash haul case, the cash that was found at a government official's home. We're talking about 1.5 crore rupees found in searches in Odisha. Take a look at that wall of money, money that is being stacked up at that residence of the official in Odisha. Biscuits being found. These are gold biscuits. Coins also being found during searches by the Vigilance Department. Over 1 crore in cash that has been found at the home of the Deputy Ranger in a concealed chest of drawers in the apartment complex. This is in Odisha. We're talking about 1.44 crore rupees approximately, and counting machines have been brought in for counting that currency notes. The searches were carried out at the home of Rama Chandra Nepak, Deputy Ranger. 4 gold biscuits and 16 gold coins have also been found, and there is counting that is underway. So far, from what we can tell, from what we do know, this is over 1 crore rupees of currency notes that have been recovered. Cash found at a government official's residence. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Political storm over voters list. The opposition leaders tearing symbolic SIR copies and throwing it into a bin. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra asking for transparency, saying that is what is lacking as far as the Election Commission is concerned. Rahul Gandhi saying they don't even function properly. BJP saying, asking in fact Rahul Gandhi, the opposition, to present the proof that the Congress has about the cheating that was carried out by the Election Commission in Karnataka. New political role when it comes to Kamal Hassan. Kamal Hassan there taking on the role of the Rajya Sabha MP. That is the parliament debut of the actor turned politician. In Kerala, a murder convict serving life imprisonment managed to scale the wall. A handicap that too, changed his clothes, was out of prison for 10 hours before the police managed to nab him and take him back to the Kannur prison in Kerala.
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense says at no point of time on this 36-hour journey was there any reason to believe that they were either detected or reacted to?
Well, they weren't detected, because if they were, then they'd be in some serious trouble. It's one of the most unbelievable missions, one of the most historic long-range strike missions. There were 7 B-2s, which by B-2 standards is a fair number of them. There was deception in the very beginning. There was a sense that some of them were flying west across the Pacific. In fact, they weren't. And even if a few planes were positioned in one area, they were not going to be flying the Pacific route.
That was the big distraction.
On social media said, you see the bombers, they're now flying west, so you know what's coming your way. But no, they flew them east across the Atlantic. There were 125 aircraft in total involved. Refuelers were involved at every stage. There were fighter aircraft which linked up 4th generation and 5th generation planes, 5th generation being stealth aircraft. And then after an 18-hour flight one way, right, shortly before they struck their targets, which was primarily Fordo, using a remarkable weapon which we'll talk about called the GBU-57, 30,000-pound weapon.
Monster.
Before that took place, there were several land attack cruise missiles launched from American submarines and possibly destroyers as well. Possibly in the Persian Gulf, submarines, they don't tell us a location that could be as far.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Breaking news coming in and breaking news coming out of Tamil Nadu, and this is EPS hitting back at Udayanidhi. This is Udayanidhi, do remember, had claimed that basically after making claims, Udayanidhi is now being attacked by EPS. EPS has now gone on to claim that this is a conspiracy to break the alliance. The EPS jibe after Udayanidhi Stalin's remark. This is a conspiracy to break the alliance with the BJP. Do remember that he had gone on to say, Udayanidhi, in regard to EPS attacking him, and AIADMK saying that this is a tactic in order to pave the way for the BJP to make inroads into the state of Tamil Nadu, and had also gone on to say that he switched tracks, while hitting out at EPS, that he switched tracks, and this is the kind of betrayal that needs to be uprooted. Of course, Udayanidhi Stalin making those comments not just about EPS and also about AIADMK, but also hitting out at the central government for not allocating any kind of money when it comes to education in the state of Tamil Nadu, unlike what they've done in BJP-ruled states such as Uttar Pradesh. So, of course, Udayanidhi Stalin's remarks, particularly in regard to EPS, has now had EPS reacting to it, saying that this is nothing but a way to break the alliance with the BJP. That is how EPS is reacting to the attack of Udayanidhi Stalin. Udayanidhi Stalin there had attacked EPS, saying that he had switched tracks. He had in fact gone underground. He was in hiding. He has in fact all this is being made in order to pave the way for the BJP to make its entry into the state of Tamil Nadu, and that's the kind of betrayal that needs to be uprooted. Let's get you the reactions coming in.
அதிமுக பாஜக கூட்டணியை உடைக்கிறதுக்கு சதி நடக்குன்னு சொல்றீங்க. அந்த சதியை யாரு பண்றதுன்னு சொல்ல மாட்டேங்குது. அதான் வெளியில தான பேட்டி கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்கல்ல, அவங்க தான் உடைக்கிறாங்க. வெளியே தவறுதலா பேசிட்டு இருக்காங்கல்ல, என்னென்ன பேசுறாங்க? நான் தான் கூட்டத்துல பேசிட்டு இருக்கேன், உங்களுக்கு தெரியாத ஒண்ணும் கிடையாது, எல்லாமே தெரியும். தெரியாத மாதிரி நீ கேள்வி கேட்கறீங்க.
திமுகவோட ஓரணியில் தமிழ்நாடு நீங்க விமர்சனம் பண்றீங்க. அதே நேரத்தில் உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் வந்து அதுக்கு பதிலடி கொடுத்திருக்காரு. என்ன சொல்லிருக்காருன்னா, நாங்க வந்து அமித்ஷா வீட்டு கதவையோ கமலாலயத்து கதவையோ தட்டல, மக்களுடைய கதவை தட்டி தான் நாங்க வந்து உறுப்பினர் சேர்க்கிறோம் சொல்லியிருக்காரு.
சரி, நான் கதவை தட்டலையும் சரி, இன்றைக்கு இருக்கிற முதலமைச்சரும் இதே உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலினும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் கதவை தட்டினாங்கல்ல, அது யாருடைய கதவை தட்டினாங்க? அவர்கள் கதவை தட்டினா சரி, நாங்க போய் ஒரு உள்துறை அமைச்சரை சந்திச்சா தப்பு. இந்திய நாட்டுடைய உள்துறை அமைச்சர் தானே அவரு, வேற யாரும் இல்ல.
பாஜகவும் அவங்களுடைய ஒன்றிய அரசும் அப்படிப்பட்ட தமிழக பாஜகவோடு எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி மறுபடியும் கூட்டணி வச்சிருக்கிறார். அது எப்படிப்பட்ட கூட்டணி? சென்ற தேர்தல் கொடுத்தவர் என்ன சொன்னாரு திரு எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி அவர்கள்? இந்த தேர்தல் கிடையாது, 2035 நாங்க என்னைக்கும் பாஜகவோட கூட்டணி வைக்க மாட்டோம்னு சொன்னாரா இல்லையா? ஆனா இப்ப என்ன பண்ணாரு? 2 மாசத்துக்கு முன்னாடி 4 காடு மாறி போய் முக்காடு போட்டுறான். முக்காடு மட்டும் தான் போடல, முக்காடு போடாத முறைய ஒளிஞ்சு மறைஞ்சு போய் கூட்டணி வச்சுட்டு பண்ணிருக்கிறாரு. இந்த துரோக கூட்டணியை வீழ்த்த வேண்டிய பொறுப்பு தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு குடும்பத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு வாக்காளர்களுக்கு இருக்கு. ஏன்னா நம்ம தேர்தலுக்காகவோ எண்ணிக்கைக்காக உறுப்பினர்களை சேர்க்கல, வாக்காளர்களாக உறுப்பினர்கள் சேர்க்கல. தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய மண், மொழி, மானம் காக்க ஓரணியில் தமிழ்நாடு என்ற கழகத்தின் கீழ் கழகத்துடைய குடும்பங்களை, தமிழக குடும்பங்களை நாம் செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிறோம்.
Daniel joining us, Sam, after Udayanidhi Stalin, the Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, said, really hitting out at EPS, saying that you betray the people of Tamil Nadu and that needs to be uprooted. In fact, he's gone on to say that this is all being done in order to pave way for the BJP into the state of Tamil Nadu. But EPS has now reacted. Take us through his reaction.
That's right, there's a war of words between the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu and the key opposition AIADMK, Divya, particularly on the AIADMK reviving ties with the BJP, which the ruling DMK slams, saying that it's paving way for a party which has denied justice for Tamil Nadu in the form of, be it funds for education by withholding funds because Tamil Nadu is not adopting the 3-language policy, or for denying the antiquity of Tamil language in terms of the central government rejecting the recent excavation report from a place called Keeladi. Udayanidhi Stalin slamming EPS that the state will not allow the BJP to gain ground and come into Tamil Nadu. And now EPS, the leader of opposition, has slammed the DMK tacitly, saying that it's working to break the alliance between the AIADMK and the BJP in Tamil Nadu. He's not named DMK, but he has tacitly referred, saying attempts are being made to break this alliance. And this comes amid there is a kind of a war of words or suggestions between both the AIADMK and the BJP over the BJP insisting on coalition government if the NDA wins in Tamil Nadu, and EPS saying there's no question of a coalition government and that the AIADMK will form a government on its own. Politically speaking, for the ruling DMK and the AIADMK's alliance with the BJP has worked in the past in terms of the alliance losing at least 2 elections, the 2019 and 2021 elections, and with the parties having revived their ties, the DMK hopes that it will also work that kind of favorably for them in the upcoming 2026 elections, and it's slamming on that count. And now the AIADMK has turned it around, saying that the DMK is tacitly trying to break their alliance with the Saffron Party. Elections are still 8 months away, but already the election heat is heading towards a kind of a peak, gaining momentum in the state.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details. Of course, it is Udayanidhi Stalin hitting out at EPS, but EPS now saying that this is going to be, this is an attempt basically to break the alliance. And while, Udayanidhi Stalin saying that once confidently, it was EPS saying that there will be no alliance with the BJP. And let's get you the latest when it comes to the dog dilemma here in the country. Now, a latest incident, a very tragic, a very shocking incident has come to light of a 60-year-old woman who was mauled to death by a pack of stray dogs while she was working in her field in Bijnor in Uttar Pradesh. Villagers rushed to the field after hearing her cries and managed to drive the dogs away, but it was too late. NDTV has been conducting a solution-oriented campaign to address the street dog dilemma in the nation. And to know more on this, well, we have my colleague Ishika joining us. She gets us details of the plan of the MCD here in Delhi that has constituted a 9-member committee to address the city's growing stray dog problem. What are the solutions? What are the measures? Let's find out.
My first question to you is that, since you're the member of the subcommittee, can you tell us what will be the work of this subcommittee when it comes to the issue of stray dogs?
So to begin with, it's a proposal because what has happened, what we have seen that in the last couple of meetings, this issue of stray dog menace is coming in the house also repeatedly. Moreover, I will also like to draw the attention towards the news. If you look at the news also, this menace is prevailing throughout India. But we are more focused on Delhi NCR and particularly Delhi if we talk about. So innovative ideas. And I really thank our team that they are welcoming innovative ideas from the officials, from the councillors and from the residents also.
Ma'am, we will also like to know that how many shelter homes are you planning to set up across Delhi with the subcommittee?
See, to begin with, we are looking at an option wherein we'll be having 1 dog shelter per MCD zone. The whole Delhi has been divided into 12 zones. Like this place where we are standing right now is in Keshavpuram zone. So we are planning to begin with that we'll be having 1 dog shelter per zone, and then going forward it may increase also.
Switching tracks from Delhi now to Mumbai, and heavy rain has caused waterlogging in low-lying areas. The Andheri subway has been flooded and has subsequently been shut down. It is closed for the day. The Met Office has issued a red alert warning for various parts of Mumbai. In fact, they have issued a stay-at-home advisory as well. High tide is expected not just today but over the course of the next 4 days, and it is Saturday that is expected to be the worst of this 4-day spell. We are expecting very heavy showers in the area. Let's get you a report from my colleague Sujata, who gets us a sense of how bad it is this morning, this afternoon in Mumbai.
Mumbai and its surrounding regions are now lashed with heavy rainfall since morning. At present, we are here in Naigaon where heavy rainfall continues and also people are facing difficulties while driving on the roads. At present, we are here right at the highway, and like you see, the traffic movement currently is normal, but if the rain continue and persists to be in the same manner and with the same speed as it is right now, this could worsen and we could see a huge traffic jam coming up on this highway, which directly connects to the other areas of Palghar and Thane. And the IMD at present has issued an orange alert for Mumbai, whereas Also an alert has been given for regions like Thane and Palghar because they consist of several low-lying regions and isolated places as well. People have been informed to not go to such regions, and also people have been asked to not go by the sea to ensure their safety, whereas also emergency services have been kept on alert and lifeguards have been asked to be on alert near the oceanic as well as the seaside regions. And at present it is the Mumbai police too have issued an alert for people, asking them to be indoors and not leave their homes and offices unless and until it's very important. And if there's any emergency, they have been asked to dial on the emergency number that has been given by the Mumbai police. Henceforth, since morning we are witnessing great amount of rainfall in Mumbai as well as in Maharashtra, and because of which people have been asked to take care of themselves. But at this point it is also to notice that what are the preparations that have been done by the BMC to ensure that no waterlogging, no service disruptions, no traffic-like conditions are witnessed in Mumbai, as well as the other municipal corporations' preparations as well in cities like Thane and Palghar. And how is it that they ensure that public safety this time is a priority? With video journalist Mahesh Halwai, this is Sujata Dwivedi reporting for NDTV.
Thank you, Sujata, for getting us the very latest and asking people to in Mumbai to stay at home, and that is the advisory that has been issued. Switching tracks now to Ayodhya, a very shocking, insensitive case has come to light that has been captured on camera of an elderly woman abandoned and left to die. The CCTV exposes 3 culprits fleeing from the scene. These are, this is a video in which you can see this is a woman who was abandoned on the streets. A man and 2 other women actually left this woman to die. Well, it is the police that are identifying the suspects. They are also trying to get the identity of the woman. She was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately she died at the hospital. This is what the police really had to say. Listen in.
डायल 112 पर एक वृद्ध महिला के अस्वस्थता की दशा में एक स्थान पर मिलने की सूचना प्राप्त हुई, जिस पर तत्काल पुलिस द्वारा उनको दर्शन नगर ट्रॉमा सेंटर में भर्ती कराया गया, जहां सायंकाल 6:30 बजे उनकी मृत्यु हो गई है। मौके पर एक सीसीटीवी फुटेज प्राप्त हुआ है, जिसमें एक व्यक्ति और 2 महिला द्वारा वृद्ध महिला को छोड़ करके जाते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। उन व्यक्तियों की पहचान करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, साथ ही मृतका की भी पहचान करने के प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। शीघ्र ही इसमें पोस्टमार्टम पंचायतनामा की कार्रवाई के साथ उक्त दोषी व्यक्तियों की पहचान सुनिश्चित कर उनके विरुद्ध कठोर विधिक कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Let's just get you the latest when it comes to Prime Minister Modi. They're breaking records, and he has completed over 4,000 days as the Prime Minister of India. We're talking about 4,078 days to be precise, which basically means that he surpassed the record that was set by the late Indira Gandhi that recorded 4,077 consecutive days as the Prime Minister of the country. Now, this means a single and uninterrupted tenure as the Prime Minister. With this milestone, Prime Minister Modi becomes the second longest serving Prime Minister in India's history, behind only the country's first Prime Minister, Jhalawar Nehru. And this also marks that this is, after independence, the longest serving non-Congress Prime Minister and the longest serving Prime Minister from a non-Hindi speaking state. Let's get you the latest when it comes to the conflict between Thailand and Cambodia, the border issue, which has resulted in 16 people losing their lives. Over 1 lakh people have been displaced. The 2 sides have fired small arms, artillery, as well as rockets, while Thailand has also launched airstrikes. That is the latest that we have for you in this conflict that is ongoing with no end in sight. And in order to know more on this, let's just get in our guest who is in fact joining us, Amit Khanna, former journalist from Bangkok. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV. What is the history behind this conflict that we see playing out over the last couple of days?
So there are a couple of reasons, not just the temple conflict, the ancient Shiva temple, which is located right at the border. This has been a cause of conflict between Thailand and Cambodia for many years, and IJC has also intervened a lot of occasions. There was a similar war in 2011, which was almost same. The casualties were on both the sides. This is a similar scenario. What has added this time is Kokut. Surprisingly, Cambodia is also claiming Kokut, which is in the Gulf of Thailand, and everyone is not able to make a connection as to how Cambodia is claiming Kokut as its own territory, whereas it has never been a reason for conflict.
Right, Amit Khanna, also, how far into the future do you see this conflict stretching? Because there seems to be no end in sight.
Okay, so if you understand, the border scenario between Cambodia and Thailand, on the Thailand side, you have more population density as compared to Cambodia. Cambodia is not that developed, probably the geographical reasons. It's like Thailand side is more developed, having better infrastructure, malls and departmental stores. That's how. So that's why the casualties are on Thailand side, and also 7-Eleven is a very prominent point where you will see people shopping 24/7 in the 7-Eleven, and when it was hit, obviously it will result in some sort of casualties.
Khanna, also there are many Indians living in Thailand. How have they been impacted or affected by this conflict?
I think more than, because the border is pretty far from Bangkok, and there are not many Indians in I'll mention Sisaket or Ubon Racha or Buriram. There are not many Indians, but of course more Indians are towards Bangkok. So economy is a larger concern because the baht has gone down 3 years low. So as it is, Thailand economy is grappling with a lot of issues that we have, floods happening across Thailand. We had tariff issues with the US. And this was something that, has created more trouble for the economy. The tourism numbers are very low this time.
Right. Thank you for highlighting the issues at hand. Particularly 16 people have died. Over 1 lakh people have been displaced because of these clashes that have erupted along the border between Thailand and Cambodia. With that, we're slipping in a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us. A political storm over voters' list. The opposition leaders there tearing up symbolic SIR copies and throwing it into a bin. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra saying there's no transparency, while Rahul Gandhi saying that the functioning of the Election Commission is wrong. New political role as far as actor-turned-politician is concerned. Taking charge as a Rajya Sabha MP making his parliament debut is Kamal Haasan. Murder convict caught after jailbreak. He was in fact serving a life imprisonment, and he managed to scale the walls, get out, change his clothes and be out for 10 hours. The police managed to nab him and get him back. A Rajasthan school collapsed, the roof as well as the walls, killing 6 people. 6 children have died, 2 are said to be critical. In all, many other students are said to be trapped inside, feared to be trapped. That death toll perhaps could go up.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर?
मेरी
आप तो एक Gaikwad is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri couples costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro. Now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru, we managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24x7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low observable aircraft, which would be the J-35, in fact, the first ones might even start entering service or coming into the PAF ahead of entering service at some time this year, then India is in trouble.
So
Why?
this year? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first could actually start coming in this year. They're really pushing for it. And they've gotten apparently into some agreement with the Chinese to ensure that the funding is done on very loose and terms favorable to Pakistan, as has been in the case in the past. If Pakistan starts acquiring low platforms which are low observable, in other words, stealth platforms, then that's an additional headache for the Indian Air Force, because tracking stealth aircraft requires a certain specialization. It's much more difficult. The time that you have to actually engage a potential stealth target is reduced greatly, and therefore, it's a problem.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business.
Political storm over voter list in Bihar. Opposition leaders tear symbolic SIR copies. EC faces fire from Bihar to Karnataka. BJP says Rahul Gandhi and other opposition leaders must present proof. In battleground Tamil Nadu before the polls, AIADMK has now claimed conspiracy by the DMK. Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanithi says EPS first said no to alliance with BJP. EPS says it's a conspiracy to break the alliance. And it's a new political role for Kamal Hassan. Kamal Hassan has now taken oath as Rajya Sabha MP. In 2011 Soumya rape murder convict was caught after jail break. He had escaped from Kannur earlier. In the Rajasthan school tragedy, 7 children have died and 2 are still critical. Rajasthan Education Secretary and Minister have rushed to Jhalawar. Prime Minister Modi is in Maldives for his 2-day visit. He was received by President Mohammad Muizzu, who had invited him for the visit. The two are scheduled to hold extensive talks during the trip. Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24x7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in connection with the Justice Verma impeachment controversy. Top ministers are meeting. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Law Minister, Parliamentary Affairs Minister are in this meeting at the moment. We understand sources have also now told NDTV that this meeting has been called with an aim to bring the opposition on board on the matter. My colleague Aishwarya Jain also with us on the broadcast here, getting us more details about this. Aishwarya, what more do we know about this meeting?
Well, it was the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Kiran Rijiju, and Law Minister Arjun Meghwal, who met Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi at Service Chambers. Both the leaders of opposition from the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha were called for this meeting to discuss about bringing the entire opposition on board as far as the impeachment on Justice Verma in the Rajya Sabha is concerned. The sources have also indicated that government is planning to take back the resolution that was earlier admitted by the ex-Vice President Jagdeep Dhankhar when he was sitting on the Rajya Sabha chair, and that particular motion would be retrieved and it would be a fresh impeachment motion as same as what we have seen in the Lok Sabha, with more than 145 MPs from the government and opposition signing together, and that's the same strategy that the government wants to follow in the Rajya Sabha as well, and therefore the reason perhaps to build a consensus between the government and opposition. A high-level meeting is underway between Kiran Rijiju, Arjun Meghwal, Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there about this key meeting that's currently underway. We will be getting you more details about this as more updates come in. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Yet another politically stormy day of the monsoon session, with the row over Bihar voter list escalating into a full-blown confrontation between the opposition and the government. There was huge ruckus that was witnessed in both houses of parliament today. The Lok Sabha was adjourned shortly after the proceedings had begun. Well, even outside the parliament, we've seen India bloc leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, tearing down the SIR copies and throwing it in a dustbin. India bloc MPs symbolically tore the SIR copies and raised slogans against the EC carrying out the exercise. They said that there needs to be transparency. All political parties must have access to the data that has been provided by the EC. So why has it not been provided? All right, this is some big breaking news now coming in. We are learning now, even as the showdown in the parliament goes on, there has been some sort of consensus that has been reached over these parliament disruptions. Well, the Lok Sabha is expected to run in regular manner, but what sort of consensus has been arrived at, that is something we will try and get more details about in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is the latest that's coming in. We understand the opposition has now accused the EC of cheating, saying that during the voter list revision process in Karnataka also, Rahul Gandhi has made the statement saying that he had 100% proof of manipulation. There was a removal of eligible voters also. However, the BJP says there is no proof that has been given by the opposition or Rahul Gandhi. But amid this showdown between the opposition and the government, we understand there is some sort of consensus that has been reached between the both sides. Let's also listen into reactions also coming in. We will just try and get more details about this in just a bit.
Provide us with what we're asking for. Why are they not providing voters lists? It should be a transparent, it's a democracy. All political parties should have access to that information. So why is it not being provided?
पूरे देश तक उनका मंशा है कि गरीबों को वोटिंग से निकाल देना, और वो खुद ये चाहते हैं कि एलाइट लोग ही वोट देना। इसीलिए हमको किसी को डिनाई न करते हुए हम लोग उन सभी को पावर देना चाहिए। ये लोग डर के मारे आज ये रिवाइज करने की जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत बुरी बात है। इससे देश का भी नुकसान होता है और लोकतंत्र का नुकसान होता है। और संविधान के तहत ये लोग नहीं चल रहे, वो अपने हुकूमत को बचाने के लिए बहुत से चीजें कर रहे हैं।
विरोध करेंगे। बिहार के जनता का सवाल है, गरीबों का सवाल है। गरीबों का नाम कट रहा है सबको। जो बाहर गया 4 करोड़ लोग, उसको क्या होगा? उसको तो वोटर आई कार्ड नहीं मिलेगा, वो वोट से वंचित हो जाएगा। पहले जवाब तो देना चाहिए सरकार को। राज्य सरकार का जिम्मेवारी नहीं बनता है, राज्य सरकार की जिम्मेवारी बनता है।
Bharatiya Janata Party Rajya Sabha MP from Karnataka, Lahar Singh is with me. Sir, repeated adjournments because of the SIR row. There are complete parliament log jam. Working is not being done because of these protests which are happening. Yesterday, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi gave a remark that he had substantial proof that in one of the constituency in Karnataka there has been rigging, and the opposition parties are behind the Election Commission of India. How do you see these claims?
देखिए, आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी बड़े जिम्मेदार पद पर विराजमान हैं। उनसे मेरा आग्रह भी है और रिक्वेस्ट भी है कि जो भी सबूत उनके पास में है वो इलेक्शन कमीशन को दे, जनता के सामने रखें। और मैं समझता हूँ कि उनको चाहिए कि प्रधानमंत्री से मिलकर के अगर कोई संदेह है उनको दूर किया जा सके, क्योंकि वो अपोजिशन लीडर पे जिस पर कई बड़े बड़े नेता विराजमान रहे हैं, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जैसे लोग कई बड़े नेता रहे हैं, तो उस पद पर वो विराजमान है। तो सरकार के साथ मिलकर के अगर कोई संदेह है तो जनता के हित में उनको दूर करना चाहिए। और ये सबका आग्रह होना चाहिए कि इलेक्ट्रोल जो है उसमें जाली मतदाता नहीं होने चाहिए। और मैं समझता हूँ कांग्रेस नेतृत्व भी इस बात को समझता होगा, और ये वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के चलते ये जो कर रहे हैं ये सही नहीं है।
SIR जो है ये पहले भी हुआ है, और राहुल गांधी जो लेटर लिखा था महाराष्ट्र का इलेक्शन के बाद, उसके बाद SIR शुरू हुआ है। और परसों इन्होंने कर्नाटक के एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के बारे में, लोकसभा के कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के बारे में बात किया है। मेरा प्रश्न है 23 में ठीक था क्या? 23 में आप में जीत गया ना? 23 में क्या हुआ था? तो 23 में जो ठीक था जब बीजेपी सरकार था, इलेक्शन जब चल रहा था। 24 में आपके सरकार था सिद्धरामैया को। अगर गलत है तो सिद्धरामैया को पूछो ना। ये राहुल गांधी जैसे नेता 23 में कर्नाटक में ठीक था, जीत के आया। 24 में लोकसभा में कम सीट आया, तो तब बोल रहे प्रॉब्लम है। क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
All right, so the BJP taking on the opposition, clearly saying that when the opposition was able to win the election in Karnataka, they did not raise any such issue. But now they have a problem, saying that there is manipulation happening and there is deletion of voters that's happening, blaming the EC for the exercise. All right, my colleague Aishwarya Jain also with us on the broadcast. And Aishwarya, big breaking news now coming in. Consensus has been arrived at between both sides. And what information that's coming out is that Lok Sabha is expected to run normally from Monday. What all was discussed between the both sides, and has the government agreed to any of the demands made by the opposition?
Well, after the repeated adjournments that was seen for the straight 5 days in the initial first week of the monsoon session of Parliament, and a very minimal work that was done, it was Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla today called a meeting with all the floor leaders of the Lok Sabha at his chambers, and the information that we are learning right now is that a consensus had been built between the opposition and the government, that the Parliament will function in a regular manner and there will be no disruptions. From Monday onwards, remember, there is a debate on Operation Sindhu that will be taking place, and under a special discussion, the demand from the opposition, the entire discussion will pan out for 16 hours. There is no consensus that has been reached on the issue of the SIR, but the opposition had told the Lok Sabha Speaker that they will not disrupt neither they will protest from Monday onwards, because they will be concentrating on the debate on Operation Sindoor. So yes, consensus has been reached. It was a repeated request made by Lok Sabha Speaker earlier as well. But finally today in a meeting, both opposition and centre had reached at a consensus.
All right. Thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us those details there. And we do hope there could be smooth functioning of the Parliament from Monday onwards, as has been agreed upon from both sides. This is the latest that's coming in at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the developments here. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. We are learning the election for the new Vice President of India. This process is underway now. EC has appointed the poll officers. Returning officer has been appointed for the poll, and we are given to understand Rajya Sabha Secretary General has appointed the returning officer. Election Commission has said it has already begun the process of holding the vice presidential election and has started constituting the electoral college comprising MPs of both houses of the Parliament. Remember, the Election Commission needs to conduct the poll within 60 days, with India getting a new vice president by September 19th. All right, we have news coming in from Rajasthan now. 7 children were killed after the roof of a primary school in Rajasthan's Jhalawar collapsed today morning. More than 60 children were trapped under the debris, and all others have been rescued now. As per reports coming in, the incident took place in the morning today at around 8:30 a.m. shortly after the school day had begun. The school building was reportedly in a dilapidated condition, and the structural quality was affected by heavy rainfall. Well, Prime Minister Modi has also expressed his condolences over the incident, saying that the mishap at the school in Jhalawar in Rajasthan was tragic and deeply saddening. His thoughts are with the affected students and their families in their difficult hour. Now, as per more information that's coming in, we are given to understand the Education Department had also reportedly written to the school authorities around 10 days back, asking them to take necessary action, but nothing was done. My colleague Harsha is also now joining us live on the broadcast. She is getting us more details about this. Harsha, we understand very unfortunate news now coming in. 7 deaths have been reported, and the rescue operation is over, we understand. But this letter also that has now surfaced clearly says that the Education Department had warned the school authorities 10 days back, but still nothing was done in this regard.
Yes, the number of deaf children has gone up to 7. Very, very unfortunate, because all these are young children. This was a secondary school up to class 8, and the children are between 11 and 8 years old. Also, at the same time, this letter of the Education Department follows a number of incidents that have happened in Rajasthan, because in February and in March, there were 2 incidents relatively on a smaller scale, but nonetheless tragic, when a young girl in Badmer's Chautan had died because the school wall collapsed on her. And after that, 3 young girls who were playing in a school in Bikaner also died when they were playing on a water tank, and the cover of the water tank gave away. It was of concrete. So, given the rains, given the fact that NDTV has regularly been reporting that time and again there are school buildings which there is seepage, there's water leaking from the roof, the Education Department had also taken cognizance of this. In fact, the Education Secretary had written a letter saying that, please make sure that the children are safe. Don't sit in school in classrooms where water is leaking. And also look at open wires, because this is a time when there's rain and there could be cases of, current and electrocution. Now, the district collector has also said that, yes, they had received that letter, but for some reason, no one has reacted to that. And this part of the school building, one part of it was new. It was our concrete and RCC structure, but this was an old building, and the land under it gave way, and that's how the wall collapsed, and so the roof also collapsed. So it could have been entirely avoided.
Right, absolutely. All right. Harsha, that's very tragic. That's very saddening, what has happened here. And the fact that this could have been prevented is all the more, upsetting news that's coming in. This letter also that has come to light clearly says that the authorities were warned beforehand. They could have done something in this regard. They could have evacuated the students. They could have, maybe shifted the students to some other place and carried out their classrooms at some other location, but nothing was done. Nothing was even, thought upon. This is very saddening. That's what has now come to light. We will keep an eye on the developments on this big story that we're tracking. We are now given to understand 7 lives have been lost. However, the rescue operation has been completed now, and this is the latest that's coming in at the moment. Well, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Actor and Eminem chief Kamal Haasan has made his debut in the parliament, taking oath as a Rajya Sabha MP today. Kamal Haasan took the oath in Tamil, drawing a rousing reception. His candidature has been backed by DMK, marking a significant shift from his initial goal for the Eminem to be an alternative to the AIDMK and DMK. When asked about his Rajya Sabha candidature by NDTV, Haasan said that he hoped he could live up to the expectations of people of Tamil Nadu.
மாநிலங்கள் அவையின் உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் கமல் ஹாசன் எனும் நான் சட்டத்தினால் நிறுவப்பெற்றதான இந்திய அரசியல் சட்டத்தின் மீது உண்மையான பற்றார்வமும் பற்றுறுதியும் கொண்டிருப்பேன் என்றும் இந்தியாவின் இறையாண்மையையும் ஒருமைப்பாட்டையும் உறுதியாக பற்றி நிற்பேன் என்றும் நான் இப்போது ஏற்கவிருக்கும் கடமையினை நேர்மையாக நிறைவேற்றுவேன் என்றும் விழுமிய முறைமையுடன் உறுதி கூறுகிறேன். வணக்கம்.
All right, my colleague Sam Daniel also joining us on the broadcast here. Sam, well, Kamal Haasan has made his parliament debut. He's taken oath as a Rajya Sabha MP, and his candidature, the fact that his candidature has been backed by the DMK, what does it signify?
Well, although Kamal Haasan Kitty launched his party M&M in 2017 to offer an alternative form of politics in the Dravidian ideology-dominated Tamil Nadu, he could not really make it successful. His party M&M that championed the cause of corruption-free governance, development of villages and rural Tamil Nadu, and a great sense of positivity and focus on environment, Kamal Haasan could not win elections. In the 2019 assembly elections, the party secured around 4% vote share. And in the 2021 assembly elections, Kamal Haasan narrowly missed the chance to become an MLA in a whisker to BJP's Vanidhi Srinivasan in a seat in Coimbatore. It was just before the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. He, who was earlier critical of the DMK and AIDMK in Tamil Nadu, shook hands with the DMK and became an ally, after which the Dravidian party rewarded him with a seat in the upper berth of the house. And it's as part of that he has now become a Rajya Sabha MP. And this signifies that Kamal Haasan in the past has tacitly explained that it's the need of the hour, tacitly suggesting that there need to be a united fight against the what he calls the dangers of the BJP in power at the center and trying to spread its wings in Tamil Nadu as well. It's in that context now he has, in a sense, made a compromise and has shaken hands with the DMK. And we'll have to wait and see what kind of focus he would be in terms of issues he would bring about in the parliament. This comes at a time when the Tamil Nadu state is opposing the delimitation issue, the 3-language formula, imposition of Hindi, and even financial discrimination, as the DMK calls it. And in that sense, Kamal Haasan brings in so much of a star power, and he has said he would try to work honestly and earnestly to be the voice of Tamil Nadu and also to discuss on behalf of the country in the House.
Absolutely. Backed by the DMK, he's been elected unopposed. After now, we understand he's opted for a parliament seat over the Lok Sabha polls. That means, he's already made his entry into the Rajya Sabha. Those are the visuals that came in earlier there. What kind of issues is he going to take up? He said he's going to be speaking about Tamil Nadu and is going to raise those issues that are in the interest of the people of Tamil Nadu. All that remains to be seen. Sam, I'll just come back to you. We have some more news coming in. from Tamil Nadu ahead of the elections. We understand there is a huge political war that's taking place between the DMK and the AIDMK as well as the BJP. Deputy Chief Minister Udyanidhi has now hit out at EPS, saying that AIDMK is trying to pave way for the BJP and EPS had switched sides. He went into hiding. Well, Stalin Jr. has said that the betrayal needs to be uprooted, and we understand EPS now has claimed that there is a conspiracy to break the alliance. This comes after Udyanidhi's remarks. My colleague Sam Daniel continues to be with us on the broadcast. All right, we'll just go to Sam. Let's first listen into what Udyanidhi has said and the reaction coming in from EPS on that.
சென்ற தேர்தல் கூட்டம் என்ன சொன்னாரு எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி அவர்கள்? இந்த தேர்தல் கிடையாது, 2035 நாங்க என்னைக்கும் பாஜக கூட்டணி வைக்க மாட்டோம்னு சொன்னாரா இல்லையா? ஆனா இப்ப என்ன பண்ணாரு? 2 மாசத்துக்கு முன்னாடி 4 கார் மாறி போய் முக்காடு போட்டுலாம், முக்காடு மட்டும் தான் போடல, முக்காடு போடாத முறையா ஒளிஞ்சு மறைஞ்சு போய் கூட்டணி வச்சுட்டு பண்ணிருக்காரு. இந்த துரோக கூட்டணியை வீழ்த்த வேண்டிய பொறுப்பு தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு குடும்பத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு வாக்காளர்களுக்கு இருக்கு. ஏன் நம்ம தேர்தலுக்காகவோ எண்ணிக்கைக்காகவோ உறுப்பினர்களை சேர்க்கல, வாக்காளர்களாக உறுப்பினர்கள் சேர்க்கல. தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய மண், மொழி, மானம் காக்க ஓரணியில் தமிழ்நாடு என்ற கழகத்தின் கீழ் கழகத்துடைய குடும்பங்களை, தமிழக குடும்பங்களை நாம் செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிறோம்.
அதிமுக பாஜக கூட்டணியை உடைக்கிறதுக்கு சதி நடக்குன்னு சொல்றீங்க. அந்த சதியை யாரு பண்றதுன்னு சொல்ல மாட்டேங்குது.
அதுதான் வெளியில தானே பேட்டி கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்கல்ல, அவங்க தான் உடைக்கிறாங்க. வெளியே தவறுதலா பேசிட்டு இருக்காங்கல்ல, என்னென்ன பேசுறாங்க? நான் தான் கூட்டத்துல பேசிட்டு இருக்கேன், உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது ஒண்ணும் கிடையாது, எல்லாமே தெரியும். தெரியாத மாதிரி நீ கேள்வி கேட்கறேன்.
திமுகவோட ஓரணியில் தமிழ்நாடு நீங்க விமர்சனம் பண்றீங்க. அதே நேரத்தில் உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் வந்து அதுக்கு பதிலடி கொடுத்திருக்காரு. என்ன சொல்லிருக்காருன்னா, நாங்க வந்து அமித்ஷா வீட்டு கதவையோ கமலாலயத்து கதவையோ தட்டல, மக்களோட கதவை தட்டி தான் நாங்க வந்து உறுப்பினர் சேர்க்கிறோம் சொல்லியிருக்காரு.
சரி, நான் கதவை தட்டலையும் சரி, இன்றைக்கு இருக்கிற முதலமைச்சரும் இதே உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலினும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் கதவை தட்டுனாங்கல்ல, அது யாருடைய கதவை தட்டினாங்க? அவரை கதவை தட்டினா சரி, நாங்க போய் ஒரு உள்துறை அமைச்சரை சந்திச்சா தப்பு. தமிழ் இந்திய நாட்டுடைய உள்துறை அமைச்சர் தானே அவரு, வேற யாரும் இல்ல.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments on this big story that we're tracking, and we will get you more in just a bit. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back. Opposition leaders tear symbolic SIR copies outside the parliament. Kamal Hassan takes oath as Rajya Sabha MP enters the parliament. In 2011, Soumya rape and murder convict had escaped from Kannur. He's been caught after his jailbreak. Seven children have died and 2 are still critical in connection with the Rajasthan school tragedy. Rajasthan Education Secretary and Minister have rushed to Jhalawar.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defense, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, that's Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
Markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Political storm over voter list in Bihar. Opposition leaders tear symbolic SIR copies. It's a new political role for Kamal Hassan. He's taken oath as Rajya Sabha MP. Kerala murder convict has been caught after his jailbreak. 2011 Soumya rape murder convict had escaped from Kannur. Seven children have died and 2 are still critical in the Rajasthan school tragedies. Education Secretary of Rajasthan and Minister of Raj to Jhalawar.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Fault Lines. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. In this episode, we're going to decode 2 fault lines. The first one that runs across the Southeast Asian nations of Thailand and Cambodia. And the second fault line that we will talk about is the one that is across Middle East, the one that runs deep inside Syria. But first, we decode what's the latest that's happening in the Thailand-Cambodia clash.
No. You know me, no.
All right, viewers, the first story that we are decoding on the show, the deadly conflict that is taking place between Thailand and Cambodia in the dense jungles that are straddling these 2 countries, where ancient ruins are really the cause of concern. And there's an old border that now blazes with new fire. Families flee in panic, children crying, civilians now diving for cover as explosions echo across the countryside. A 1,000-year-old dispute has returned, and this time with deadly force. Already 16 people have lost their lives. There are landmines, there are rocket fires, There are bitter accusations, even as both sides say the other one actually started. But what really is the reason why this entire feud has started? It's rooted in sacred stones and fierce national pride. At the heart of this crisis lie two sacred temples that are at the crux of this entire conflict. Both of them are revered by both the countries, yet peacefully ruled by neither. I want to first play out these sound bites of the two sides and then we talk more on this. It seems the Thai jets launched airstrikes, Cambodian roads are bombed, civilians have perished, and diplomats have been expelled. And ASEAN remains silent. Well, ASEAN doesn't have much of a voice here, viewers. The International Court of Justice has also ruled on this border in 1962, reaffirmed it in 2013, but in the year 2025, it has carved its own bloody inscription in history as both armies clash across the 6 volatile zones and civilians have been trapped between the gunfire and uncertainty that's caught in the battle when neither side is now willing to relent. And in the shadow of these sacred temples, peace feels like a very distant, fading prayer. This is the Thailand-Cambodia border crisis. All right, viewers, let's now talk about what is the timeline as far as this entire crisis is concerned. I told you this isn't new. This has been going on for over a century. Let me put that for you in terms of understanding why this is something that leads to such strong emotions on both sides. 1907 is when the first colonial map was actually drawn. Till about 1953, French had occupied Cambodia. This is the first time they drew the map, and that is when they left several of this actually demarcated. Next, the French map had actually placed these temples on the Cambodian side. In 1962, the ICJ had sided with Cambodia on this. This was just 9 years after French had vacated, and there was still a sense that a lot of this map had undemarcated territory very clearly. The reason why this feud is so intense on both sides. Next, 2008, 2011 is when the next set of very deadly set of clashes actually took place. But still not as intense as what we are seeing right now. 2008, 2011, about 14 years back is when dozens had been killed in the temple zone premises and the areas, but those were smaller skirmishes. You did not have the kind of ammunition and weaponry that's being used this time around, so these clashes were not as intense as what it is right now. 2013, yet again the claim came up in ICJ and it had once again reaffirmed on the Cambodian side that these temples, which are at the heart of this entire dispute, were on the Cambodian side. 2025, the border burns again, where you have this entire issue being used once again. It ignited in May, but it has now led to a possibility of a war. That is being said on the Thailand side, that there is a possibility that it could actually escalate into a full-blown conflict between the two sides. All right, viewers, I'm going to now shift focus and talk about the other important story that we are tracking on the show on Fault Lines this week. Well, viewers, in Gaza, one can say that war is chaos. It destroys lives. It shatters hope. But not every tragedy is a genocide, or at least that's what one of the foremost experts on war tells us. He says that in Gaza, some claim that Israel is committing genocide. But what does the law actually say on this? On Fault Lines, we're going to hear from one of the foremost war experts joining us on the broadcast, John Spencer, who's been on the front lines with the Israeli military himself, who breaks down the orders and the reality on the ground. Mr. Spencer, thank you so much for speaking to us on Fault Lines. Let me first start by asking you that you've made two very significant arguments and actually saying something that nobody in the world is saying, which is that there is no genocide happening in Gaza. What's the premise of the argument that you've made, and why is it that you feel that the world has got it completely wrong?
Sure. There's only two main points of the arguments, which are the two kind of attacking the counter argument that in order to have genocide, which is the highest of three war crimes, crimes against humanity, and then genocide. It's the highest bar of human evilness, right? So the intent and actions to eliminate an entire group, race, religion, ethnicity. I argue that the statements that have been cited by Israel political leaders, so the prime minister, the minister of defense, and the chief of staff, about how they are going to destroy Hamas, or that Hamas is human animals. These in no way infer genocidal intent, which is the first bar you have to get over. Then you can get to actions. But genocidal intent usually requires, orders, direct statements, and each one of the comments that have been cited are just taken out of context. Of course, you want to destroy your enemy. I mean, they even use Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments about remember Amalek, which is a biblical verse that is posted not only on Israel's Holocaust Memorial national site, it's posted on the Holocaust Memorial in The Hague. Those few words, which means remember the threats that are going to try to attack you. It isn't a call for genocide against a group. The only other argument one is that all these five political statements are not clear evidence of genocidal intent, and as a matter of fact, there are way more comments directly addressing the fact that all of these same individuals, the prime minister, the minister of defense, the chief of staff of Israel's army, have said, our fight is not with the people of Gaza. Just many statements. Of course, that is not factored into these people's arguments who say that there is genocidal intent. They don't factor in all of these direct statements.
Okay. Mr. Spencer, what about the fact that there's been a massive amount of death toll in Gaza since October 2023? A lot of civilians have lost their lives, and the world over is being said that this exactly is genocide. How would you respond to that death toll, which is running and in fact has crossed 50,000 already?
That's right. So, I mean, people can read the Genocide Convention themselves. It's only a few pages. And nowhere in it does it say, well, once you've hit this number of buildings destroyed, this many civilians unfortunately killed, then it's a genocide. That's not the way war works. It's definitely not the way the Genocide Convention works. And the numbers that are cited are very problematic, especially in this war where Hamas does not wear uniforms, does want civilians killed. Even if I'm having this argument, people will say, well, 17,000 children killed. Even that, although unfortunate, any child that gets killed, 17,000 children, that statistic is from Hamas. It includes everybody 18 and below regularly deploys child soldiers. And, there's problems with this list, natural deaths, all of this. The strong argument, you're right. If this was the way that genocidal intent was determined, the number of people killed in a war, almost every war could be classified as a genocide. And none of these things is that the way this works. Genocidal intent is determined by the words and the actions like of the commanders. And this is, again, resting on my primary research, going into Gaza with the IDF and observing their actions. There is no genocidal intent, and there's actually mountains of evidence opposite of trying to eliminate civilians. Mountains of evidence on what the IDF does to separate Hamas from the civilians, on warnings that they give.
Okay. Mr. Spencer, then is everything happening only because of Hamas right now in Gaza? And are you giving a clean chit to Israel and Netanyahu completely in terms of whatever is happening, the death, destruction, devastation in Gaza, all in all is because of Hamas?
No, so there's definitely of course there's death and destruction in war, right? I try to give people the context of the war, what Hamas built in Gaza, what the strategies that Hamas uses, the fact that all of the killing would stop if Hamas would give the hostages back and surrender, or the fact that all of the human suffering would have been alleviated had Egypt, to this day still could, open up their gate and allow for a very relatively in numbers, small humanitarian area just on the other side of the gate, outside of the grasp of Hamas, who wants all of this conversation to be happening, wants the numbers to be as high as they can be. Every individual action has to be assessed like the law of war requires. So yes, if there's a bombing and civilians are excessive to the goal, then that has to be questioned. But to aggregate it all and say, this is all Israel's fault, which is the narrative here is that there's a sneaky Israeli objective here, that of course they can't do genocide in the open, so they're doing it very sneakily. That's just, again, an assault on my critical thinking skills and to those who have actually been there and seen the efforts the IDF are taking. Of course, there's lots of death. There's lots of destruction. Does that mean that Israel is intentionally doing that? Absolutely not.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. Mr. John Spencer, thanks much for speaking to us on NDTV. Well, viewers, that you heard one of the foremost voices in military history, military experts saying there's actually no genocide that's taken place in Gaza. A huge voice and a huge contra opinion that you're getting right here first on Fault Lines on NDTV. It's time to take a quick break. We return on the other side to talk about the other fault line, which is the one that runs across Syria. Stay tuned for that.
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर?
मेरी
आप तो एक मेरा Gaikwad is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24x7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
We are here with Salman Khan, who has told us a lot about bikes. Can you tell me, Salman, when did your love for bikes start?
I think since very early age. My cousins and
do you remember your first bike?
Yeah, my first bike was a Jogado bike that I picked up a 125cc engine, and I put in old bullet tires, and I got a frame of some other motorcycle, and I made that bike. And that bike, I think it took me about a month and a half to fix that bike, and I got it on the road, fixed it all alone. And one of my cousins used to own a garage, so I sat with him and I assembled that bike. I mean, it's all different, and it was like made it like a scrambler, dirt bike, trail bike.
So it's not like you only ride a bike.
No, so yeah, I mean, could do.
Viewers, it started with tribal gunmen and a checkpoint clash. Now it's increased to airstrikes, mass graves and major powers circling in that area. We're talking about Sueda, a minor sectarian feud that has exploded into a battlefield. You can see that. Those are mass graves that are there. What happened here? It was a local blood fuels global agenda. That's essentially what happened. Israel said that it's actually protecting the Druze community. It calls them their brothers. Then came Turkey, which is threatening the autonomy seekers. Then Iran and Russia are playing shadow games, even as thousands of civilians are caught in that crossfire. I'm going to put that map for you, viewers, to understand where exactly is Sueda and where is it that multiple number of entities and stakeholders are coming to light. In very close to Damascus, where a tenuous truce is holding out for yet another day. Syria seems to be losing control and the world quietly looking at how to take this forward. We break down the war within the war and a dangerous new red line that nobody is talking about. I'm going to put that timeline for you, and why is this now something that's said to be the new flashpoint in Middle East. Let's put that out, viewers. First and foremost, Syria's government is fighting for control, for legitimacy. Al-Shara government has been there for less than a year, and right now these clashes threaten its existence, its legitimacy. Next up, the Druze versus Bedouin issue is not new. As I said, one single issue, and it just became such an major flashpoint, a big trigger in the entire region. How this is going to pan out remains to be seen, because it is an old feud that keeps recurring again and again. 1,400 people have already died in this fierce urban warfare that has yet again surfaced in Syria. Then the bodies are piling up. Aid has also been blocked, but that entire region is where aid has actually been blocked. And Israel's role, as I said, it's actually said that it's defending the Druze community. It says they are their brothers, and which is why the Israeli bombing in that area further worsened the conflict and increased the tensions. As we tell you that there's a role that Turkey plays, let's move ahead and also tell you that civilians have actually feared permanent displacement in Dara shelters, even as sectarian rhetoric is actually rising in Syria. Now, why does all of this matter? It matters because it impacts the stability and even the existence of the Syrian government going forward. And what it means is possibility of a lot of people looking to actually move to some of the other border areas. And as the final thing is that the Human Rights Watch is that all sides have been accused of war crimes in this entire crisis. Well, viewers, as we decode this, let me also now tell you that there are bodies in hospital corridors, sniper fire on aid workers, and now a city that's holding its breath under a ceasefire that's holding as we speak, but no one knows for how long. The violence in Sueda is the latest flare-up in a centuries-old rivalry, reignited by power vacuums, sectarian fears, regional power plays. And this report is how we take you into the heart of a city that's battered by war, into a conflict that's shaped by history, identity, and of course, geopolitics. Take a look.
In the shadow of the southern mountains, the city of Sueda bleeds. The Syrian Arab Red Crescent says 300 bodies were counted in the city's main hospital. A facility cut off from electricity, water, and medical supplies for nearly 2 weeks. Aid convoys face sniper fire. The wounded are often left behind. Sueda, home to Syria's Druze minority, became the center of deadly clashes this month after a local dispute escalated into full-scale violence between Druze militias and Sunni Bedouin tribes. Government troops soon intervened, claiming to restore order, but civilians say they brought devastation instead.
زرنا المشفى الوطني بالمدينة السويداء. الوضع سيء، نقص كبير بالمواد ونقص بالكوادر البشرية. البنية التحتية شوي يعني بدها دعم كتير كبير بالمشفى الوطني.
The conflict spiraled far beyond Sueda. Israel launched bombing raids on Syrian military positions, including the Ministry of Defense in Damascus, claiming to protect the Druze. Turkey, meanwhile, issued stark warnings to Kurdish and Druze groups, rejecting any push for autonomy.
אנחנו קבענו מדיניות ברורה. פירוז המרחב דרומית לדמשק מהגולן ועד אזור הר הדרוזים. זה קו אחד. הקו השני, שמירה על האחים של האחים שלנו, הדרוזים בהר הדרוזים.
إن الأحداث الأخيرة التي شهدتها محافظة السويداء قد شكلت انعطافة خطيرة في الوضع الأمني والسياسي في سوريا.
Başkasının yardımıyla oluşturulmuş, kan üzerine kurulmuş kaostan otonomi çıkarmaya çalışan, bağımsızlık çıkarmaya çalışan.
Israel, Turkey, and the US all have interests here. Israel favors a federated Syria aligning with minority groups like Druze and Kurds. Turkey demands national unity, threatening to intervene if minorities seek autonomy. The US is walking a diplomatic tightrope, urging calm, while quietly backing the Shara-led interim government in Damascus. This is the latest flashpoint in a fragile post-Assad Syria, where ancient mistrust meets modern geopolitics.
Let's get your voice from Damascus. Robin Yassin Kassab, who's the co-author of Burning Country, Syrians in Revolution, joins me on the broadcast to tell about whether or not the threat on the Druze community, the reason why this escalation has actually happened, is going to be a major issue going forward as well. How do you see that, Robin? And explain to us just how intense is the threat that this community feels, because that will explain whether or not this entire conflict is going to escalate from here on.
What every community here needs to feel safe and secure and at peace is accountability. We need accountability we need every criminal, whatever their sectarian or political or ethnic background, who commits a crime to be punished, and whoever their victims are. So I think that's what people need from the new government. We need to know that those who commit crimes will be punished, and that accountability will deter people from committing crimes against others. And we also need the militias. There's so many militias: Druze militias, Bedouin militias, Kurdish militias, Islamist militias, so many militias in this country. We need them to be disarmed, and that's a slow and gradual and difficult process. And we hope that we can manage to disarm these people and prove that accountability will exist and calm things down before these conflicts escalate further.
All right, that was a voice from Damascus to tell you the number of stakeholders that are actually there and the reason why Syria remains on the edge. Well, with viewers shifting focus now back home, well, after 6 decades of roaring through the skies in India, the MiG-21 will soon take its final flight. Not in defeat, but in glory. Born in the Cold War, baptized in every major conflict India has fought and won, barring 1965, the 1962 war against China, the MiG-21 wasn't just a fighter jet. It was a sentinel of the nation's skies, a symbol of grit, a metallic memoir of courage. From downing enemy jets in the 1971 war to scripting aerial history with Wing Commander Abhinandan's bold sortie in 2019. This is the MiG-21 going out, and this report tells you how this entire aerial glory is something that India and Indians will always be proud of.
A machine that roared through the skies for over 6 decades. A symbol of India's aerial might. The MiG-21, the very soul of Indian air power, is finally being phased out. After 60 years of fearless service, the Indian Air Force has sounded the final bugle for the MiG-21, a Cold War-era marvel, a Soviet-born beast, and India's longest-serving fighter jet. Introduced in 1963, the MiG-21 wasn't just a fighter jet. It was India's sharpest sword in the sky during some of its fiercest battles. Let's rewind the clock. MiG-21 proved its mettle in several wars fought by India. During the Bangladesh Liberation War of 1971, it gave India the decisive edge, dominating many dogfights. It wasn't just fighting a war, it was shaping the map of South Asia. The fighter jet also played a key role for the Indian Air Force in the 1965 war and the 1999 Kargil conflict with Pakistan. In 2019, Group Captain Abhinandan Vartaman, then a wing commander of the erstwhile Srinagar-based No. 51 Squadron, was flying a MiG-21 Bison when he downed an F-16 aircraft of the Pakistani Air Force. Today, we salute not just a machine, but an era. A time when courage flew at Mach 2, when the thundering roar of a MiG-21 was the sound of India's might in the sky. To the warriors who flew it, to the engineers who nursed it, and to the history it wrote in contrails across the Indian skies. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
All right, viewers, that brings us to an end to this edition of Fault Lines. We come back next week with another set of fault lines, another set of clashes and conflicts that we will decode here right for you. With that, thanks so much for watching this episode.
You know, thinking about something like this, like a Supercross, why did you think that I should invest here? Because we know that you love for sports.
No,
But why
I just think you should put, what is that? Your money where your mouth is? Huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's, I mean, they call it a niche sport and stuff like that. I just don't think that's what it is, because they're considering the population of our country and the amount of bikes are sold, and it is the largest selling country for bikes and scooters and stuff like that. So I just thought that instead of people racing on the roads, they should have tracks to race on. And I don't think this is a niche sport. I just think that there's no infrastructure, there's no league. So now we have a league and now we have the infrastructure. So all the guys riding on the streets, racing on the streets, have a chance to come and race in these leagues.
Okay, my last question. Your film Battle of Elkan is coming, and we have seen how you have trained for it. It looks amazing, and you look fantastic in it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And tell me a little more about it. When it's releasing? We are really excited about it.
Time. We start shooting now, another 10 days, and then it'll release. This will be a quick release.
I hope it's
it's an intense one. It's
looks intense.
It's a difficult one. As humanly, it's difficult to do a film like that, because high altitudes, hand-to-hand action, raw, brutal action in the Thanda Pani of Leh Ladakh.
You are used to Thanda Pani.
Huh? Yeah, but not so Thanda. Thanda Pani, peene ke liye. Yeah, you'll be in the water for about 8 days.
Wow.
Yeah, in that.
Fight over Sanjay Kapoor's business and wealth erupts. It's a full family drama that's brewing. 25 OTT platforms have been blocked for obscene content. Platforms have been banned for streaming soft porn. Huge political storm over voter list in Bihar. Opposition leaders tore down symbolic SIR copies. EC is now facing fire from Bihar to Karnataka. BJP says opposition needs to give proof first. 7 children have died and 2 are still critical in connection with the Rajasthan school tragedy. Rajasthan Education Secretary and Minister have rushed to Jhalawar. Prime Minister Modi is in Maldives for his 2-day visit. It's a signal to reset ties with Maldives. Xavi applies to coach India. AIFF has reportedly said no. Football Federation has rejected the Barcelona legend. Hi there, very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24x7. My name is Kitty Bahel. We're starting this edition with our top focus. After the sudden death of businessman Sanjay Kapoor. The battle for control of his 40,000 crore business empire has now erupted. Sanjay Kapoor's mother has moved against her daughter-in-law Priya Sachdev. We are given to understand now Sona BLW Precision Forgings Limited's former chairperson Rani Kapoor, who's the mother of late businessman Sanjay Kapoor, has now written to the board seeking a deferment of the company's annual general meeting that was scheduled for today. In this letter, Rani Kapoor has alleged coercion, misuse of documents and attempts to usurp the family legacy following her son's death. She has called for the suspension of the AGM and she cited several irregularities and also warning against any decisions being taken at the meeting. This is the big breaking news coming in at the moment. It's a full family drama that's taking place here in the Kapoor clan. We understand the battle for control of the 40,000 crore business empire of Sanjay Kapoor is now on, and Sanjay Kapoor's mother has now moved against her daughter-in-law Priya Sachdev. Let's first listen in to the advocate here, Vaibhav Gagar, on what has happened here. We'll try and get more details on this.
She's written in the letter that, she's been made to sign documents immediately after the death. She has been pressurizing to certain things. So there's a lot of things are unfolding currently. And that's why she wrote the letter to the shareholders and the board of Sona Comstar to say, please don't proceed further with anything. She's not filed any litigation yet. She wants to resolve issues at the earliest. She wants to get to the depth of the matter, what has really transpired. She's yet to know the exact cause of death.
All right, we'll be getting more on that in just a bit. My colleague Vishwanath Nair joining us on the broadcast. We also have my colleague Sakshi as well joining us on the broadcast. She'll be getting us more as well. Vishwanath, if I could come to you first. So it's very much clear that it's Rani Kapoor versus Priya Sachdev now. And Sanjay Kapoor's mother has moved against her daughter-in-law. She also has sought deferment of this meeting that was scheduled for today. What more is known?
Right, so there was a letter that was sent out yesterday actually by Rani Kapoor, and this was sent out to the board of directors of Sona BLW, where she had asked for a deferment of the annual general meeting that was set for 1 p.m. today. The meeting did happen, just for our viewers' understanding. The AGM proceedings are currently on, so it's not like the board of directors have deferred that meeting at all, despite the request from Rani Kapoor. In her letter, she has alleged that right after her son's death, while she was still mourning, she was taken to a room and then made to sign documents which she was not entirely aware of what exactly those documents said, what she was signing over, and the details of the contracts that were therein. It seems that after that, now she's finally come out into the public. She's actually writing this letter to the board, but the letter has been now available with the press, with everybody in the media, and we know details of what she has described. She said that she was coerced to sign these documents. Again, she was not fully aware of what was happening. What has also happened since Sanjay Kapoor's death is that her bank accounts have been blocked. That is Rani Kapoor's claim in this matter. Her bank accounts have been blocked, her access to company records has been blocked, and therefore she suspects that there is a lot of illegality going on. Now this AGM, among the other proposals that were supposed to be cleared at the AGM, one of them was the appointment of Priya Sachdev Kapoor onto the board as a non-executive director. While the letter specifically does not mention Priya Sachdev Kapoor, she does talk about the fact that some individuals are being inducted into the board. This is not my wish, considering that Surinder Kapoor left a will which gave me all the power to represent the family. Without my say-so, you can't really appoint somebody onto the board. Again, for the understanding of our viewers, Priya Sachdev Kapoor's appointment is the only appointment that is listed as part of the AGM proceedings, and the shareholders will vote on it. Just to get a sense of where Rani Kapoor stands at the company, as a shareholder, she doesn't really hold much, just about 72 shares in the company. The majority of the promoter shareholding rests with a company called Aureus Investment, where Sanjay Kapoor was one of the 3 directors. Now, whether that has transferred on to Rani Kapoor or not, that's something we do not know. At this stage, she's claiming that there are a lot of illegalities which have come to surface, though she's not going to describe what those illegalities are. She's saying that that these concerns are there. So got to wait for 2 weeks.
But Vishwanath, one more question that I want to ask you here, just for more clarity. The company had released a statement earlier assuring stability. So according to that, all, Sanjay Kapoor's estate passes on to his wife, Priya Sachdev.
We do not know that at this point in time. There was officially no will that was left behind by Sanjay Kapoor. At least as of now, we do not know that. So whether that passes on to her or whether that passes on to Rani Kapoor, the mother, these are details that will emerge later on.
We'll try and get more details on that. Meanwhile, this is the latest that's coming in at the moment. My colleague Sakshi also now joins us on the broadcast here. Sakshi, what more do you have?
Right. Well, of course, just as Vishwanath was mentioning, inheritance battles are often murky, but they just get murkier when your personal wealth is over 10,000 crores and your business is valued over 30,000 crores. That's exactly what's happened in the case of Sanjay Kapoor, late Sanjay Kapoor. And just as Vishwanath was mentioning, in the case of late Sanjay Kapoor, as per initial reports and initial analysis really coming from lawyers across the board, what we have learned so far is that Sanjay Kapoor did not leave a will behind, and therefore his father, late Surinder Kapoor's will, is what is going to be looked at. Now, if that is going to be looked at, that is why, of course, this family drama in a way is exploding, because we have seen Rani Kapoor say that, look, the AGM must be deferred, and in a sense, really declaring to everyone that, look, she is the boss at the moment, and she must have the right to take the final calls. Now, as of course, we have learned that the AGM is currently undergoing and is in the process, but really, where does this leave the inheritance battle, and what really is at stake here? So we have learned that his personal wealth is over 10,000 crores. Sanjay Kapoor's, the business is valued at over 30,000 crores. Now he has had 3 wives. One was Nandita Mehtani. Then he got married to Karishma Kapoor. Both divorced. And then he is his current wife, Priya Sachdev. In total, he has 4 children. Crucial to remember here that he has 2 children from Karishma Kapoor, Kian and Samaira. He has a son from Priya Sachdev, Zyrus, and they believe they're a blended family. They also have a daughter between Priya Sachdev and Vikram Chhatwal, Safira. So 4 children in total. When you call yourself a blended family, the lines are often blurred. Now, we've not only seen the mother really, talk and declare in this letter really that she's the boss. Reports are also indicating that the sisters are also wanting to claim their right really on the board and the business.
Okay. But we do understand that his mother, Rani Kapoor, doesn't really have much in her hand, and who's going to actually inherit Sanjay Kapoor's wealth and his estate, who's going to take over his business, is clearly unknown, because there is no will that has been left behind. Let me go back to Vishwanath as well. Vishwanath, you've been telling us that the meeting is already on. It started at 1 p.m. and despite the objection that was raised by Rani Kapoor, who's Sanjay Kapoor's mother, the meeting is underway. What could happen? What are the options? What are the possibilities?
Well, as is normal at these AGMs, the proposals that are listed, they will be open for voting by the shareholders, and then depending on the votes, the proposals will pass or they will not pass. So at this stage, at least, remember that Aureus Investment, the entity I mentioned earlier, which holds majority of the promoter stake, about 27% equity stake in Sona BLW, is held by this one entity. Their vote in this matter is crucial. See, when a AGM briefing is going on and shareholders have to vote, a proposal has to pass with 75% in favor, voting in favor of that said proposal. So if one entity has 27%, then without their say-so, something cannot pass through. Therefore, the ownership of that company and who actually controls that entity, that's something that is going to be interesting to watch out for. We need to see where Aureus Investment votes, because that is the direction in which the final call will be taken. As things stand, Priya Sachdev's appointment is a normal resolution. So we need to see what that means in terms of the total shareholding and the total votes, whether the percentage of vote changes or not. But this is something that we'll closely watch out for.
So much, Vishwanath, for getting us all those details there, and Sakshi Bajaj as well for bringing us those details on the business empire and the wealth of Sanjay Kapoor that he's left behind. Who's going to be the owner of that? Who's going to inherit all this wealth? That, of course, remains to be seen. There's an important meeting that's taking place currently. But yes, this drama between Priya Sachdev the wife of Sanjay Kapoor and the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, Rani Kapoor, is brewing at the moment, and we will get you all the latest on that. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. In a huge crackdown on obscene content on OTT, government has banned 25 OTT apps and websites. The platforms have been banned for streaming soft porn, where Ulu app, Desi Flix, MoodX have been blocked as per information coming in. And well, my colleague Aishwarya Jain will also be joining us on the broadcast here. He is getting us more details on that, but this is what we are learning at the moment. The government has blocked about 25 OTT platforms for their alleged vulgar content. Well, the action now has been taken after the child rights body had flagged the content on these apps. My colleague Aishwarya with us on that. Aishwarya, what more details?
Well, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, the government directed the blocking of websites and apps linked to 25 OTT platforms for alleging using obscene, vulgar, and in some cases pornographic content. It is, according to officials familiar with the matter, we have been told that various platforms contain containing sexual innuendos and in some cases prolonged scenes of sexually explicit acts involving nudity, which were described as pornographic in nature. Most of the material lacked any meaningful storyline, theme or social message and was instead dominated by the obscene and vulgar visuals, and therefore the reason perhaps the government has taken a decision. This is not the first time, remember, these platforms have come under scrutiny in April this year as well. After the Supreme Court issued notices to the centre, the action was taken, and now it is 25 of the apps and websites targeted in the crackdown had been completely banned.
All right, big information now coming in. 25 apps and websites that have been blocked by the centre, and government now has acted on these platforms. That includes Alt-T, Ulu app for violating the content guidelines. This is what we're learning at the moment. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We have some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. In connection with the Justice Verma impeachment case, top ministers have met Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge as well as LOP in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi. Law Minister, Parliamentary Affairs Minister have attended this meeting over Justice Yashwant Verma's impeachment. Sources have told NDTV that the meeting has been convened in order to bring the opposition on board on the matter. This is what we are learning at the moment. My colleague Aishwarya Jain continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, is the meeting still on? Any more details that have come out?
Well, the meeting has got over, and there has been a consensus between the government and the opposition. Lok Sabha Speaker called the meeting of all the party floor leaders, and there was consensus that was made that from Monday onwards the Parliament will function smoothly, and there would be discussion under the special rule as being demanded by the opposition. Remember, Operation Sindhu debate has to be panned out for 16 hours both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha starting from Monday next week, and the opposition parties have assured the Lok Sabha Speaker that they will not break up the issue of the SIR from Monday onwards. But yes, of course, there were demands in this particular meeting that was raised by the opposition, but it remained inconclusive in nature. But as soon as the Lok Sabha began, just few minutes back at 2 p.m., again there were disruptions that were seen today, and the latest what we're getting is both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, after repeated adjournments, now being adjourned till 28th of July, that is Monday.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for getting us those details there. Well, this is what we are learning now. Well, amid the Parliament logjam over the Bihar voter list, we are given to understand now the Lok Sabha has been adjourned once again, and both houses have been adjourned till Monday. Well, no work was done in the Parliament over this 1 week, and we understand that there has been some sort of consensus that has been arrived at between both sides, between the government and the opposition. What we are also now learning is that the opposition has agreed that they are going to work together, work along with the government on important issues, on matters concerning the public, and will let the parliament run smoothly. Well, that of course practically would be visible on Monday only. But my colleague Ishwarya with us on the broadcast here. Ishwarya, we understand once again the parliament has been adjourned as soon as it reconvened, as you've been informing us, but there has been some sort of consensus arrived between both the sides. Whether that works or not, whether that plan works or not, that will be visible on Monday only.
Well, that's right. The consensus had been built between the opposition and the treasury benches as far as debate spanning around Operation Sindoor, but that is from Monday onwards. It was Jagdambika Pal who was in chair in place of the Lok Sabha Speaker when the Lok Sabha resumed again at 2 p.m. And it was repeated request that was made by Jagdambika Pal to the opposition leaders who came to the well of the House and requested them to go back to have a private members' bill discussion. He stated that it is very important for the Parliament to function at this hour because important private bills had been lifted and there are also bills pertaining to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes for the state of Goa. Jagdambika Pal went on to say and requested these MPs that when on Saturday and Sunday on the weekends they will go back to their constituencies, what will they answer to the people who had sent them to the parliament? And it was an very, very strong worded appeal by Jagdambika Pal, who was sitting on the chair, but repeated sloganeering, chanting of such slogans were witnessed from the bell, where opposition the MPs came, and certainly after that, after the disruption, the Lok Sabha once again got adjourned, but we are expecting from Monday onwards that the Parliament will run smoothly.
All right. Thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us those details there. This is the latest coming in. At this point in time, we will keep an eye on the developments. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking here. Prime Minister Modi will be attending Maldives' 60th Independence Day celebrations in capital Malé on July 26th. His presence will mark a major turnaround in ties between the neighbors, something that neither side might have foreseen 18 months ago. Prime Minister Modi will be in Maldives till July 26th at the invitation of President Mohammad Moizu. My colleague Vasudha gets us more on that.
Well, we are in this beautiful country of Maldives, and you can see the beach, and of course many tourists have arrived here. Prime Minister Modi is on a historic visit to Maldives, and this is historic because there's a reset of ties between India and Maldives that is happening. Just 2 years ago, there was a sense of chill, a sense of frostiness between India and Maldives, with relations going sour, but there were quite diplomatic efforts that were made by Indian diplomats, and also from the other side, India also helped Maldives even as the country struggled with an economic crisis, and now bilateral ties are back on track. Today is going to be a busy day for the Prime Minister. He was already accorded a ceremonial welcome by not just President Moizu of Maldives, but also his entire delegation of ministers, including the Home Minister and the Foreign Minister. He also had a community event, and from here, of course, there is an official reception for him in the afternoon, and then at night there's going to be a banquet, that will be a dinner that will be hosted by President Moizu. And tomorrow is when the official celebrations of the 60th year of Maldives independence will begin. Prime Minister Modi is going to spend the day in Maldives, in fact 2 days, and he will be the special chief guest at that event. Now, this visit of the Prime Minister comes at the backdrop of the success that he has had in the UK, even as the FTA was worked out, something that was long awaited between India and UK. A similar free trade agreement is also being negotiated with Maldives. Apart from that, there are collaborations that are expected to take place in the field of digital technology, financial payments. Remember that India also helped Maldives with the currency swap agreement, something that really helped the country tide over its financial repayment challenges. But there are also other bilateral agreements that are being worked on when it comes to maritime cooperation, and also security arrangements. We'll get to know all of that in just a bit. Remember, India also invests a lot in Maldives when it comes to infrastructure projects. Geopolitically, this is a country that is extremely important for India. Vis-a-vis China, because India is also looking at increasing its influence when it comes to the Indian Ocean. And also, most importantly, Prime Minister Modi, this is the second part of his two-nation tour. He went to UK and now he is in Maldives, and he will be participating in the official Independence Day celebrations of Maldives, the youngest, one of the youngest democracies of Asia, but a lot at stake here.
All right, all eyes will be on this special visit of Prime Minister Modi to Maldives, and we will get you all the latest on that. Meanwhile, some news coming in from the field of sports. Former Barcelona and Spain midfield maestro Javi Hernandez had reportedly applied for the vacant Indian football team head coach job, but his application was rejected by the AIFF technical committee. Javi's last managerial stint saw him take charge his beloved Barcelona between 2021 and 2024 before being sacked by the board after a trophy-less campaign. Javi, who's also managed the Qatar side Al Sadd from 2019 to 2021, was one of the most high-profile names to have applied for the job. But as per sources, he was not considered by the AIFF, as they apparently could not afford the financial terms of the deal. My colleague Osama joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Well, what went wrong, Osama? This is through sources we are learning that apparently the Indian side could not consider the legend because of financial reasons.
Well, you asked what went wrong. I would say everything is going wrong for the All India Football Federation and the Indian football at this point of time. Remember, Manolo Marquez, he was the head coach of Team India. He came after Igor Stimac, another very high-profile coach who was with Team India. He had to leave because of multiple disputes with the All India Football Federation. Manolo Marquez came in, stepped in, and then India did not really do well. There were multiple reasons for Team India not doing well, and he had to then leave. And post that, India have been looking for a head coach for the Indian national team. And from whatever that we have learned from our sources from the All India Football Federation Technical Committee, Javi Hernandez, as you mentioned, the legend, Spanish legend, the man who has won the World Cup, the man who has guided Barcelona to the La Liga trophy. He had applied for that particular position, for the position of the coach of head coach of Team India, and his application was not considered. We spoke to our sources in the AIFF technical committee, and they confirmed that his application came through, but it was rejected. They did not really spell out the reason why it was rejected, but many reports are suggesting that it was because of the high cost and the kind of money that he was asking. But the kind of position that Indian football is at the moment. Remember, we have slipped. We are at an all-time low as far as the FIFA World Ranking is concerned, and there needs to be a quick fix for Team India. And Javi Hernandez, he could have been one of those options, but Team India has rejected. The AIFF has rejected Javi Hernandez as the head coach of Team India. How will it play out? There are three names that are being considered at this point of time for the head coach. There is Khalid Jamil, who is the coach of Jamshedpur FC. Stephen Constantine, who was the former coach of Team India, he's being reconsidered. And all in all, the fact that India has gone on, the AIFF has gone on and rejected Javi Hernandez, that is going to ruffle a lot of feathers as far as Indian football is concerned.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Osama, for getting us all those details there. Well, this definitely could have proved beneficial for our team, but well, we do not know the reasons really, but as per sources, we are given to understand that this is because of financial reasons that the AIFF could not consider Javi. All right, with that, it's time to take a short break here, but after the break, we have special conversation coming up with Congress MP Renuka Chaudhary on the Parliament Logjam. Big Family drama playing out after Sanjay Kapoor's death. The fight is over his business and $4 billion empire. 25 OTT platforms have been blocked for obscene content. Platforms have been banned for streaming soft porn. Huge political storm over voter list in Bihar. Opposition leaders tore down symbolic SIR copies outside the parliament. 7 children have died and 2 are still critical in Rajasthan after the school tragedy.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than sort of let it kind of disappear in time, then you're probably doing a service of sorts.
Right.
So, of course, with all acknowledgements and everything, that's mandatory. The world would never know about it until we do something.
So you think, in a way, Prada is exposing Indian craftsmanship and Kolhapuri?
I think what they've done to Kolhapur now, if you look at it, is suddenly it's the buzzword.
Right.
Everybody knows Kolhapuri chappals now.
City now.
Yeah, it's suddenly Kolhapuri chappals are the it sort of statement. So, may not have approached it the right way, but I think what this has managed to do to Kolhapur and an indigenous product is amazing. But do we capitalize it or not is another story now.
Okay. Do you think it's about time that the world, I mean, we've been here, we've been around, but do you think it's about time that the world started acknowledging what we have contributed to the art of garment making?
You know, I have a very serious disagreement with this acknowledgement of the West to know that we are important. Because I think that in itself is a wrong notion. Right. And I've personally been very against people who always think that there's this Gora hangover we still suffer from. You know, I think we're still not outgrown our
colonial fever.
Colonial droppings that are all over us. No other country in the world feels like this. Everybody celebrates their indigenous crafts, their languages, their music, and they're all happy.
Right.
We in India, for example, a simple example, till 6-7 years back, Punjabi music was looked down upon.
Correct.
Okay? Suddenly, half the world is rapping in Punjabi, this thing, so suddenly it's cool.
Yes.
Now Louis Vuitton gets A.R. Rahman to compose the Punjabi track for their main show.
Right.
So look at what's happening.
Right.
So now again it took someone else to acknowledge that this is relevant, and then Indians love it. Fantastic.
So what do you think? Are we hungry for that acknowledgement? Are we not appreciating ourselves enough?
I think we don't value our country enough.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Welcome back after the break. The Bihar voter list revision has become a huge flashpoint between the government and the opposition, both inside and outside the parliament. Opposition MPs tore down SIR copies outside the parliament today, raising slogans against the EC exercise, and have also brought the parliament to a standstill. Now, Congress MP Renuka Chaudhary has moved Rule 267 notice in Rajya Sabha seeking discussion on SIR in Bihar. She's also joining us live on the broadcast here. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to NDTV. Ma'am, what's your contention? Why do you think the EC is not acting fair in this case?
It's pretty obvious what they're trying to do. If you look at it, how insidiously this government has been taking away the instruments of democracy in the past so many years of their governance. If you look at it, you find the debris of dissolved or denied privileges. You look at debates and bills which have been passed through without any discussions. You look at subverting and not filling up the constitutional posts that are there all over the country. You look at what they've done with Lokpals, with the RTI, with all these, if you go to see it, one by one they have decimated. And this is the ultimate, that they take away the constitutionally endowed citizens' right on the right to vote. This government is maliciously, with malicious intent, deliberate, premeditated stance of denying the citizen their right. You go to see, this is what they've been doing. You mean to say now in Bihar with this time lag, they're going to now be authenticated election commission list, and now they've blatantly announced that they're going to do it all over the country without so much as by your leave.
But ma'am, this exercise is being undertaken by the Election Commission, and the Election Commission says how can they allow fake voters? They can't allow dead voters or permanent migrants in the voter list, and that needs to be excluded. They say it's to protect the integrity of the electoral rolls, and of course this exercise is going to be carried out in the entire country.
The question here is the integrity of the government. Have they really been above board? Do you really believe that? Yes, if they're illegal migrants, they're illegal. It has always been there. There are many ways of dealing with that. But today to sweep across board and remove the citizens' right and tell them that they are not entitled to vote, and do you really believe we have the bandwidth to go into extreme rural areas and that people have that awareness and they can access computers and download? I mean, come on. Even advanced, so-called advanced nations and superpowers like America and all don't have it.
Okay.
Forget it. So you are now trying conveniently, you are going to do this and selectively eliminate people. PCs and Dalits and Muslims and what have you. Unfortunately, the credibility of the government and their intentions are not acceptable. We all know those are big question marks. We've seen their behavior in the past so many years, and the way they articulate what they want to do. I mean,
But ma'am, Parliament hasn't been able to function, in the last few days, and work needs to be done. There was an important all-party meeting also that was convened today. I mean, consensus has apparently been reached in that meeting. Has the government agreed to any of your demands on the SIR discussion? We are given to understand the Parliament is going to run smoothly from Monday onwards.
Now, tell me one thing. We have come to Parliament with the intention of working, isn't it? We were the ones in the opposition and the INDA bloc who have asked this government to call for a special session when there were contentious issues like the Pahalgam killings. We were the ones. Did they concede? They didn't. They denied it. And then the arrogance of their rule, they deny this, and then the Parliament has been notified in the past 25, 27 days that there's going to be Parliament given from this date to this date. Everyone knows that. We all come to Parliament. The Vice President of the country is functioning on the first day of Parliament, the first half of the day. And by evening he resigns. No one gives us explanations. And there were such important issues to be discussed during this parliament session. And so you have a parliament session, ongoing parliament session, where the Prime Minister is trapezing all over the world except in this. And he'll never go to Manipur. But he can trapeze all over the world and try to postulate and look authentic about what he's doing. He'll go to some 200 people, citizens' country and get a medal, and he's so thrilled to put it on his chappan and chati.
Okay.
But you won't come to India and you won't go to Manipur. You do all this.
Okay.
So you have no Prime Minister in the country. And now Rajya Sabha doesn't have a Vice President. And of course, Lok Sabha hasn't had a Deputy Speaker for donkey's years now. And this is the state of affairs.
Okay.
And you're blaming us for not running the parliament.
Okay.
Wow.
If the government does not agree to your demand over a discussion on SIR, which could possibly also happen in the coming days, but what are we going to see in the future? No consensus between the government and the opposition so far?
No, the key is probably or possibly. If the government was to come out and articulate and say that, listen, we are equally concerned about, sir, and we are concerned because Bihar elections are around the corner. And if there are any doubts in the citizens' mind, we must set it at rest, because that is the constitutional function of a government. And they talk about how they're so enamored by the constitution and they're so aware of the rights of people. Then don't you think they have to answer? Is it our responsibility?
Okay, ma'am, you're saying, and even party leaders have said that millions, of course, are at risk of disenfranchisement because of this exercise that's being carried out. LOP in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi also has alleged that in one Karnataka constituency, huge manipulation was carried out, and he's got proof too. BJP is asking here, where is the proof? The BJP is saying when the Congress had won the Karnataka election in 2023, there was no such problem. Why are they now saying EC is not doing its job?
Tell me, even the appointment of an EC has been subverted the process. The CJI is supposed to be involved in the election in the nomination of an EC. What did they do? They removed it and put a bureaucrat in. Did you, as the media, question them? Do you believe that this is the right thing for them to do? That is why I am saying that insidiously, this government is removing every instrument of democracy.
Okay.
And we are coming into a situation where there is no accountability, you have no RTI, you have no Lokpals, you have vacant constitutional institutions, and now there is no parliament happening. And no one seems to be asking these questions. Hello? Are we in a democratic republic, or is this some kind of a circus that is going on?
Okay.
I haven't signed up for this. I will come because I have to be accountable. I remain accountable to the citizens of this country. And I have been authorized and sent here to make sure and ensure that their voice and the questions they are asking are heard in Parliament.
All right.
This government deliberately subverts, diverts, dilutes, and they do this, and now it has become state of the art where they do such things.
So the opposition is demanding a clear discussion on the issue of SIR, and their concerns need to be addressed, and that is what the opposition is sticking on. However, we do have information. There has been some sort of consensus that was arrived between the opposition and the government on the matter. We will try and get more confirmation on that. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to NDTV here and taking out the time and being with us here on the broadcast. Thank you so much. All right, we will keep an eye on the details coming in on this big story. Meanwhile, we have some breaking news that we're tracking. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has met Maharashtra Chief Minister. The discussion has taken place over Maharashtra cabinet rejig. Well, we understand the focus has been on the honey trap case and local polls. We will try and get more details on that. This is the latest that's coming in. Maharashtra Chief Minister meeting the Union Home Minister over these issues, and there has been a possible discussion on the Maharashtra cabinet rejig as well. My colleague Radhika also joining us on the broadcast. Radhika, is the meeting on? What's been discussed? What more details?
We believe the meeting has concluded. That's what our correspondent Ram Shinde has just put out. This is an important meeting coming in the backdrop of several issues in the state of Maharashtra, and since there have been many allegations against leaders within Mahayuti, several leaders and ministers within Mahayuti government are facing allegations of misbehavior and corruption. There is a case of honey trap where an aide of BJP minister was arrested, and names of several leaders are cropping up in connection to it. Besides, the agriculture minister is in trouble over online rummy video. There are indications that he may lose his portfolio and action may be taken. He's, of course, with the NCP, but the NCP an ally of the BJP, and no action against MLA Sanjay Gaikwad of Sena, again BJP's ally, who was seen beating up a canteen worker. Despite outrage, there has been no action, and there's a uproar over language issues and law and order as a result of this. That's also part of the discussion, and also on the upcoming local body elections and its preparations. Discussions were on that as well. The meeting lasted for 25 minutes between Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Amit Shah.
All right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us those details there. This is a key meeting that has taken place, and we are given to understand this is now got over. These are the details that are coming out of this meeting. We have news coming in from Rajasthan now. More updates about the Jhalawar school's roof collapse. 7 children were killed after the roof of a primary school in Rajasthan's Jhalawar had collapsed today morning. More than 60 children were trapped under the debris, and all the others have been rescued now. As per reports, the incident had taken place in the morning today at 8:30 a.m. shortly after the school day had begun. The school building was reportedly in a dilapidated condition, and the structural quality was affected by heavy rains. Prime Minister Modi expressed condolences over the incident and said the mishap at the school in Jhalawar in Rajasthan was deeply saddening and tragic. His thoughts are with the affected students and their families in this difficult hour. Now, as per more information coming in, the Education Department in the state had reportedly written a letter to the school authorities around 10 days back asking them to take necessary action, but nothing was done in this regard.
स्कूल की बिल्डिंग में सुबह हादसा हुआ और हमारे बच्चे जो स्कूल पढ़ने वाले थे वो इसका शिकार हुए। इस तरह के हादसे को रोकने के लिए हम सख्त हैं। भविष्य में ऐसा कोई हादसा नहीं हो, इसके लिए कोशिश करेंगे। शिक्षा विभाग को हमारे निर्देश थे कि कोई भी ऐसा विद्यालय हो जहाँ ऐसा कुछ होने की संभावना हो, ऐसे वो छुट्टी करते हैं। और जो जर्जर भवन थे उनकी भी हमने सूचना, उसमें भी कोई स्कूल का नाम नहीं था। अब इसकी जांच करवाएंगे कि हादसे के क्या कारण है, जो भी दोषी होंगे उनको लगता है। कितने बच्चे सब मलबे में दबे हुए थे, कितने बच्चे ऐसी कोई जानकारी मेरे से ज्यादा आपके पास है। जो भी बच्चे दबे हुए थे सब निकासी हुए, या तो हॉस्पिटल में है या उनको घर पहुँचे।
बच्चों के माताजी हैं, ये बता रही हैं कि इनका कहना ये है कि जब इस टाइम पे ये वहाँ गए स्कूल में, तुरंत इनकी बच्ची जो बाहर थी हाथ धोने गई थी, वो पहुँचने को आई तो ये उनको घर बुलाने आए कि मम्मी वहाँ की छत गिर गई है, आप थोड़ा सा देखिए चल के। तो जैसे ये वहाँ गई तो वहाँ देखा कि जो वहाँ पर मैडम एक बैठी हुई थी वो भी बाहर आ गई है, वो वहाँ पे नहीं थी, मैडम भी नहीं थी, और सिर्फ बच्चों पे छत गिरी। तो क्या बच्चों को भी साथ लाया जा सकता? बाप बताए क्या दिक्कत हुई थी, क्या हुआ?
फिर भाई साहब वो मैडम ही बैठी थी, माँ सर तो भाग लिया जाते मोटरसाइकिल उठा वे भी एड़ता नहीं उनमें से
कोई भी, केवल मैडम बैठी थी और
कोई भी टीचर मीचर कोई भी नहीं है, सब मैडम बैठी थी।
किसने निकाला बच्चों को?
फिर गांव वालों ने निकाल लिया चोरी ने।
तो वहाँ के शिक्षक सब भी भग गए थे?
सब भग गया।
जो प्रार्थना होती है, प्रार्थना के समय बच्चे आए ही थे और ये घटना हो गई। जैसे कि ये बता रहे हैं कि उन्होंने मतलब जैसे देखते से ही निकालने की बजाय सभी मोटरसाइकिल लेके चले गए।
झालावाड़ के पिपलोदी गांव में चारों तरफ मातम पसरा है, चारों तरफ रोने और चीखने की आवाज़ें आ रही हैं। घटनास्थल पर मैं इस वक्त मौजूद हूँ। मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं एसडीआरएफ और एनडीआरएफ की टीमें लगातार यहाँ जुड़ी हुई हैं। मलबे को खंगाला जा रहा है ताकि कोई भी गुंजाइश शक की पीछे न रहे। हालांकि ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ मलबे में दबने वाले सभी 32 विद्यार्थियों को निकाल कर अस्पताल पहुंचा दिया गया है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो बचाव दल हैं, जो रेस्क्यू टीमें हैं, वो कोई चांस नहीं लेना चाहती हैं। मेरे पीछे आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा किस तरह से लगातार यहाँ मलबे में दबे हुए सामानों को निकाला जा रहा है, पूरे मलबे को स्कैन किया जा रहा है। ये कुर्सी मेरे पीछे आप पड़ी है, इसमें कुछ खून भी लगा है, कुर्सी टूट गई है, ये भी मलबे में दब गई थी। जानकारी के लिए मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा यहाँ पर प्रशासन के अधिकारी भी मौके पर मौजूद हैं। इस क्षेत्र में लोगों का प्रवेश वर्जित कर दिया गया है और लगातार पूरे जो परिसर की है तलाशी ली जा रही है ताकि किसी भी प्रकार के शक की कोई गुंजाइश न रहे। शिक्षा मंत्री कुछ देर में यहाँ पहुँचने वाले हैं। मुख्यमंत्री का जो दौरा है उसके लिए ऐसी जानकारी आ रही है कि शायद मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ नहीं आए। ऐसी भी अब बात, क्योंकि पहले बताया गया था कि मुख्यमंत्री भजन लाल शर्मा 1:30 बजे यहाँ पहुँचने वाले हैं, लेकिन अभी खबर मिल रही है कि मुख्यमंत्री का जो दौरा था प्रस्तावित वो कैंसिल हो सकता है। लेकिन मौके पर लगातार SDRF और NDRF की टीमें तलाशी और छानबीन में लगी हुई हैं। कुछ ही देर में ये पूरा मलबा हटा दिया जाएगा। बिल्डिंग को तोड़ दिया गया है। JCB मशीनें यहाँ पर चल रही हैं और काम कर रही हैं तथा प्रशासन अपने स्तर पर पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त होना चाहता है कि अब मलबे में कोई भी दबा ना हो। NDTV के लिए झालावाड़ से रियाज खान। झालावाड़ के पिपलौदी गांव में चारों तरफ मातम पसरा है। चारों तरफ रोने और चीखने की आवाज़ें आ रही हैं। घटनास्थल पर मैं इस वक्त मौजूद हूँ। मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं SDRF और NDRF की टीमें लगातार यहाँ जुड़ी हुई हैं। मलबे को खंगाला जा रहा है ताकि कोई भी गुंजाइश शक की पीछे न रहे। हालांकि ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ मलबे में दबने वाले सभी 32 विद्यार्थियों को निकाल कर अस्पताल पहुंचा दिया गया है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो बचाव दल हैं, जो रेस्क्यू टीमें हैं, वो कोई चांस नहीं लेना चाहती हैं। मेरे पीछे आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा किस तरह से लगातार यहाँ मलबे में दबे हुए सामानों को निकाला जा रहा है। पूरे मलबे को स्कैन किया जा रहा है। ये कुर्सी मेरे पीछे आप पड़ी है, इसमें कुछ खून भी लगा है। कुर्सी टूट गई है, ये भी मलबे में दब गई थी। जानकारी के लिए मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा यहाँ पर प्रशासन के अधिकारी भी मौके पर मौजूद हैं। इस क्षेत्र में लोगों का प्रवेश वर्जित कर दिया गया है और लगातार पूरे जो परिसर की है तलाशी ली जा रही है ताकि किसी भी प्रकार के शक की कोई गुंजाइश ना रहे। शिक्षा मंत्री कुछ देर में यहाँ पहुँचने वाले हैं। मुख्यमंत्री का जो दौरा है उसके लिए ऐसी जानकारी आ रही है कि शायद मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ नहीं आए। ऐसी भी अब बात, क्योंकि पहले बताया गया था कि मुख्यमंत्री भजन लाल शर्मा 1:30 बजे यहाँ पहुँचने वाले हैं, लेकिन अभी खबर मिल रही है कि मुख्यमंत्री का जो दौरा था प्रस्तावित वो कैंसिल हो सकता है। लेकिन मौके पर लगातार SDRF और NDRF की टीमें तलाशी और छानबीन में लगी हुई हैं। कुछ ही देर में ये पूरा मलबा हटा दिया जाएगा। बिल्डिंग को तोड़ दिया गया है। JCB मशीनें यहाँ पर चल रही हैं और काम कर रही हैं तथा प्रशासन अपने स्तर पर पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त होना चाहता है कि अब मलबे में कोई भी दबा ना हो। NDTV के लिए झालावाड़ से रियाज खान।
We'll keep an eye on the developments there on that story that we're tracking. Meanwhile, in some more news, the convict in the Soumya rape and murder case, Govinda Chami, has been caught after he had escaped from Kannur Central Prison early today. The incident took place around 1:15 a.m. in the high security block of the jail. The prison break has raised several questions, serious questions about jail security. The victim was a saleswoman who was traveling from Kochi to Shoranur by train and had shifted to a general compartment where Govinda Chami boarded the same coach as the train departed. He had later attacked, raped and murdered her. Following the police investigation, he was apprehended and sentenced to life imprisonment.
Police has received information at around 6:30 a.m. regarding the missing escape of the accused. Police has conducted a very detailed search after the incident. Following that, we were receiving a lot of information regarding the possible locations of hideouts. Following that, the police conducted a search and cordoning operation, which resulted in the apprehension of the accused within a span of 4 hours.
So, a very highly dramatic manner in which this convict who runs out of a very high security Kannur prison in the early hours of today is captured within a few hours because of a very vigilant public, CCTV footage, as well as of course the police teams acting in coordination. Govinda Chami is someone who was convicted for the rape and murder of 23-year-old Soumya in 2011 and he was sentenced to death. Subsequently, the Supreme Court had commuted that to life sentence and he was inside the jail, and we understand that around 1:15 a.m. is when this man, who in fact has only one arm, managed to scale the wall of the jail. We are told that certain blankets and clothes were found which were tied in the form of a rope, and there is also some reports suggesting that the iron grill or the bars of the jail was actually broken. And how he managed to come outside is something that is raised several questions, and I'm sure the jail authorities and the police in Kerala will be launching a high-level inquiry to answer those questions. Whether there was any insider support to this man is something that now will have to be answered. The second part of it is that after escaping, there is of course the jail authorities discovering it only at around 5 a.m. I'm told, when there were routine checks to find out, to take an
an attendance, so to speak, of the people inside the jail, the inmates of the jail, and that's when they discovered him missing. And subsequently, around 7 o'clock is when it was reported to the local police, after which this intensive kind of search in that area was carried out. Some locals said that they had seen this man who seemed to have only one arm, was putting it inside his pant pockets, perhaps to hide the fact that he is one-armed, and therefore would have been more noticeable. And yes, the convict in that particular case was quite notorious, because that case had been spoken about and reported about quite a bit at that time, and they reported that they had seen him scaling a particular wall and running away, and subsequently he had strayed to an abandoned building. We are told it was used to work as a hospital, and that's where, when the police, the media, as well as the locals zeroed in on that area and surrounded that area, he jumps into a well, and subsequently, even as media cameras are rolling live, he's pulled out of that well into the police hands by the police personnel themselves. Now he is likely to be transferred to Kannur Central Jail. Once again, of course, the security will have to be beefed up, and medical tests have been done. He seems to be in a fine physical condition, we are told, but right now, the alertness of the public and the police working together to be able to get him back into jail. But yes, several unanswered questions about what was the security lapse.
All right, shifting our focus now to some news coming in from the world of fashion. The annual fashion spectacle of India Couture Week continues in New Delhi, with designer Suneet Verma presenting a line of peppy and elegant evening wear, and actor Tara Sutaria walking the runway for labeled Rose Room. My colleague Mayank Chaudhary spoke to Tara on her rapri-show ritual, music and more.
Tara, now any pre-runway rituals that you have, what do you think about?
Oh gosh, I think I kind of have started to go with the flow. I was just talking to some other people earlier, and this is my 22nd time as showstopper.
Wow.
And it is something I enjoy so much. I've always grown up loving and just adoring fashion, lifestyle, style in general.
Right.
So for me to walk a showstopper still feels surreal. It feels really exciting. I am a little nervous sometimes, but honestly, every time I come back to Delhi, and we're in Delhi now, it feels like a warm embrace, because I feel like the people are really warm. And to anyone who's watching this from Delhi, thank you so much for the love.
Your favorite thing about Delhi?
There's not one favorite thing. I have some people that I really love in Delhi, friends and family friends and such. But
what
the
about
food?
Yeah.
I'm going to have dal makhani right after this walk. I just want to tell everybody, so excited for my dinner. But I have some friends, I have family, the food here, the culture here. I've performed here at the Habitat Center many years ago, and I had a wonderful concert. So just amazing memories, music. I think the culture here is fantastic, so I love coming back.
Right, that's wonderful. And you mentioned music.
Yes.
Now, I know that you're very much passionate about music as well as in fashion.
Yes.
Now, how important is a music of a fashion show to you?
It's so important. There have been times that I've really loved the music that I've walked for. There have been times that I wish we could have maybe, changed up the music. I have to say this evening, the track that is going to play for my solo walk is one of my favorite songs growing up. It's something that we always listen to at home. It's a very famous ballad by a great, great singer called Nat King Cole. It's called L-O-V-E, Love. And it's a beautiful, beautiful song.
I love that too. I love that. And you look beautiful.
Thank you.
Tell me something, how would you describe Rose? Because that's the brand, Rose Room. What does Rose mean to you?
Well, do you mean the word or the brand?
The word.
The word. Gosh.
The flower.
I think so many things. I think all of us, especially women, would probably associate the word with love, with adoration, with fun, with flirtiness, with so many wonderful things. And I think it kind of depicts what Isha wants to say with Rose Room as well. And there's also an elegance and a charm to it, and an old world fashion and a sort of elegance to it, which I think really embodies what Isha's always tried to do with Rose Room.
All right, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. But after the break, much more coming up on the crackdown by the government on OTT platforms.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defense, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, the Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time to invest in that?
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
We are here with Salman Khan, who has told us a lot about bikes. Can you tell me, Salman, when did your love for bikes start?
I think since very early age. My cousins and
Do you remember your first bike?
Yeah, my first bike was a Jhalawar bike that I picked up. A 125cc engine, and I put in old bullet tires, and I got a frame of some other motorcycle, and I made that bike. And that bike, I think it took me about a month and a half to fix that bike, and I got it on road, fixed it all alone. And one of my cousins used to own a garage, so I sat with him and I assembled that bike. Means all different. And it was like made it like a scrambler, dirt bike, trail bike.
So it's not like you only ride a bike.
No, so
You
yeah,
do things about it.
yeah. I mean, no, I could do it then. I mean, simple even now. But so there's a friend of mine. Remember that guy Salim, the fat guy who's been in movies with me? He was so he was a dear friend of mine. He used to own bikes, so that engine was from him. And after a month and a half, he saw me down Carter Road riding it. So he looked at me, Sharma, this is the one that I picked up from you. Really? Wow. So I was sleeping. He comes at 6 o'clock in the morning. He takes the bike. He goes, and I come down, wanting to go to college. And I say, "Ye bike kahan hai?" They say, "Wo Salim Baba aake leke chale gaye." So then in the evening I went to his place. I said, "कहाँ है बाइक भाई? तू लेके चले गया?" ऐसे यार बाइक की ज़रूरत थी. वो पिक्चर का स्टंट था. उसको फिल्म सिटी के लेक में उड़ाना था.
और बाइक ठीक था?
And then they did the stunt with my bike, and the bike went in. Must be somewhere still there in the film city ka lake.
Is there a breakthrough in Parliament logjam? Well, an all-party meeting has managed to bring a sense of consensus. The Congress says that they will participate in Operation Sindoor debate. A new chapter in the Karnataka Game of Thrones in the battle of Siddaramaiah versus DK Shivkumar. It is the battle of Babus now. The battle plays out at the Karnataka Bhavan. Chief Minister and DK Shivkumar's aides battle it out. Sanjay Kapoor family drama over business and wealth. 25 OTT platforms have been blocked by the government for obscene content. These platforms have been banned for streaming what the government says is soft porn. Seven children have died and 2 are critically injured in a tragedy that occurred after a school collapsed in Rajasthan. The Rajasthan Education Secretary and the Minister have rushed to Jhalawar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaches Maldives. He was at Mali. He was received by the Maldivian Prime Minister. This in a bid to reset the ties with Maldives. The Spanish legend Javi Hernandez applied to coach Team India, but the All India Football Federation said no. The Football Federation rejected Barcelona legend. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Osama Shab. The big breaking story that we are getting you at the top of this hour. The Operation Sindoor debate will take place in the Parliament next week. This debate is to begin on Monday in Lok Sabha and subsequently will happen in Rajya Sabha as well. The Defence Minister, he is likely to lead this discussion. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well as the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, they are also set to participate in this 16-hour-long debate that is expected to begin on Monday in Lok Sabha. And my colleague Akhilesh Sharma joins us to get us more on this. Akhilesh, there was a logjam in the Parliament over the Operation Sindoor debate. That seems to have ended. And from what we are understanding, this debate is likely to happen on Monday.
That's correct, Osama. In fact, in the morning, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and Arjun Meghwal, they had a meeting with the leader of the opposition in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge. This meeting was held in a very cordial manner, and the suggestion given by the opposition was that it should not be done under any rule, and the government accepted it. And now this is going to be a special discussion on Operation Sindoor. So this will not be under any rule, say 184 or Rule 193, but in fact it will be a special discussion. And since it's a special discussion, so the government will get a chance to open the debate. And we've been told by the sources that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is likely to open the debate from the government side. He will be putting all the facts related to Operation Sindoor, India's military options which are exercised against the terrorist bases in Pakistan. All these details will be shared before Parliament by Rajnath Singh. And apart from him, we've been told by the sources that Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar are likely to participate in the discussion in the Lok Sabha. And apart from them, even Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also likely to intervene once he comes back from his foreign visit. So that will be decided after once he returns. And on Tuesday, the same discussion will take place on the same topic in Rajya Sabha also. And that will also be a special discussion. So in both the houses, the duration is for 16 hours. And the kind of logjam which we have seen in this entire week is now broken. The deadlock is broken, and now the opposition is also ready to participate in the discussion.
Akhilesh, what specific concerns will the opposition raise during this debate, particularly in regards with the Pahalgam terror attack and also the US President Donald Trump's claims of brokering a ceasefire?
That's right, Osama. In fact, the opposition has been raising all these concerns since the Pahalgam attack took place and the Operation Sindoor was launched. So there are three aspects. One is the intelligence failure, which the opposition party asks question to the government side, and that will be answered by Home Minister Amit Shah. Second aspect is about India's losses during Operation Sindoor. That will be addressed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And the third aspect is about India getting support from other countries as far as the Operation Sindoor is concerned. So that is the diplomatic part that will be taken care by External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. So government has chalked out the strategy to reply each and every point which is likely to be raised by the opposition side.
How will the government respond to the opposition demands for clarity on Operation Sindoor? We'll have to wait and watch. Akhilesh Sharma, thank you very much for getting us all those details. And a power struggle is brewing in Karnataka's political circles with a confrontation between the aides of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar. This conflict escalated when the Chief Minister's OSD, that is the officer on special duty, allegedly threatened to physically assault the OSD of DK Shivkumar. And this prompted the Karnataka Chief Secretary to order a probe into this entire matter. The rivalry between the two leaders' camp is now adding to the tension. My colleague Deepak Bopanna joins us to get us more on this. Deepak, take us through what exactly happened. What was this threat of physically assaulting the other person? Take us through everything.
Well, now we've got access to a letter that has been written by Mr. Anjaneya. He's the special duty officer to Mr. DK Shivkumar in Delhi. Now, there seems to be some sort of tension that's brewing between two special duty officers. One is Mr. Mohan and Anjaneya. Mohan, of course, reports to Mr. Siddaramaiah while he's in Delhi. Mr. Anjaneya reports to Mr. DK Shivkumar while he's in Delhi. Now, a few days ago, there was a little bit of a verbal argument that is believed to have taken place, and in front of all the officials, staff members of Karnataka Bhavan in Delhi. Now, Mr. Mohan Kumar is said to have, verbally abused Anjaneya, or at least this is what he claims. He has now written a letter to the resident commissioner of Karnataka Bhavan and the chief secretary, saying that, he had, in front of all the staff members, said that he will remove his boot and beat him. Now, why was it said? What exactly led to it? This is what now the chief secretary is looking to find out. She has taken cognizance of this, is what we are learning, and now information is being sought on what exactly has happened and whether action needs to be initiated based on this particular complaint. But definitely for two officers, of course, who have to work hand in hand while they are in, Delhi, and especially ensure that all the functioning as far as their respective leaders when they come to the national capital is all smooth. It seems like there are some internal differences that are brewing between the two.
All right, Deepak Bopanna, thank you very much for getting us all those details. All right, another piece of breaking news that we are getting at this hour, the Chief of Defence Staff. He has made a significant statement regarding Operation Sindoor, emphasizing that Operation Sindoor is still underway, indicating that the military operation is ongoing and has not been concluded. The CDS, he stressed the need for extremely high preparedness, highlighting the importance of being constantly ready to respond to any situation. The CDS also emphasized that the military's preparedness in a 24/7 affair, underscoring the need for constant vigilance and readiness. Listen in to what the CDS had to say.
Will demand hybrid warriors that who can fight on borders, maneuver in deserts, plan counterinsurgency operations in dense urban jungles, neutralize drones, decode cyber intrusions, and wage influence operations. Today, on one end, we will require kind of scholar warriors who also practice the science of strategy and tactics, but also will require tech warriors. Tech warriors will be able to harness cutting-edge technologies, cyber power, artificial intelligence, and data-centric architecture. We will also require info warriors. Info warriors who will shape narratives, counter disinformation, and dominate the invisible battle space of perception. In the emerging landscape of war, a soldier will have to be all three together. Still demand.
All right, my colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, the CDS emphasizing that the Operation Sindoor is still underway. What exactly does he mean by that?
Well, as the Prime Minister also stated that it is Operation Sindoor, which is an ongoing operation, and that will continue, and that's going to be India's policy against terrorism. The CDS reiterating that and stated that there are no runners-up in a war, and any military must be constantly alert and maintain a high degree of operational preparedness. As an example, Operation Sindoor, which still continues, our preparedness level has to be very high, 24 into 7, 365 days a year. And regarding any of the terrorism activity, our Indian armed forces are ready to retaliate at any movement. India launched Operation Sindoor on May 7th and decimated multiple terror infrastructures in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And if there is any such future terrorism activity, then they will be getting a befitting reply by our Indian armed forces, and that's going to be a part of Indian, Operation Sindoor. It is CDS who also went on to say that the country's military preparedness must remain at a very high level, round the clock throughout the year, and that's going to be India's policy in the future against terrorism.
Right, Aishwarya, stay with us because another big story that we are tracking is the crackdown on the OTT platforms. The government has taken action on what they say is obscene content on these 25 OTT apps and websites. The government has banned these 25 OTT apps as well as websites. The government alleges that these platforms, they have been streaming what the government says is soft porn. Now, some of the apps that have been blocked are Ullu, Alt-T, Desi Flix, Moodex, among others. The government alleges that soft porn is being catered under the cover of these web series. My colleague Aishwarya Jan is still there with us. Aishwarya, give us more information on these platforms that have been banned by the government, and what specific content did the government seem objectionable?
Well, among the 25 apps and websites targeted in the crackdown, there are apps like Ullu, Big Shot apps, Desi Flex, Alt Balaji, which have been banned. The central government in a notification has stated that these apps have allegedly hosting obscene, vulgar and pornographic content. It has been also stated by the government that this is not the first time when such an action has been taken. It is earlier as well that in April, after the Supreme Court issued notices to the center and major digital platforms in response to the PIL seeking action against streaming sexually explicit content on OTT and social media platforms. Such action has been taken, and in a fresh move, these platforms were posting content of sexual cases. In some cases, there were prolonged scenes of sexually explicit acts involving nudity, which were described as pornographic in nature. Much of the material lacked any meaningful storyline, theme, or social message, and therefore the reason perhaps a decision has been taken. We spoke to Ravi Kishan, who is an actor and also a politician who has been, acting in several of the OTT series as well, and BJP MPs like Arun Govil as well. They have welcomed the decision of the government of India, stating that this is not a culture or a tradition that India follows, and they had welcomed such a decision and stated that if in the future such a content is being showcased on the OTT, then such action should be taken time and again.
Right, Aishwarya Jan, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Well, the battle for Bihar, it is heating up, and a war of words has erupted in Bihar between the former Chief Minister Rabri Devi and the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Mr. Vijay Kumar Sinha, over the security of the former Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav. Rabri Devi, she claims that Tejasvi's life is unsafe and alleges that there have been 4 attempts to kill him, while Vijay Kumar Sinha dismissed the allegation, stating that Tejasvi has been provided with full security.
तेजस्वी यादव को तो 4 बार मारने की कोशिश किया गया था रास्ता में, ट्रक से, ट्रक से, यहाँ भी मारने की कोशिश हो रहा है। हम लोग जानते हैं कौन कौन आदमी लगा हुआ है। आप कह रहे हैं तेजस्वी की जान को खतरा है? जान के खतरा है। हम लोग सब सिफारिश किए हैं। और साजिश कौन करेगा? बीजेपी जदयू का छोड़ के कौन करेगा साजिश? यहाँ बिहार में कौन है साजिश करने वाला? जनता के जबान बंद करेगा। संस्कारी नहीं ना है, संस्कारहीन है, उस सब नाला के कीड़ा है उस सब।
देखिए, सुरक्षा बिहार में सरकार की गारंटी है, और किन्हीं को लगता है तो वो लिख करके देंगे। इनके तो पहले से ही काफ़ी सुरक्षा है, सारी व्यवस्था है। 2 पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री के फैसिलिटी का भी उपयोग कर रहे हैं और इसके बाद भी डर रहे हैं, तो ये दुखद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। इनके लोगों के डर से तो पूरा बिहार डरता है। ये सबको डराते थे, आज खुद भयभीत हैं। कानून का राज है स्थापित, भयभीत होने की जरूरत नहीं है। सरकार पूरी सुरक्षा देगी। वो कुछ भी बोल सकती हैं, जंगल राज के पाठशाला में जो पाठ गुंडे का पढ़ाया गया, वही गुंडा की भाषा में लोग बयान देते हैं इनके।
All right, my colleague Somu Anand joins us to get us more on this story. Somu, this exchange, how do you see this? Is it a part of a larger political battle between the ruling party and the opposition? How do you see this, and what implications are we looking at?
बिल्कुल देखिए, क्योंकि बिहार विधानसभा के सत्र का आज आखिरी दिन था और कल जिस तरह से हंगामा हुआ और उस हंगामे के बीच में जब तेजस्वी यादव सदन में बोल रहे थे, तभी सम्राट चौधरी जो कि उप मुख्यमंत्री हैं, उन्होंने उठ करके उनसे ये कहा कि जिसका बाप अपराधी हो वो क्या बोलेगा। तो जाहिर तौर पे उसके बाद पलटवार होने की जो पूरी उम्मीद है वो तो दिखाई दे ही रही थी, और वही आज राबड़ी देवी ने भी किया। और उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने इस बात का आरोप भी लगाया कि तेजस्वी यादव की हत्या की कोशिश जो है वो की जा रही है, क्योंकि चुनाव होने हैं और उससे पहले दोनों पक्ष जो है अपने अपने जो मतदाता समूह हैं उनको रिझाने के लिए इस तरह की कोशिशें कर रहे हैं। और क्योंकि जितना हीटेड पूरे आर्ग्यूमेंट्स रहे हैं अब तक, जो पिछले 5 दिनों तक विधानसभा और विधान परिषद का सत्र चला है, उस दौरान तो जाहिर तौर पे ये देखने को मिलना ही था। और आज क्योंकि सदन के अंदर लगातार हमने देखा कि इस तरह से व्यवधान हुआ, कार्रवाई स्थगित करनी पड़ी और बाहर में आकर के नारेबाजी हुई, अंदर भी नारेबाजी हुई। इस बीच में कामकाज जरूर प्रभावित हुआ, लेकिन पूरी तरह से टेंशन जो है वो दोनों खेमों में देखने को मिला। और साफ तौर पर क्योंकि चुनाव से पहले बयानबाजियां जब तेज हुई हैं, खासतौर पे एसआईआर को लेकर के बिहार में जिस तरह की पॉलिटिक्स हो रही है और उसको लेकर के दोनों पक्ष आमने सामने हैं, इस पूरी घटनाक्रम को इसी से जोड़कर देखा जा रहा है।
राइट, सोमू आनंद, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए, बिकॉज अनदर बिग स्टोरी दैट वी आर ट्रैकिंग फ्रॉम बिहार इज राबड़ी देवीज बिग चार्ज on the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. A heated war of words erupted in Bihar between Rabri Devi and the Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary. With Rabri, she launched a scathing attack on Samrat Chaudhary, calling him a goon and hooligan who harasses women. This entire controversy began when Mr. Samrat Chaudhary, he made personal remarks against RJD leader Lalu Prasad Yadav in the assembly. Rabri has now rejected allegations of criminal activities against Lalu and has retaliated strongly against Samrat Chaudhary's comments.
लड़की के छेड़त रहे हुआ बैठ के उनका दूसरा के गुंडाई करेगा।
सदन की गरिमा को तार तार कर रहे हैं, अपने व्यवहार से बिहार को मजाक बना रहे हैं, गलत बोल रहा है, वो एसआईआर के बारे में भ्रम फैला रहा है, पूरे वातावरण को दूषित कर रहा है। ये संवैधानिक संस्था का अपमान कर करके ये अपने हार को छुपाना चाहते हैं।
All right, breaking news coming in at this point of time. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is on a visit to Maldives where he is now receiving a guard of honor. This is a significant shift in the relationship between the two nations. Remember, it was India out just a year ago to India welcome now. Prime Minister Modi, he received a grand ceremonial welcome at the international airport in Male with President Mohammed Muiz then greeting him warmly. The airport was adorned with traditional decorations and school children performed a cultural dance to welcome the Indian leader then. And this is the ceremonial welcome that is taking place, the guard of honor given to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is getting the guard of honor. It also highlights the importance of this visit and the strengthening ties between the two nations. Meanwhile, what are going to be the key agendas? During his 2-day state visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he will hold delegation-level talks in order to discuss bilateral issues, economic partnerships, as well as development projects. He'll also virtually inaugurate several India-assisted development projects there, including housing complexes and infrastructure initiatives. Prime Minister getting the ceremonial welcome in Maldives. This visit, in fact, highlights the importance of this ceremonial welcome. It, in fact, highlights the importance of the visit and the strengthening ties between the two nations. And Gauri Dwivedi joins us in the studio. Gauri, from India out to India welcome, how did things change?
They've changed so dramatically, Osama, and the reason for that is the major diplomatic maneuvers that India has made in the last couple of months. And a large part of that is also to do with the fact that overtly India continued to engage with Maldives. And in fact, even at some of its most crucial junctures, which included the economic distress that Maldives was in just a few months back, India did extend the helping hand, even as it continued the back channel lines of communication. And I think that is the most significant part of Prime Minister's visit here. And viewers, if you're tuning in right now, what you're seeing on your screens are those live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi being accorded the ceremonial welcome. And Osama, as we continue to tell our viewers and keep giving these live visuals, the Prime Minister's visit to Maldives also needs to be kept in mind that he was actually received by the President himself and the entire cabinet. Such a departure from the man who himself was the one who was leading that India Out campaign. So President Muizzu himself has done a complete change in terms of his India outlook and his India policy, and a lot to do with that is the fact that India has continued to engage, continued with its economic policies towards Maldives at a time of distress, whether it was in terms of rollover of credit or development aid, and at the same time continued those back channel lines of communication. I think, Osama, that has been the most significant part of India's Maldives policy in the last 18 months or so.
Right, as you very rightly mentioned, Gauri, this visit to Mali marks a dramatic turnaround in the ties that once actually seemed on a brink of collapse just 18 months ago. And back in 2023, it was President Muizzu who campaigned on an India Out platform, echoing his predecessor, and relations then soured further in 2024 when the junior Maldivian ministers, they basically made derogatory remarks against the Prime Minister. But when you look at the diplomacy that India has carried forward, it's a significant step when you look at how India has treated all of that. And to see the Prime Minister in Maldives getting that ceremonial welcome speaks a lot about how things have changed in the last 1 year. And as Gauri Dwivedi was mentioning, ties took a positive turn soon after. In October 2024, President Muizzu visited India. New Delhi then extended critical economic support, including a $750 million currency swap deal and a $100 million treasury rollover.
Indeed. And those figures that you're pointing out, Osama, are very important, and important for our viewers to contextualize why is it that this relationship has actually seen the kind of turnaround that it has. When President Muizzu visited India, he chose India as his first foreign visit. So that's important. That's the messaging that he sent out. And when Prime Minister Modi is in Maldives, he is the first foreign leader being received by the Maldivian president. So you can understand the kind of messaging and importance that this entire visit has. And the fact that the president himself came to receive the Prime Minister is extremely significant. Now let's understand why is it that Maldives is so important? Why is it that India is then so important for Maldives? Now viewers, Maldives sits at a very important location in the Indo-Pacific. It sits at a location which allows it to have a huge area, so huge swath of ocean on both sides, where it comes under its economic zone, which is why its relevance is that much more significant for India in the entire Indo-Pacific region. It's also been courted by China very significantly. The one thing that has changed is when China started giving out those loans, it actually put Maldives in major debt. And when it needed recovery from those debt, when it needed relief from those debt, China did not come. It was India that came, India that offered those aid and development packages that my colleague Osama was talking about, whether it is in terms of rollover credit, whether it is in terms of extending development aid, whether it even, during the entire period around coronavirus and pandemic, all of that time. And since then, even during the time when relations soured, India did not step back from its duties as the larger player in the region to be able to assist and develop some of the smaller countries in the region, and which is why the relations actually changed. There was a time when $25 million is what was left in the foreign currency that Maldives had, not enough to be able to buy things even for a fortnight. When India stepped in, that is when this relationship changed, during those lowest periods of economic distress that Maldives witnessed in the last 8 to 9 months, when the Central Bank of Maldives also raised an alarm about its economic condition requiring immediate international relief. Again, it was not Beijing that helped, it was New Delhi that helped, which is why this relations had seen the complete turnaround that it has. And we're going to try and connect with my colleague Vasudha also, who's right now covering this very important visit of the Prime Minister for us. But before we get in, Vasudha, let's quickly tell our viewers tuning in right now, what you see are those really very lively, colorful visuals that are coming in of the presidential welcome that's being accorded to the Prime Minister, where the Maldives-India relationship has seen a complete turnaround and a change, with India now becoming not just a relevant and an important player in the entire region, but also one that is now the first and most important player for and partner for Maldives in the last couple of months. And I think that change around is the most important thing. Osama.
Right, this visit aims to consolidate strong ties between both the countries. Meanwhile, another breaking piece of information that we are getting you, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, he is speaking at the moment. Listen in.
होनी चाहिए। पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। पहले दिन हमने बिजनेस लेके आए और साथ साथ में बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष की ओर से पहले दिन से हंगामा शुरू कर दिया और नियम के विरुद्ध तकिया लेकर के, पोस्टर बैनर लेकर के संसद के अंदर और संसद के बाहर प्रदर्शन किया और सदन को चलने नहीं दिया। पहले हफ्ते में सिर्फ एक ही बिल हम पास कर पाए हैं। एक बिल पास होने के बाद फिर से हमने अनुरोध किया कि हम दूसरे बिल भी लिस्टेड है और चर्चा करके पारित करना चाहिए, लेकिन कांग्रेस और कुछ दलों ने फिर से हंगामा, शोर शराबे और तकिया लेकर के पार्लियामेंट के अंदर में, फिर पार्लियामेंट के बाहर भी हंगामा करके पार्लियामेंट प्रोसीडिंग का बाधित किया है। मैं फिर से पुकारना चाहता हूं सारे ऑपोजिशन पार्टी को कि जो आपने मांग किए हैं, सरकार ने एग्री किया है, तो और आगे चल कर के पार्लियामेंट सेशन को डिस्टर्ब ना करें। देश का जनता जितने मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है इसलिए चुन के भेजता है कि पार्लियामेंट में देश का समस्याएं और कई भी मुद्दे हो सकते हैं, आप उठा सकते हैं नियम के तहत। एक एक सवाल को तैयार करने में, उसका जवाब बनाने में सरकार में बहुत सारे लोग इन्वॉल्व होते हैं। ऑफिसर्स का पूरा समय, एमपी का जो क्वेश्चन होते हैं उसको जवाब देने के लिए पूरा रिसोर्सेस लगा करके जवाब तैयार करते हैं। फिर जब उसको चर्चा नहीं करते हैं, जवाब को सुनते नहीं हैं, तो नुकसान देश का होता है, जनता का होता है। तो मैं आज बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी लोकसभा स्पीकर के माध्यम से बुलाए गए थे, उसमें भी बात को फिर से दोहराया कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं। तो आज बीएससी में ये निर्णय हुआ कि अगले सप्ताह यानी कि मंडे को स्पेशल डिस्कशन ऑन terrorist attack in Pahalgam, and in response to that, the Operation Sindoor carried out by Indian Armed Forces. इस पे हम चर्चा करेंगे। पहलगाम पे आतंकवादियों का हमला और फिर सरकार का जवाब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से सेना ने जो जवाब किया है उस पर चर्चा होंगे। तो इसमें सहमति बने हैं तो मंडे से अच्छी तरह से हम सदन चलाने के लिए आज सब पार्टी ने मिल करके एग्री किया है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि ये एग्रीमेंट को आगे नहीं तोड़ेंगे और मंडे से सुचारू रूप से सदन चलेंगे, ये मैं उम्मीद के साथ आपको बता रहा हूं। दूसरा कई और चर्चा है। अपोजिशन पार्टी की ओर से, रूलिंग अलायंस की ओर से कई पार्टियां हैं जिन्होंने अलग अलग नियमों में चर्चा मांगी है। तो हमने कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए खुले मन से हम तैयार हैं, लेकिन चर्चा करने का एक तरीका होता है, नियम होता है। तो नियम के तहत हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं।
SIR के मुद्दे पर सरकार जवाब देगी?
हमने आज दो बातें BSc में रखा है कि चर्चा के दौरान ऑपोजिशन पार्टी से कौन बोलेगा ये सरकार तय नहीं कर सकता है, और सरकार की ओर से कौन जवाब देंगे इसका तय विपक्ष नहीं कर सकते हैं। वो अपने अपने क्षेत्र में अपना अधिकार है कि सरकार में कौन बोलना चाहिए कौन नहीं बोलना चाहिए, ये विपक्ष तय नहीं करेंगे और विपक्ष भी अपने हिसाब से अपने लिस्ट ऑफ स्पीकर तैयार करें।
सर, ये क्या पीएम की मांग पर है जो वो बार-बार डिमांड कर रहे हैं?
बार-बार वो यही कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री को जवाब देना चाहिए। तो ये बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी देश के प्रधानमंत्री को बाध्य नहीं कर सकता है कब बोलना है कहाँ बोलना है, ये सरकार तय करते हैं। दूसरा और भी मुद्दे उन्होंने उठाए हैं, तो हमने ये कहा है कि सारे मुद्दे हमने सुना है और उस पर विचार होगा, लेकिन एक साथ सारे मुद्दे पे चर्चा तो हो नहीं सकता है। तो मल्टीपल डिमांड एक साथ में रखेंगे तो उससे कोई मतलब नहीं होता है। इन्होंने स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन और कई मुद्दे हैं अलग अलग पार्टियों ने रखा है, तो मैं उसको जवाब दिया है कि पहले हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे चर्चा करेंगे। ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी का ही मांग था, सरकार ने एग्री पहले दिन से किया है। तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे चर्चा पूरा करने के बाद अगले विषय क्या लेंगे उसका हम बाद में तय करेंगे। जो क्वेश्चन आंसर होता है, 0 आवर होता है, ये मेंबर का प्रिविलेज है, उसको आप डिस्टर्ब ना करें। इसलिए मंडे से लोकसभा में 16 आवर्स 16 घंटे के लिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा होगी और ट्यूसडे को राज्यसभा में फिर 16 घंटे के लिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा होगी। तो ये आज BSc में तय किया गया है। ये स्पेशल डिस्कशन का एग्रीमेंट ये पहले बार नहीं है। चर्चा करने का कई तरीके होते हैं। हम रूल 342 में भी कर सकते हैं, 193 में भी कर सकते हैं, कई और नियम हैं, लेकिन हमने ये एग्री किया है। जैसे संविधान पर हमने चर्चा किए थे, बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर के 125वीं जन्म तिथि पर भी हमने एक विशेष चर्चा की थी। उसी प्रकार से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर बहुत विशेष विषय है, देश के लिए गौरव का विषय है। हमारा सैनिकों का वीर गाथा के बारे में बहुत लोगों को कहना है, इसलिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का चर्चा स्पेशल डिस्कशन होगा, कोई स्पेसिफिक रूल्स पे नहीं, ये एक स्पेशल डिस्कशन है। इसलिए इस पे व्यापक रूप से अपना बात रखने का मौका मिलेगा।
4 दिन से लगातार संसद में एसआईआर के मुद्दे पे हंगामा हो रहा है, तो अपोजिशन ये कह रहा है कि सरकार जवाब दो। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद क्या सरकार जवाब देगी?
मैंने यही बात आज बीएससी में भी कहा है और अभी आपके माध्यम से फिर कह रहा हूँ कि सबसे पहले ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा होगी, ये अपोजिशन पार्टी का ही मांग रही है, हमने तुरंत एग्री किया है। उसके बाद कौन सा विषय पर लेकर के चर्चा होगी ये उसके बाद तय करेंगे। सारा चीज़ एक दिन में तय नहीं होती है और जो भी चर्चा होनी है वो नियम के तहत ही होगा। नियम को ताक में रख करके तो हम पार्लियामेंट नहीं चला सकते हैं। मैंने पहले दिन से संसदीय कार्य मंत्री होने के नाते सारे अपोजिशन पार्टी को अपील किया, लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन के साथ बैठक हुई, बातचीत किया और मेरे तरफ से जो भी पहल करना है मैंने पूरा किया, आगे भी करते रहेंगे। ये हमारा ड्यूटी है। सरकार की ओर से हमने सब पार्टियों से अपील किया और हम लगातार संपर्क में रहेंगे। हाँ, आज भी किए हैं। वो मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी जो नेता प्रतिपक्ष राज्यसभा में हैं और राहुल गांधी जी नेता प्रतिपक्ष लोकसभा में हैं, दोनों के साथ आज भी बैठक की है, लेकिन वो बैठक का डिटेल मुझे सार्वजनिक रूप से चर्चा नहीं करनी है। लेकिन विशेष रूप से पार्लियामेंट अच्छा से चलना चाहिए, ये हमारा शुरू से प्रयास रही है और आगे भी मैं अपील करता हूँ कि सब मिलकर के सब पार्टियों को बोलने का पर्याप्त मौका मिलेगा। जस्टिस यशवंत वर्मा का मुद्दे को लेकर के बहुत पहले से हमने प्रयास किया और हमने बहुत ही साफ शब्दों में कहा है कि ये सिर्फ सरकार का प्रयास नहीं बल्कि पूरे सदन का, पूरे मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट का एक मत है कि जुडिशरी में अगर करप्शन का मुद्दा है या कोई हाई कोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट जज को हटाना है, ये पूरा संसद का दायित्व होता है, इसमें हम विभाजित नहीं होना चाहिए। इसलिए जैसे हमने शुरू में तय किया कि हम एकजुट इस मोशन को मूव करेंगे तो इसका प्रक्रिया बहुत जल्द हो जाएंगे। हमने मोशन दे दिया है, अब इसका जो प्रक्रिया है जैसे नियम है उसके हिसाब से बहुत जल्द शुरू हो जाएंगे। All the political parties have agreed that the removal of Justice Verma has to be a joint call. Now there should be no issue with regards to which house it has to be moved. Once we have agreed that it will be moved in Lok Sabha and it will be concurred in Rajya Sabha as per rule, so we should not remain under any doubt that the discussion and the motion, everything will begin in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as per rule will give the concurrence and there will be thorough discussion in Rajya Sabha also. I am not going to give the detailed proceedings and detailed process right now because it is the property of the house, so it will be better the announcement comes from the chair. But what I am saying is the agreement amongst all the parties is that the motion for removal of Justice Verma will begin in Lok Sabha, it will be taken up in Lok Sabha and then subsequently it will be concurred by Rajya Sabha. That is the agreement of all the parties.
So will the new vice presidential candidate happen in this session?
No, I'm not going to talk about the vice president issue because I am concerned about the business in the house in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. वो जैसे रूल है, रूल के हिसाब से चलेंगे। मैं अभी बाकी मामलों पे कहना नहीं चाहता हूँ। मैं सदन में जो गतिविधि है, जो बिजनेस है, उसी के बारे में ही मैं आपसे बात करूँगा। थैंक यू। There's no ruling. There's no admission.
It's not admitted.
All right, that was Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju speaking on in terms of what he expects that the opposition will allow the House to run next week when it sits again. That is, in fact, he also spoke about Justice Verma impeachment issue, saying very categorically that that is an issue that will come first and the motion will come in Lok Sabha. In fact, viewers, I'm going to slip into a very short break, come back on the other side with more news and updates. To stay with NDTV, we also focus on Prime Minister's visit in Maldives. More on that after this break.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
आप एक गुंडे जैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर। मेरी आप तो एक गायकवाड is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri couples costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24/7.
You know, thinking about something like this, like a Supercross, why did you think that I should invest here? Because we know that you love for sports.
No,
But why bikes?
I just think you should put, what is that? Your money where your mouth is? Huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's, I mean, they call it a niche sport and stuff like that. I just don't think that's what it is, because they're considering the population of our country and the amount of bikes are sold, and it is the largest selling country for bikes and scooters and stuff like that. So I just thought that instead of people racing on the roads, they should have tracks to race on. And I don't think this is a niche sport. I just think that there's no infrastructure, there's no league. So now we have a league and now we have the infrastructure. So all the guys riding on the streets, racing on the streets, have a chance to come and race in these leagues.
Okay, my last question. Your film Battle of Elkan is coming, and we have seen how you have trained for it. It looks amazing, and you look fantastic in it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And tell me a little more about it. When it's releasing? We are really excited about it.
Time. We start shooting now, in another 10 days, and then it'll release. This will be a quick release.
I hope it's
it's an intense one. It's
looks intense.
It's a difficult one. As humanly, it's difficult to do a film like that, because high altitudes, hand-to-hand action, raw, brutal action in the Thanda Pani of Leh Ladakh.
You are used to Thanda Pani.
Huh? Yeah, but not so Thanda. Thanda Pani, पीने के लिए. ये यहाँ पे you'll be in the water for about 8 days. Yeah, in that एकदम ताज़ा snow melting pani that's coming in the river, and action in that.
So that was challenging.
No, that will be challenging.
Yeah.
I'm dreading it, but I will do it.
Thank you so much for talking to us.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All right, viewers, if you're tuning in right now, what you see on your screens right now are latest visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi's landmark visit to Maldives. He's there to attend the 60th Independence Day celebrations of the island nation in his first visit under President Moitzu. The Prime Minister has been accorded a ceremonial welcome at the Republic Square in Malé, and also a 21-gun salute as well. Let's now get in my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who's joining us live from Malé to talk more on this. Now, Vasudha, we're seeing those beautiful visuals, very colorful visuals coming in of the ceremony right now. Also marking a huge change as far as the India-Maldives relationship. One thing that has actually seen a complete change in the last few months itself.
Absolutely, Gauri, from those frosty relations that India and Maldives had in the last 2 years, starting with that India Out campaign of Mohammad Moitzu. This is quite a turnaround that has happened in the last 2 years, and you would agree that this is mainly because of the efforts of diplomats from both sides, specifically with India choosing the path of quiet diplomacy and not really direct confrontation, and also helping out Maldives, in areas where it needs the most, with that, specifically helping the country tide over the economic crisis it was facing with a kind of a currency swap agreement that India signed with Maldives. And today, the Prime Minister is in Malé, and this visit of the Prime Minister, he's the first head of state to visit Maldives on a state visit ever since Mohammad Moitzu assumed charge of presidency. So that is also quite an honor there. And more importantly, there are many bilateral agreements that are going to be signed today. The Prime Minister, after this ceremonial welcome, will get into one-to-one meetings with Mohammad Moitzu, the President of Maldives. And after that, there are also delegation-level talks. In the last 6 months, at least 6 ministers of Maldives have come to India. There are various agreements that are being worked on, apart from the FTA that is being negotiated. Prime Minister Modi has come to Maldives on this very strong sense of success that he got from UK after signing that FTA, a long-awaited FTA. So clearly, there are a couple of announcements that are expected, in the area of UPI, in the area of, strategic and maritime cooperation, and also security. And tomorrow is when the 60th Independence Day celebrations of Maldives will take place. The Prime Minister is going to be the special chief guest there. So clearly, a symbolic move for the Prime Minister and for the country, and a marker that, sometimes you have to wait and watch, and you have to be strategic about, your diplomatic relations with an old partner like Maldives, something that seemed to have really worked.
Indeed. This is extremely significant, the relationship that has seen a complete change. And as Vasudha is pointing out, two aspects of it, the trade being one, strategic and defense aspects being other. Vasudha, what really stood out is the Prime Minister being received by President Moitzu. The red carpet welcome being accorded is there, but the reception included the President himself and all senior members of his cabinet. And that, I think, is probably the single biggest message that Maldives is giving to the world and to India.
Absolutely, Gauri. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, 3 days ago did say that the improvement in the relations between India and Maldives, in fact, the friendship coming back on track, was testimony to the fact that India treated this relationship in a very special way, and it had paid a lot of attention, a lot of detailing at the highest level to what really went wrong. Just to remind the viewers, in 2023, Mohammad Moitzu, the president of Maldives, had assumed the charge of presidency. His campaign was centered around an India Out campaign, but a lot of things changed since then, and this is specifically to do with the kind of work Indian diplomats and also Maldives diplomats from Maldives actually initiated with respect to understanding each other's contribution to their countries. India has been helping out Maldives when it comes to infrastructure and also when it comes to tiding over the economic crisis, specifically with regard to boosting its forex reserves, something that is very important for this country. The Prime Minister today was received not just by the President Moizu, but also his cabinet, his senior cabinet colleagues, including the Home Minister and also the Foreign Minister. And that really shows that Maldives also understands that India is a dependable ally. While it's celebrating 60 years of its independence, this is also 60 years of the diplomatic relations between India and Maldives. And that also, in some ways, is a milestone which is going to be commemorated in tomorrow's function.
All right. Viewers, we take a quick break on the show. We come back. Top story continues to be Prime Minister Modi in Maldives, India-Maldives relations, the reset that has taken place. We come back and talk more on that. Stay with us. Breakthrough in Parliament logjam. All-party meeting manages to bring consensus. Congress says will participate in the Operation Sindoor debate. Amidst growing speculation over a possible change in Karnataka leadership, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar arrive in Delhi for their third visit within a month. Will Siddaramaiah complete his term or be asked to make way for Shivkumar? The Sanjay Kapoor family drama comes out in open. This is Saas Bahu or Sona playing out with fight over the huge business and wealth that Sanjay Kapoor has left behind. 25 OTT platforms have been blocked for obscene content. Platforms have been banned for streaming soft porn.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than sort of let it kind of disappear in time, then you're probably doing a service of sorts.
Right.
So, of course, with all acknowledgements and everything, that's mandatory. The world would never know about it until we do something.
So you think, in a way, Prada is exposing Indian craftsmanship and Kolhapuri?
I think what they've done to Kolhapur now, if you look at it, is suddenly it's the buzzword. Right. Everybody knows Kolhapuri chappals now.
City now.
Yeah, it's suddenly Kolhapuri chappals are the it sort of statement. So, may not have approached it the right way, but I think what this has managed to do to Kolhapur and an indigenous product is amazing. But do we capitalize it or not is another story now.
Okay. Do you think it's about time that the world, I mean, we've been here, we've been around, but do you think it's about time that the world started acknowledging what we have contributed to the art of garment making?
You know, I have a very serious disagreement with this acknowledgement of the West to know that we are important. Because I think that in itself is a wrong notion. Right. And I've personally been very against people who always think that there's this Gora hangover we still suffer from. I think we're still not outgrown our
colonial fever.
Colonial droppings that are all over us. No other country in the world feels like this. Everybody celebrates their indigenous crafts, their languages, their music, and they're all happy.
Right.
We in India, for example, a simple example, till 6-7 years back, Punjabi music was looked down upon.
Correct.
Okay. Suddenly, half the world is rapping in Punjabi. This thing, so suddenly it's cool.
Yes.
Now Louis Vuitton gets A.R. Rahman to compose a Punjabi track for their main show.
Right.
So look at what's happening.
Right.
So now again, it took someone else to acknowledge that this is relevant, and then Indians love it. Fantastic.
So what do you think? Are we hungry for that acknowledgement? Are we not appreciating ourselves enough?
I think we don't value our country enough.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger. This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, in the latest episode of Control All Defense, we are talking about a platform that all of you want to hear about, the Tejas. The big question, we do know it's a great platform, but is it of use for the Indian Air Force going into the future? How relevant will it remain?
The markets move fast.
Big remark on Operation Sindoor by Chief of Defence Staff. He said the Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. Military preparedness must stay high. Operation Sindoor debate in Parliament will take place next week. Debate will begin from Monday in Lok Sabha. Defence Minister is likely to lead the discussion. Amid growing speculation over a possible change in Karnataka leadership, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister DKS have arrived in Delhi for their third visit within a month. 25 OTT platforms have been blocked for obscene content. Platforms have been banned for streaming soft porn. Seven kids killed in Rajasthan school tragedy. Probe finds negligence in the case. Acting principal among three have been suspended. Maldives President Mohammad Muizzu hosts official welcome ceremony in honor of Prime Minister Modi. It's a big family drama playing out after the death of businessman Sanjay Kapoor. There is a fight brewing over his business and wealth. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24x7. My name is Kitty Behel. There's some breaking news coming in at the top of this hour. We're learning now more details have emerged in the fake embassy case from Ghaziabad. The STF probe has intensified into the case, and the STF is now probing the money trail. Now, 12 diplomatic passports have already been seized from the accused, and this fake embassy owner had allegedly also traveled to 13 nations. He conned people into donating for West Arctica, which is not even a country in reality. And he had these fake passports, diplomatic passports, and fake documents with the help of which he has been traveling to at least 30 nations. That is the information that's come out now. My colleague Mukesh Singh Sengar is also now joining us on the broadcast. He is getting us more on that. Mukesh, what more do we know about this case? We understand there are more details that have come out in the open about this fake embassy that was run by this accused in Ghaziabad.
देखिए किटी, बिल्कुल जो एसटीएफ है वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच में लगी हुई है और जब एसटीएफ ने जो आरोपी हर्षवर्धन जैन है इसके मनी ट्रेल की जांच करनी शुरू की, इसने जो ट्रांजैक्शन किए हैं उसकी जांच करनी शुरू की, तो ये पाया कि हर्षवर्धन जैन पिछले 10 सालों में 30 कंट्रीज जो है 30 देशों में जा चुका है और सबसे ज्यादा बार वो दुबई गया है। इसके अलावा स्विट्जरलैंड, अमेरिका, लंदन, ऐसी कोई भी कंट्री नहीं होगी जहां पर वो गया ना हो। तो 10 सालों में उसने 30 देशों की यात्रा की है, ये भी जानकारी मिली है। और पुलिस के मुताबिक वो लोगों से ये कहता था कि वो कई कंट्रीज का एम्बेसडर है और इस बहाने लोगों के विदेशों में काम करवाने के बहाने या उनकी कंपनी खुलवाने के बहाने उनसे पैसे लेता था और बाद में वो गायब कई बार ये पैसे लेकर हो गया है। तो लगातार एसटीएफ इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है और जो पूरी ट्रैवल हिस्ट्री है हर्षवर्धन जैन की वो मिली है पुलिस को। उसके पास से कई महंगी गाड़ियां बरामद हुई हैं, 12 डिप्लोमेटिक पासपोर्ट उसके पास से मिले हैं। तो ये मामला लगातार जो है इसकी जांच में कई सारी नई बातें निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं और अब ये जानकारी मिली है कि हर्षवर्धन जैन जो है वो पिछले 10 सालों में 30 देशों की यात्राएं कर चुका है।
Well, the question that of course arises here is that how this man has been able to run this company for so long. He's been running this office from Ghaziabad, this 2 BHK that he had. He was staying in on rent and he had these luxury cars parked outside his residence. And well, we understand now more information that has come in that clearly says that at least more than 30 nations he had traveled to, and that is how he's been conning people, asking people to donating in the name of different countries and the companies also that he said that he would, establish in these fake countries. The names that had been that have come out now in the investigation that has taken place in the case. We'll keep an eye on the development here on this big story that we're tracking. Meanwhile, some big breaking news now coming in. Sources have told NDTV on the impeachment motion in Rajya Sabha that the motion that was announced by Vice President in Rajya Sabha has not been admitted. The impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma has not been admitted in the Rajya Sabha. Sources are now telling NDTV that the impeachment motion has been admitted in Lok Sabha rather. We'll try and get more details about that. Aishwarya Jain, my colleague, is now joining us on the broadcast here. Well, we do understand just a day after Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar also had tendered his resignation, and the information now that's coming out is that, Aishwarya, that the impeachment motion that was announced by the Vice President has not been admitted. Is that confirmed?
Well, top government sources have told NDTV that on Monday, when the opposition moved the impeachment motion against Justice Verma, it was acknowledged by Jagdeep Dhankar from the chair. But when it was sent to the Secretary General, it was not admitted at that point in time. So there is no point of withdrawing the motion from the Rajya Sabha. Perhaps in the Lok Sabha, more than 145 MPs have submitted the motion, and that was accepted. So the sources are also indicating that first the impeachment motion will come in the Lok Sabha and subsequently it will be sent to the Rajya Sabha. There is, of course, soon after the joint committee, perhaps with the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha deputy chairperson, that will be formed, which will comprise of one Supreme Court judge, one Chief Justice from High Court, and also one legal luminary which will submit its report back to the Lok Sabha itself, which is a probe committee that will probe in the entire matter. But the biggest update, and the sources have indicated to us, that the opposition MPs that had earlier moved the impeachment motion has not been admitted in the Rajya Sabha, and there is no point of withdrawing it from the Rajya Sabha.
All right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us those details there. So this is the latest that's coming in. Motion has not been admitted in Rajya Sabha, after which we understand this huge controversy had erupted, and the government was also, as per information coming in, upset with the Vice President then accepting the motion submitted by the opposition MPs. All right, shifting our focus now to the more news that you're tracking at this point in time. Well, the stalemate in the parliament is all set to end as the government has agreed to hold a special debate on India's Operation Sindoor beginning Monday. The consensus was reached after Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla had called a meeting of the leaders of all parties to discuss the functioning of the House. Efforts were made to reach a consensus at the meeting. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi and Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge were among those present in the meeting. Kiran Rijiju has said that the government is ready to debate Operation Sindoor as per rules and also stressed on the fact that only one bill was passed in the Parliament this week due to opposition's disruption. He's requested opposition MPs to not disrupt the Parliament further on.
इन्होंने स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन और कई मुद्दे हैं अलग अलग पार्टियों ने रखा है, तो मैं उसको जवाब दिया है कि पहले हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे चर्चा करेंगे। ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी का ही मांग था, सरकार ने एग्री पहले दिन से किया है, तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे चर्चा पूरा करने के बाद अगले विषय क्या लेंगे उसका हम बाद में तय करेंगे। जो क्वेश्चन आंसर होता है, 0 आवर होता है, ये मेंबर का प्रिविलेज है, उसको आप डिस्टर्ब ना करें। इसलिए मंडे से लोकसभा में 16 आवर्स 16 घंटे के लिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा होगी और ट्यूसडे को राज्यसभा में फिर 16 घंटे के लिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा होगी। तो ये आज बीएससी में तय किया गया है।
All right, 16 hours have been allocated for discussion in the Lok Sabha and also 16 hours for discussion on Operation Sindoor in Rajya Sabha. My colleague Ishwarya Jain with us on the broadcast. Ishwarya, we understand the opposition now has agreed to what government also had suggested, and the opposition demand was to have discussion on Operation Sindoor and even on other issues they're asking. But to start with, Operation Sindoor discussion is going to take place from Monday. We are hoping there would be smooth functioning of the parliament from Monday.
Well, after repeated disruptions and adjournments that we have seen in the first week of the monsoon session of Parliament, the top takeaways from what Kiran Rijiju, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister, have stated that only one bill the government was able to pass, and it was today after repeated adjournments and the waste of taxpayers' money that many are calling. The Lok Sabha Speaker had called in a BAC today, and it was discussed that and consensus was made between the opposition and the government that there will be no disruption. From Monday onwards, 16 hours of discussion will start from Monday in Lok Sabha, and followed by that from Tuesday in Rajya Sabha as well. The top sources have also stated that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh would be initiating the debate in the Lok Sabha, and Home Minister Amit Shah to External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, BJP's MPs like Anurag Thakur, Nishikant Dubey can participate. The list has been asked from the opposition parties as well as to who they want discussion on, but there is a consensus that there would be a regular and without any disruption, the Operation Sindoor debate will go on. Of course, in the BAC, the opposition parties had demanded discussion on the different issues as well, but that had not been admitted. To start with, it will be Operation Sindoor. Special discussion on the demand of opposition on Operation Sindoor is something that would be discussed in Lok Sabha from Monday onwards.
Thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later as more developments come in. Meanwhile, this is the latest we're picking up. Some more news that we're tracking here. Now, the Chief of Defence Staff has made a significant statement regarding Operation Sindoor, emphasizing that Operation Sindoor is still underway. The CDS said that the military operation is ongoing and has not been concluded yet. CDS General Anil Chauhan stressed the need for extremely high preparedness, highlighting the importance of being constantly ready to respond to any situation. He has emphasized that the military's preparedness is a 24/7 affair, underscoring the need for constant vigilance and readiness. Listen in.
That there are no runners-up in war, and this will be giving examples of Operation Sindoor, which still continues. our preparedness level has to be very high. It's 24/7, 365 days. We are living in that kind of an environment, and it's only scholar warriors that can ensure this readiness by thinking differently, connecting the dots across this complete kind of an spectrum. Will demand hybrid warriors that who can fight on borders, maneuver in deserts, plan counterinsurgency operations in dense urban jungles, neutralize drones, decode cyber intrusions, and wage influence operations. Today, on one end, we will require kind of scholar warriors who also practice this science of strategy and tactics, but also we will require tech warriors. Tech warriors will be able to harness cutting-edge technologies, cyber power, artificial intelligence, and data-centric architecture. We'll also require info warriors. Info warriors who will shape narratives, counter disinformation, and dominate the invisible battle space of perception. In the emerging landscape of war, a soldier will have to be all three together.
All right, we are now learning BJP is holding a press conference. Let's dip in.
कितने ओबीसी मंत्री थे बताएं? मेरा दावा है कि वो 4 भी नहीं बता सकते, क्योंकि 4 भी नहीं थे। आप उनसे पूछिएगा तो 2 के नाम भी नहीं बता सकते, क्योंकि शायद 2 भी नहीं थे। इसलिए दिखाई पड़ता है कि ये जिस विषय की बात करते हैं, ओबीसी के हक पर डाका डालने का काम कर्नाटक और तेलंगाना की सरकार अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय के लगभग सारे लोगों को पिछड़े वर्ग में शामिल करके करना चाह रही है। पश्चिम बंगाल की सरकार तो हिंदू समाज से ज्यादा मुस्लिम समाज की ओबीसी जातियां दिखाकर उनको ओबीसी में शामिल करना चाह रही है। तो इसलिए मैं एक साफ बात कहना चाहता हूं, कांग्रेस एक मुखौटा लगाकर खड़ी है। इस मुखौटे के पीछे का असली सच यह है कि बाबा साहब अंबेडकर ने जो पिछड़ों और एससी को आरक्षण का अधिकार दिया था, उस इबारते बाबा साहब अंबेडकर को इस मुखौटे की आड़ में ये इमारतें शरिया में तब्दील करना चाह रहे हैं। इसलिए देश को और देश के प्रबुद्ध लोगों को इस विषय पर बहुत सतर्क, सावधान और इस षड्यंत्र के प्रति सचेत रहने की आवश्यकता है। मैं पुनः अपनी बात को रिपीट करता हूं, श्री राहुल गांधी जी अपने पिताजी के कार्यकाल के एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी, आईएएस अधिकारियों की संख्या बताएं। मनमोहन सिंह जी और सोनिया जी के कार्यकाल में 2004 से 9 के बीच में कितने यूनिवर्सिटी में असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर थे, उनकी संख्या बताएं। और अब यह बताएं कि मुस्लिम समाज की कितनी जातियों को उन्होंने ओबीसी में इंक्लूड क्यों करवाया है और इसके द्वारा वो किसके हक के ऊपर डाका डालने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद। बिंदु और कभी कभी क्या होता है कि जनता सत्य की परीक्षा करती है, मगर कभी कभी सच की परीक्षा स्वतः और स्वयं हो जाती है। आपने देखा होगा कि चुनाव के विषय को लेकर जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी, इंडी गठबंधन और विशेषकर श्री राहुल गांधी अनर्गल आरोप लगा रहे हैं, पहली बात तो ये इनकी मानसिकता को दर्शाता है कि आपातकाल के 50 साल हो गए मगर मानसिकता नहीं बदली। यदि इंदिरा जी कहती थी कि संवैधानिक संस्था की मान्यता इस आधार पर तय होगी कि मैं चुनाव में जीती या नहीं, तो आज राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि चुनाव आयोग की मान्यता, प्रामाणिकता इस आधार पर तय होगी कि हम चुनाव जीते या नहीं। और आज महाराष्ट्र के चुनावों को लेकर जिस प्रकार से इन्होंने प्रलाप किया था, तो एआईसीसी के ही एक पूर्व सचिव जो 2018 से 24 के बीच में महाराष्ट्र के प्रभारी रहे, उन्होंने एक आर्टिकल में लिखा है, महाराष्ट्र की पराजय की विवेचना करते हुए लिखा है कि हम किसी अन्य को दोष नहीं दे सकते, कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडी गठबंधन के अंदर की जो कमियां थी उसके कारण हम महाराष्ट्र हारे हैं। अतः राहुल गांधी जी का दावा, उन्हीं की पार्टी के नेता जो एआईसीसी के सेक्रेटरी रहे और महाराष्ट्र के इंचार्ज रहे, उनके यथार्थ के धरातल पर बिखरता नजर आता है। और दूसरा, महाराष्ट्र के बारे में तमाम अनाप शनाप बात करने वाले राहुल गांधी से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, शिवसेना उबाटा ने तो कहा था कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी को प्रोजेक्ट न करने के कारण हार हुई। आज जरा इंडी गठबंधन ये स्पष्ट कर दे कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी का प्रोजेक्शन विषय था या अब जो 10 महीने के बाद राहुल गांधी जी को प्रीमोनिशन हुआ है, प्रीमोनिशन समझते ना, इल्हाम होना, अचानक कोई चीज उसको आभास होने लगना, वो उचित है। दोनों ही दृष्टियों से स्पष्ट है कि आज जब संसद का यह सत्र चल रहा है, जब भारत की सेना के शौर्य के कारण हर भारतीय का स्वाभिमान आसमान पर है और महंगाई जमीन पर है। 2.1% इस समय महंगाई की दर है। भारत का तिरंगा अंतरिक्ष में तिरंगा दिख रहा है, मानसून चंगा दिख रहा है, मगर इसके बावजूद भी कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडी गठबंधन के लिए हर विषय के ऊपर न सिर्फ हंगामा करना है, बल्कि बहुत ओछी, अभद्र भाषा और शैली के द्वारा देश के सबसे लोकप्रिय ओबीसी प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में निरंतर अपमान और घृणा की अभिव्यक्ति करना है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, after Rahul Gandhi's attack on Prime Minister Modi, BJP hitting back at the Congress party, saying that they must first look in their own backyard before making attacks on the Prime Minister. All right, we'll be getting you more on that in just a bit. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Battleground Parliament.
हर चीज का जवाब देगी सरकार।
Operation Sindoor fireworks in the House.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में हम चर्चा करेंगे, हर तरीके से करेंगे।
Government and opposition to exchange fire.
जैसा कि हम वेलकम करते हैं, मैं समझौता किया।
There's no political ceasefire. Both sides ready their ammo.
मेरा एक ही मिनट सुनिए।
Big guns to boom inside the house.
नहीं देख रहे, हंगामा मत कीजिए, मैं अपील करना चाहता हूं।
Track the action only on NDTV.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
We are here with Salman Khan, who has told us a lot about bikes. Can you tell me, Salman, when did your love for bikes start?
I think since very early age. My cousins in
Do you remember your first bike?
Yeah, my first bike was a Jhalawar bike that I picked up a 125cc engine, and I put in old bullet tires, and I got a frame of some other motorcycle, and I made that bike. And that bike, I think it took me about a month and a half to fix that bike, and I got it on the road, fixed it all alone. Because one of my cousins used to own a garage, so I've sat with him and I assembled that bike. I mean, it's all different, and it was like made it like a scrambler, dirt bike, trail bike.
So it's not like you only ride a bike.
No, so yeah, I mean, no, could do it then. I mean, simple even now. But so there's a friend of mine. Remember that guy, Salim, the fat guy who used to be in movies with me? He was so he was a dear friend of mine. He used to own bikes, so that engine was from him. And after a month and a half, he saw me down Carter Road riding it. So he looked at me, Sharman, this is the one that I picked up from you. Really? Wow. So I was sleeping. He comes at 6 o'clock in the morning. He takes the bike. He goes, and I come down, wanting to go to college. And I say, "Ye bike kahan hai?" Kaise wo Salim Baba aake leke chale gaye. So then in the evening I went to his place. I said, कहाँ है बाइक भाई, तू लेके चलेगा? ऐसे यार बाइक की ज़रूरत थी, वो पिक्चर का स्टंट था, उसको फिल्म सिटी के लेक में उड़ाना था.
और बाइक ठीक था?
And then they did the stunt with my bike, and the bike went in. Must be somewhere still there in the film city ka lake.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
आप एक गुंडे के हेल्थ से बिहेव कर रहे हो सर. मेरी आप तो एक मेरा गायकवाड इज रनिंग अवे फ्रॉम NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri couples costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash.
CTS's big remark on Operation Sindoor says Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. Military preparedness must stay high. Operation Sindoor debate in Parliament to take place next week. Debate will begin from Monday in Lok Sabha. Amid growing speculation over possible change in Karnataka leadership, CM and Deputy CM have arrived in Delhi. 25 OTT platforms have been blocked for obscene content. Platforms banned for streaming soft porn.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back after the break. On the Mumbai-Ahmedabad highway, MNS workers vandalized the signboard of Sri Kodiyar Katawadi Dhaba, claiming it was written only in Gujarati. The party says such signboards are an insult to the Marathi language and have no place in Maharashtra. MNS has issued an ultimatum to all dhaba owners to remove non-Marathi boards by Sunday or be ready to face similar action. My colleague Sujata Dwivedi gets us more.
दर्जा मिलने के बाद ये लोग मराठी का वापर नहीं करेंगे तो इनका बोर्ड ऐसे ही तोड़ेंगे. मराठी का वापर होना जरूरी है और आप मराठी भाषा का यूज नहीं करोगे और हमारे महाराष्ट्र में रहने के बाद हमारे मराठी भाषा का अपमान करोगे तो हम ये सहन नहीं करेंगे.
लेकिन मैं आपको एक बात बताती हूँ कि हम भी जब ऐसे ढाबे पे जाते हैं, भले इनका जो साइन बोर्ड है वो गुजराती में है, लेकिन ये लोग बात मराठी में करते हैं. यानी ये लोग मराठी भाषा का अपमान तो इसमें नजर नहीं आ रहा. आपको अपमान ऐसे नजर आ रहा है कि गुजरात में
अंदर. और आप पूछिए उनको मराठी आती है क्या?
नहीं आती.
आप मेरे साथ में चलिए और जाके पूछिए इनको मराठी आती है क्या. हम इनको सिखाएंगे मराठी. इन लोग को समझना चाहिए इन्होंने पूरा हाईवे को गुजरात बना के रखा है. गुजराती भाषा का वापर सबसे ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं ये लोग. हमारे महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग ये होने नहीं देंगे. नहीं दिख रहा है ना मराठी भाषा टॉप पर. इन्होंने ये बोर्ड बनाया है, इसमें मराठी है क्या? इन्होंने गुजरात बना के रखा है और ये हम होने नहीं देंगे. हमारे महाराष्ट्र में रहना है तो हमारी मातृभाषा मराठी, आमची मराठी भाषा ही आमची आई है. तिचा तुम्ही वापर योग्य ठिकाणी करणं गरजेचं आहे. उसका यूज आप बड़े तौर पे ऊपर करें, फिर आपकी लैंग्वेज आप यूज करें. हम भाषा विरोध में नहीं है, भाषावाद में हम पढ़ना भी नहीं चाहते, लेकिन हमारे महाराष्ट्र में आप व्यापार कर रहे हो हमारे महाराष्ट्र में व्यवसाय कर रहे हो तो हमारे मराठी भाषा का आदर करो और उसका यूज करो।
मराठी भाषा का जो पूरा उसको बचाने की, उसकी अस्मिता को बचाने का जो पूरा जिम्मा है वो फिलहाल मनसे वालों ने संभाला है। आप भी मनसे पार्टी के हैं, तो आपको नहीं लगता कि इससे जो इंडिविजुअली आप पर कार्रवाई होगी, किसी के प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी में आकर इसे तोड़ना, आप उसको सहन कर सकते हैं? यानी आपके ऊपर FIR होगी, कार्रवाई होगी?
महानगर पालिका ने इनको नोटिस दिया था और महानगर पालिका ने इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी किया था। ये सब इनलीगल बोर्ड है, उनसे नहीं हो रहा है। महानगर पालिका के अधिकारी चिरी मिरी लेके खुश है।
लेकिन ये अनाधिकृत है इसलिए तोड़ा जा रहा है कि गुजराती में है इसलिए तोड़ा जा रहा है?
बोर्ड अनाधिकृत भी है और हमारे महाराष्ट्र में गुजराती का यूज हो रहा है। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में व्यापार करना, मैंने बोला भी, महाराष्ट्र में व्यापार करना है तो आप मराठी भाषा का आदर कीजिए और मराठी भाषा का वापर कीजिए।
Mumbai and its surrounding regions are now lashed with heavy rainfall since morning. At present, we are here in Naigaon where heavy rainfall continues and also people are facing difficulties while driving on the roads. At present, we are here right at the highway and like you see, the traffic movement currently is normal, but if the rain continue and
All right, we'll get you more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, there's some news that's coming in from Bihar at the moment. A heated war of words has erupted in Bihar between Rabri Devi and Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary, with Rabri launching a scathing attack on Samrat, calling him a goon who harasses women. The controversy began when Samrat made personal remarks against RJD leader Lalu Prasad Yadav in the assembly. Rabri rejected allegations of criminal activities against Lalu Yadav and has retaliated strongly.
तो बच्चे से पिटाई वो करता है बोरिंग रोड बैठ के बच्चे से करेगा हम लोग गुंडा बात के लड़की के छेड़त रहे वहां बैठ के बोरिंग उनका दूसरा के गुंडा ही करेगा।
राबड़ी देवी जी माता तुल्य है, अब उनको स्वाभाविक है पीड़ा तो होगी। उनके आदरणीय पतिदेव लालू प्रसाद जी को सुप्रीम कोर्ट और कांग्रेस के युवराज राहुल गांधी ने अपराधी घोषित कर दिया है और बेटा क्योंकि चुनाव में हार के डर से तरह तरह का बहाना बनाने का काम कर रहा है, इसलिए स्वाभाविक है उनको पीड़ा है।
And while we understand now, Rabri Devi has also made a big statement on the security of former Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav, saying that Tejashwi's life was unsafe, was in danger, and has alleged that there were 4 attempts to kill him, while Vijay Kumar Sinha dismissed the allegation, saying that Tejashwi has been provided with full security. Listen in.
तेजस्वी यादव को तो 4 बार मारने की कोशिश किया गया था रास्ता में, ट्रक से, ट्रक से। फिर यहाँ भी मारने की कोशिश हो रहा है। हम लोग जानते हैं कौन कौन आदमी लगा हुआ है। आप कह रहे हैं तेजस्वी की जान को खतरा है? जान के खतरा है। हम लोग सब सिफारिश किए हैं और साजिश कौन करेगा? बीजेपी जदयू के छोड़ के कौन करेगा साजिश? यहाँ बिहार में कौन है साजिश करने वाला? दबाव देता जनता के जबान बंद करेगा। संस्कारी नहीं ना है, संस्कारहीन है, उस नाला के कीड़ा है उस।
देखिए, सुरक्षा बिहार में सरकार की गारंटी है और किन्हीं को लगता है तो वो लिख करके देंगे। इनके तो पहले से ही काफ़ी सुरक्षा है, सारी व्यवस्था है। 2 पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री के फैसिलिटी का भी उपयोग कर रहे हैं और इसके बाद भी डर रहे हैं, तो ये दुखद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। इनके लोगों के डर से तो पूरा बिहार डरता है। ये सबको डराते थे, आज खुद भयभीत हैं। कानून का राज है स्थापित, भयभीत होने की जरूरत नहीं है। सरकार पूरी सुरक्षा देगी। वो कुछ भी बोल सकती हैं। जंगल राज के पाठशाला में जो पाठ गुंडे का पढ़ाया गया, वही गुंडा की भाषा में लोग बयान देते हैं इनके।
All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
You know, thinking about something like this, like a supercross, why did you think that I should invest here? Because we know that you love for sports.
No, I just think you should put, what is that? Your money where your mouth is? Huh? Huh? Yeah, I just think it's. I mean, they call it a niche sport and stuff like that. I just don't think that's what it is, because they're considering the population of our country and the amount of bikes are sold, and it is the largest selling country for bikes and scooters and stuff like that. So I just thought that instead of people racing on the roads, they should have tracks to race on. And I don't think this is a niche sport. I just think that there's no infrastructure, there's no league. So now we have a league and now we have the infrastructure. So all the guys riding on the streets, racing on the streets, have a chance to come and race in these leagues.
Okay, my last question. Your film Battle of Elkan is coming, and we have seen how you have trained for it. It looks amazing and you look fantastic in it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And tell me a little more about it. When it's releasing? We are really excited about it.
Time. We start shooting now, in another 10 days, and then it'll release. This will be a quick release.
I hope it's
and it's an intense one. It's
looks intense.
It's a difficult one. As humanly, it's difficult to do a film like that, because high altitudes, hand-to-hand action, raw, brutal action in the Thanda Pani of Leh Ladakh.
You are used to Thanda Pani.
Huh? Yeah. But not so Thanda. Thanda Pani, peene ke liye. Here you'll be in the water for about 8 days.
Wow.
Yeah, in that ekdam taza snow melting pani that's coming in the river, and action in that.
So that was challenging.
No, that will be challenging. Yeah. I'm dreading it, but I will do it.
Thank you so much for talking to us.
Welcome.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years.
CDS's big remark on Operation Sindoor says Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. Military preparedness must stay high. Operation Sindoor debate in Parliament next week. Debate will begin from Monday in Lok Sabha. Defence Minister is likely to lead the discussion. Growing speculation over possible change in Karnataka leadership. Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister arrive in Delhi for their third visit within a month. 25 OTT platforms blocked for obscene content. Platforms have been banned for streaming software.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Big breaking news now coming in amid the conflict between Thailand and Cambodia. Indian Embassy has now issued a travel advisory for people traveling to these countries. Well, travel advisory has been issued for people traveling to Thailand and Cambodia amid the clashes that have taken place. Remember, at least 16 people have been killed in the deadly clashes between Thailand and Cambodia, as both countries have shown no signs of backing down. Both countries have also expelled their ambassadors, and we understand this has clouded the prospects of a quick diplomatic resolution as well. And amidst this, we are given to understand the Indian Embassy has now issued a travel advisory asking people to not travel to these countries. Well, the Indian Embassy has issued travel advisory also in Thailand, urging Indian nationals to stay updated and avoid certain areas near the border as the clashes between the two countries continue. Alright, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Amid the language politics, Rahul Gandhi has now waded into the controversy. He has advocated for English, saying that English is more powerful language, and we understand that's the statement that's coming in from the senior party leader. Let's first listen into what he said.
Meaning an English education is much more powerful in India today than an education in a regional language or even in Hindi. This is a surprising fact, but it is a fact. I'm not saying that Hindi is not important, regional languages are not important. They're very important. But what is determining progress in India today is English education, which means that we have to provide Hindi education, Tamil education, Kannada education, but right next to that has to be the English language. This is a strange thing, but it's a historic fact.
All right, news from Karnataka now. Power struggle is brewing in Karnataka's political circles with a confrontation between the aides of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and DKS. The conflict escalated when the Chief Minister's OSD, that's officer on special duty, allegedly threatened to physically assault the OSD of DK Shivkumar, prompting the Karnataka Chief Secretary to order a probe into the matter. The rivalry between the two leaders' camps is adding to the tension.
Well, now we've got access to a letter that has been written by Mr. Anjaneya. He's the special duty officer to Mr. DK Shivkumar in Delhi. Now, there seems to be some sort of tension that's brewing between two special duty officers. One is Mr. Mohan and Anjaneya. Mohan, of course, reports to Mr. Siddaramaiah while he's in Delhi. Mr. Anjaneya reports to Mr. DK Shivkumar while he's in Delhi. Now, a few days ago, there was a little bit of a verbal argument that is believed to have taken place, and in front of all the officials, staff members of Karnataka Bhavan in Delhi. Now, Mr. Mohan Kumar is said to have, verbally abused Anjaneya, or at least this is what he claims. He has now written a letter to the resident commissioner of Karnataka Bhavan and the chief secretary, saying that, he had, in front of all the staff members, said that he will remove his boot and beat him. Now, why was it said? What exactly led to it? This is what now the Chief Secretary is looking to find out. She has taken cognizance of this, is what we are learning, and now information is being sought on what exactly has happened and whether action needs to be initiated based on this particular complaint. But definitely for two officers, of course, who have to work hand in hand while they are in, Delhi, and especially ensure that all the functioning as far as their respective leaders when they come to the national capital is all smooth. It seems like there are some internal differences that are brewing between the two.
All right, so all is not well in the Karnataka political circles, and we are given to understand that there is a power struggle that's taking place between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar, with both leaders in Delhi. This is their third trip to Delhi in a month. We will get you more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, some news from Tamil Nadu. We understand MNM chief Kamal Hassan has made his parliament debut. He's entered the Rajya Sabha with DMK's backing, and now he's written an open letter saying that he is going to be the voice of Tamil Nadu. How is he going to achieve that? That, of course, remains to be seen. My colleague Sam Daniel joining us on the broadcast here. Sam, tell us more about this letter by MNM chief Kamal Hassan.
Well, Kitty, this open letter to people in Tamil Nadu and people in India broadly defines the role Kamal Hassan would play, the stand he would take, and the causes he would bat for. And largely, Kamal Hassan says he will strive to be the voice of Tamil Nadu in Delhi, clear, compassionate, and committed. I will not speak for one community, but for one common good, not for narrow gain, but for national growth. He also says the country stands at a time of a historic crossroads, as he calls it, and it's important that the aspirations of the people with respect to employment and other such demands, expectations are not ignored. And he says, I arrive at Parliament not as a mere critic, but as a committed contributor to the idea of India. Where I must oppose, I will do so with reason. Where I must support, I will do with conviction. And where I must advise, he says, I will do so constructively. He also is pushing for the cause of diversity, saying that even the Indian freedom movement, Kitty, was not a monogram, but a beautiful mosaic, he says, giving the examples of Gandhi for non-violence, Ambedkar's constitutionalism, and Nehru's pluralism, Patel's pragmatism, and Periyar's rationalism. Okay. And he says it's important that the spirit of centrism, something his party has it as its ideology, should actually govern in solving these issues, solving these challenges.
All right. Thank you so much, Sam Daniel, for getting us all those details there. That's the open letter written by M&M chief, clearly saying he's going to be taking up the issues of the people of Tamil Nadu, issues that are in interest of the people of Tamil Nadu, and he's going to raise those issues here in Delhi. We will get you more on that story that we're tracking. With that, it's time for a short break here. More coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Big remark by CDS on Operation Sindoor. He says that Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. Military preparedness must stay high. Operation Sindoor debate in Parliament to begin from Monday in Lok Sabha. Defence Minister is likely to lead the discussion. Growing speculation over possible change in Karnataka leadership. Chief Minister and DKS are in Delhi. 25 OTT platforms have been blocked for obscene content in India.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than sort of let it kind of disappear in time, then you're probably doing a service of sorts.
Right.
So, of course, with all acknowledgements and everything, that's mandatory. The world would never know about it until we do something.
So you think, in a way, Prada is exposing Indian craftsmanship and Kolhapuri?
I think what they've done to Kolhapur now, if you look at it, is suddenly it's the buzzword. Right. Everybody knows Kolhapuri chappals now.
City now.
Yeah, it's suddenly Kolhapuri chappals are the it sort of statement. So, may not have approached it the right way, but I think what this has managed to do to Kolhapur and an indigenous product is amazing. But do we capitalize it or not is another story now.
Okay. Do you think it's about time that the world, I mean, we've been here, we've been around, but do you think it's about time that the world started acknowledging what we have contributed to the art of garment making?
You know, I have a very serious disagreement with this acknowledgement of the West to know that we are important. Because I think that in itself is a wrong notion. Right. And I've personally been very against people who always think that there's this Gora hangover we still suffer from. You know, I think we're still not outgrown our
colonial fever.
Colonial droppings that are all over us. No other country in the world feels like this. Everybody celebrates their indigenous crafts, their languages, their music, and they're all happy.
Right.
We in India, for example, a simple example, till 6-7 years back, Punjabi music was looked down upon.
Correct.
Okay. Suddenly, half the world is rapping in Punjabi, this thing, so suddenly it's cool.
Yes.
Now Louis Vuitton gets A.R. Rahman to compose the Punjabi track for their main show.
Right.
So look at what's happening.
Right.
So now again it took someone else to acknowledge that this is relevant, and then Indians love it. Fantastic.
So what do you think? Are we hungry for that acknowledgement? Are we not appreciating ourselves enough?
I think we don't value our country enough.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the
battle for Tamil Nadu 2026.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Welcome back after the break. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Maldives on a two-day visit to attend the 60th Independence Day celebrations in Maldives. Well, this is his first visit under the leadership of President Muizu. Maldives President Muizu has also hosted an official welcome ceremony in honor of Prime Minister Modi. Well, Muizu also met the External Affairs Minister S. J. Shankar, NS Ajit Doval, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and other officials of the Government of India in Maldives as Prime Minister Modi introduced them to him. Well, President Muizu has invited Prime Minister Modi to attend the 60th National Day celebrations as the chief guest. He is also visiting on the 60th anniversary of India-Maldives diplomatic relations. We are giving to understand now that the delegation level talks between Prime Minister Modi and the Maldivian President have begun now in Male. Prime Minister Modi's visit to Maldives is quite significant as it marks his first visit since bilateral ties were strained by the India Out campaign led by Maldivian leaders and President Muizu's pro-China tilt. Now, the visit is important to strengthen bilateral cooperation, but also it reaffirms India's commitment to its neighborhood first policy in the Indian Ocean region. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. We are given to understand now after the sudden death of businessman Sanjay Kapoor, the battle for control of his 30,000 crore business empire has erupted. Sanjay Kapoor's mother has moved against her daughter-in-law Priya Sachdev. Well, Sona BLW Limited's former chairperson Rani Kapoor, who's the mother of late businessman Sanjay Kapoor, has written to the board seeking deferment of the company's annual general meeting that had taken place today. In her letter, Rani Kapoor had alleged coercion, misuse of documents and attempts to usurp the family legacy after her son's death.
Right, so there was a letter that was sent out yesterday actually by Rani Kapoor, and this was sent out to the board of directors of Sona BLW where she had asked for a deferment of the annual general meeting that was set for 1 p.m. today. The meeting did happen, just for our viewers' understanding, the AGM proceedings are currently on. So it's not like the board of directors have deferred that meeting at all, despite the request from Rani Kapoor. In her letter, she has alleged that right after her son's death, while she was still mourning, she was taken to a room and then made to sign documents which she was not entirely aware of what exactly those documents said, what she was signing